There was music in my mind. Okay, we are doing replay reviews today. I usually have one to start us off. I didn't grab one today, so it'll just be whoever is here first and puts in a match ID. We'll start with them, which... Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Boom. Boom. I am a professional. All the sound works, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, we're good. Truly professional here. You know what I didn't do, professional that I am? I didn't post my pinned messages like usual. Though, honestly, they're not that important, so whatever. Today, we are hoping to collect... Well, today, there's no topic, so people can submit whatever. But I will also be collecting Crusader and maybe some Archon games as well. The goal being future get out of Crusader / Archon video. Hey, what's up? Whoever posts the first match ID, we're gonna start with you guys. So for you early birds, and one of you wants to rush for it.
Saki_Big Daddy gifted a tier 1 sub to Sunny Rabbit 94.
Thank you so much, Zuki. Always starting us off on the positive notes. Thank you. Yeah, now we're in the mood for it. Let's go. I'm ready. Is Legend okay? Any rank's okay. Void Oath is first, though. Speedster. Don't worry, guys. We'll do others. This will not, in fact, be the only replay of the day. Though that'd be kind of funny one day to do that. Let's do an 8-hour review on one game. Excuse me. Grimstroke. Herald-ish? This is an unranked game, but you think about Herald. Okay. Are you position 4 or 5? I will find out in a moment. It's just for my own little timestamp here. It's a long one. Look, it's taking forever to download. 62 minutes. Or sorry, 62 to 62. That's 70 minutes. This is a long one. I played position 4. Okay. Okay. We are ready. Let's go. So you're playing with divine immortal friends, but you yourself are around Herald. And the question is, how can I apply more lane pressure? Okay, that's a good question. Which is, if you are playing party games, that's a great place to focus. I think it's... Hold on, let me mute this audio. Can't have people talking over me. I should be number 1. Later in the game, it's easier for higher ranked friends to be like, hey, let's go play here, let's go play there. In the lane, I think it's pretty tough to kind of like, I'm trying to last hit, and I'm also talking about like pulling and like where the support should stand, or vice versa. High level support telling a carry like, you do this, I do this. So the more you can do here on your own, it helps a lot in these kind of party games. So it's a great question.
This one is in the bag.
Omni wanted E leveled. Okay. So you're playing with Omni carry. Oh, sorry, Omni offlane since we're position 4. That is fine depending on the lane, because you have to be able to run in to get value out of it, right? Like Omni goes in with Inkswell and then it works. And they can't have some kind of escape, otherwise it's not really going to work because they're just going to back away. You're going to get no value out of this. It looks like you're landing into Ursa, which would be fine. It's maybe like Rubik mid and then probably Witch Doctor 5. So that could be a little scary, where between the jump and then a stun, maybe you're not connecting on the Inkswell. but at least you have like a melee hero here, which is good. I'm up for it. I do think 1 point in Q is good to make sure you can secure creeps. This is a very sneaky. Are you perhaps the divine player? And this is... All right, that was a little strange. I feel like you guys saw all of them go in and then they still died to it. We all make mistakes. Okay, lane pressure for you. First, Grimstroke, very long range support. 600 attack range, one of the highest out there. Your auto attacks in general are pretty solid, especially, not that one. Ink Trail is a little bit funny of innate, but the nice thing it lets you do is that a lot of people will try to run away from people right-clicking them by going through the tree lines. And then you will still see them because of Ink Trail, so you can still throw in like 1 or 2 more auto attacks. Notice from your items, we have no extra right click, and it will add up over the course of the laning stage, which we'll just say is like 10 minutes, right? So all the attacks through those 10 minutes, I can have 1, 2, 3, 4 extra damage. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but truly it adds up over time. So I would recommend replacing this Sage's Mask. Get Iron Branches and Fairy Fires are pretty much going to be your go-to for extra right-click damage. And then versus a Witch Doctor potentially here, Fairy Fire is particularly good because you get hit by Maledict, and Maledict does damage based on how much health you have lost since you got affected by it. So if you can Fairy Fire even beyond the initial point, then you won't really take damage from Maledict. So if you want to do like 2 Iron Branches and a Fairy Fire to like build into the wand, that'd be okay. The hot shit right now is double Fairy Fire, sometimes more, sometimes less. That would also be okay. Any of those items I'm okay with. Notice you used 1 spell. This is what we're at. The Sage's Mask is nice over time, but it's very long over time. And if you're thinking lane pressure, then we want more immediate benefit, which right-click damage will be. Sage's Mask is, okay, in 100 seconds, we'll have gained 70 mana. I still don't have enough mana for Stroke of Fate yet. You know, Inkswell is 120. Phantom's Embrace is 80, but you don't usually take this that early, right? So in 100+ seconds, I get 1 more spell. And then another 100 seconds, and I like second spell, you know? So that's quite far down the lane. Which, if you're doing a very passive lane, that's okay. But a lot of times, for your question, how do I apply more immediate pressure? We need this upfront stuff. Mangoes for more spell spamming, or the stats for the right clicking. Okay, so we're doing some body blocks. I like to do the one thing forward, but full body block can have its place. Okay, so you want to right click a lot. You are a very long range right clicker. Playing through the trees can be fine. The trees are best for short ranged heroes or melee heroes who need to get close. You're actually totally fine being in the lane and just hitting from afar. The reason I mention this is not because it's bad to play in here, but the question you want to ask yourself is, will it benefit my opponents more for me to be here, or will it benefit them? If you see Witch Doctor approaching you with Maledict, what are you going to do? You're just going to back away, and he's never going to do anything. But if you play here, and he sees you from the lane creeps, he sees you because you're auto-attacking, and you don't see him because he's in the tree line, he might hit you with Maledict because he gets closer through the trees, and then that's not a good trade for you. I just want to poke for free because I'm the longest ranged hero in this lane. If you need to fight over the camps, we could do that, but it's 30 seconds. It's not really time to do that. Or you could do this earlier when you were just like, instead of waiting here, you run out, do it, and then you stay in the lane, which I would typically recommend for really long range supports who are just going to right click. Do this stuff early so you can just be in the lane right away. Starting here is okay. Looks like you guys are going to like nuke the whole wave, which I'm kind of open to if you want to try that. But I might also recommend save Stroke of Fate to secure this range creep, because Omni Knight does not have a ranged nuke. He can run in with Hammer of Purity or Purification, but it does mean he's going to run into an Ursa, into a Witch Doctor, which is pretty dangerous. So I would save your Stroke of Fates for that. And then this is what I'm talking about. He gets close to Maledict, and so you immediately lose all your health, and then you have a bad time. And so in that one trade, we lost over 500 health. Why? because he was able to get close and hit us with the Maledict and then do a bunch of attacks. But if you're just here in the open, you will see him come. Now, I mean, he might like come through here. So you have to like figure out what side he's on and then like stand this side or that side. But you will avoid that type of trade. So because we nuked the wave and then all that stuff, we have a huge wave. This Q, so let's refine when you're using spells. I'm gonna give you a new game plan for the lane with Grimstroke. Default is auto attack. I'm gonna auto attack non-stop as much as possible without like griefing myself, right? I auto attack for most of my damage. I will Stroke of Fate to secure range creeps, to secure banner creeps, and if multiple melee creeps are low and my core cannot go for them, I will think about Stroke of Fate. The other option is contesting pulls, but let's skip that for now. In the lane, those are the 3 reasons I'm going to use it aggressively. Defensively, if I need it for the slow to, like, they're chasing someone, I'm going to slow them, you could do that. And aggressively, if you're going for a fight and you can slow them, that's also okay, actually. This is like casual harass, which if you're full mana, you can do, but I'm not full mana. I'm still regenning, so it's okay. We don't actually have to do it yet. So this is where we default to right clicks. This kind of thing can be okay because we're shoving in a big wave, so it like sort of works. But I don't think I've seen you attack the Ursa. And this is your attack range. Look at Ursa. I don't think you've hit him once yet. I know where Ursa's gonna be. Ursa's gonna be here, the entire laning stage, as much as possible. Let's see when you attack Ursa. I'm gonna ignore everything you do until we see you attack Ursa. Got killed by the Witch Doctor. I don't even care. Let's see when we attack Ursa. We Stroke of Fate. Oh, okay. I think this is our first attack on Ursa. 2 minutes, 34 seconds in. So, I can tell you're going to do this because you started with Bassi and now you're going straight for Ring of Basilius, which is a very common mistake for people who are only harassing through spells. But actually, 80% of your harass should probably come from right clicks, especially if you're a long range support. And then the finishing blows should be from spells. Or to get more auto attacks, you then use the spells. So for example, he's in a bad position, you attack, you hit him with the Stroke of Fate slow, and then you attack again while keep chasing. But the core part of it is attacking, and the spells augment the attacks. This is where it's okay to use Stroke of Fate as well, potentially, to like nuke through the wave, nuke through the creeps, do a bunch of damage. All right, so he's alive or dead on his own, so we'll deal with this. Prioritize the denies. Sorry, don't do that. Prioritize last hits when you're on your own. That was 70 gold, and then you got no gold because you went for the deny. The deny does help. When no enemy heroes are there, they weren't going to get any experience anyways. So I'm not denying anything. I'm only killing it a little faster, which can be okay, but compared to 70 gold, way better. If you are gonna go Inkswell, probably like QE is the way to go this lane. If you want Phantom's Embrace, it's good when silences will kill people and when they don't have a lot of attack speed. Ursa, if Fury Swipes has already gone off, he'll actually kill your Phantom's Embrace pretty quickly and just get money out of it. I would probably just do like QE this lane. Phantom's Embrace is very good versus heroes like Weaver, Juggernaut, Anti-Mage, those kind of heroes, which is like they live or die based on whether they use the spell. And that's where the silence is good. You see this kind of silence? I just gave him money. If you think you can kill him, that's fine. The place you want to use this is when they have to choose between killing it or being silenced. So what I mean by that is like a fight to the death. Like right now, let's say this guy was living and you threw the silence on Ursa. Does Ursa want to remove the silence? No, he wants to like kill the Omni Knight. So if he has to stand still and attack the silence, Omni Knight's getting away. He doesn't like that. So now he has to chase the Omni Knight, but he can't use spells because of the silence on him. So he's like stuck between the two. Same when you're like fighting. You get a guy in a bad position, you silence him. He has to choose between running away, fighting back, or like removing the silence. So he's stuck between these choices. If someone can relatively stand still, deal with the silence, and it doesn't really bother them, then that's when they're just going to do that, and they're just going to take the free money, and you're not going to get value out of Phantom's Embrace. Which is why you usually take it later by default. You usually do like Q, E, and then think about W, because now you can time it with Inkswell. So you Inkswell run someone in as they are about to... Well, you choose depending on the person. Inkswell, run in, throw the silence. If they stand still to hit the silence before they get the next auto attack, you stun them with Inkswell, and then the silence goes off, and then like that's the combo that works. You don't have that option because you have Fine Art, not the other. The other facet lets you choose when to do it, which is the one most people go for over Fine Art. Even though I like Fine Art a lot cooler, I think it's way more interesting, but Instigate's really good for that reason. It lets you get that combo off. I forgot to skill E almost all lane. If you think the lane is really bad and you can't get kills, then go... you can do the build you're doing, actually. I would still get like 1 point in Inkswell, so like 4-1-1 if it's a very defensive, casual lane. If you have people to play around and get kills, then a 1-1-4 build is pretty good. And on occasion, when they have a lot of high mobility heroes, a 1-3-1 build can be good. But you actually just leave Phantom Brace at 3 points instead of 4 points, because at 3 points, you go up to that extra attack to kill. That's a pretty rare version of the build. I wouldn't, you don't have to like do that by default. Most games. Oh, nice. Okay, so I want to go back in time now, actually, because I kind of skipped over it at first, but let's just review where to stand in the lane and auto attack, because that's the key lesson I want you to take from this. Because we just kind of sped through to see when you would attack the Ursa. So right now, I mentioned instead of standing here, we're standing over here. So you don't use the spell. You pick up 2 Fairy Fires, let's say, or Iron Branch Fairy, whatever. You have 4 extra damage, okay? We're at 54 damage. The creeps meet. Ursa sees you, right? We're standing here. We're in the lane with the Omni Knight. Do. Here, you run in and attack the Ursa. If he wants to keep body blocking, he pays the price. 50 damage every time. We're just going to use 50 for easy math. 50 damage every time he wants to continue body blocking. So if he keeps body blocking till the creeps meet, it's probably till about here. You're hitting him 2 to 3 times as he keeps body blocking up, and then 1 to 2 times as he runs away. So we're up to like 4 to 5 auto attacks already. If he stops here, you get 1 auto attack off. Maybe a second if you want to chase further, but we don't want to tank the creeps. So let's say 1 auto attack, and then he backs up. So we get better equilibrium for that. And because we didn't use the spell, all the creeps are healthy. And then we draw aggro back. You see they're both trying to... Or Ursa came up to try to draw aggro back. This is another chance for supports to punish him, right? We attack him. Now, I'm saying you stand here by default because most supports will do what you did and Witch Doctor's doing, which is to play this side by default. So when I want to just auto attack and not engage, I'm going to choose the far side of the lane because most people will be on this side. That's not always true, but like just if I'm randomly guessing, it turns out, right? In this case, they're both here. Let's go take a look at top side real quick. Where do I think both supports are going to be? Here's Crystal Maiden coming over to this side. And who's the other one? Dark Willow. Where is she? She's on this side. So most of the time, people start in the jungle side. So right now, right, he draws aggro. I'm still over here attacking. I'm attacking Ursa. I'm being useful. Witch Doctor's over here in the trees, not being useful. So now he has to like run out into lane. We see him and we can choose to back off or keep fighting. So now you're moving through the trees, attacking Ursa. You can see Ursa because he's in the lane. He can't see you because you're in the trees. So they don't know what you're doing. Witch Doctor's gonna have to like chase through the lane. At that point, he's in the creep wave next to Omni. You guys can just fight. So he has to go around, and because you see him going around, you can be like, oh, I'm gonna go around too. So we can attack Ursa right now. Attack, right? And if you don't want to draw creep aggro, you step out. There's all videos on this. Step out, drop aggro, walk in, step out, walk in, step out, walk in. If he stays too far away, hit your own creeps at that point. These are all times to just be like attacking Ursa from this angle. So Witch Doctor starts doing this. This is where you can then choose keep attacking Ursa while Omni deals with Witch Doctor, or you move over to help with Witch Doctor. But this is actually a great time to just ignore Witch Doctor, both of you, if you were over here. Ignore Witch Doctor and fight Ursa. Look at the creeps. 4-1. If they choose to fight you, you have 4 creeps, they have 1 creep. So it's in your advantage outside of really strong traders, which Maledict is a really strong trading spell. But this would be a great time to fight, typically. I think you could do it even into Maledict. He's tanking the creep wave, he can't fight you. If he auto-attacks you once, you auto-attack him once, and all the creeps attack him once. He has to attack you twice as much to match the damage he's taking, and that's just not going to happen. So right here, we still stand there and just attack him, attack him, attack him. He eventually reconnects the wave. Okay, so Witch Doctor's over here right now, so I'm over here as Grimstroke. Now I just hit my own creeps when I have time. Now I look at the clock. The camps have spawned. They either have or have not. If I'm going to pull, it's at 1:17 earliest. So I have about 10 seconds to like fidget my way over here. And then when I'm over here, I can look at the camp and see if it's blocked or not. And if it's blocked, I could go and unblock it if I want to or not. But I will not be able to use it until 2 minutes for it to spawn and then 2:17 for the pull. So if I stand over here and I see this camp is blocked and I go, I can't do it. And I look at the lane, I'm like, well, there's still stuff for me to do in this lane. Then I just return to the lane, I play the lane, I attack. If this is all dealt with, there's like nothing to do, then you can come unblock the camp. The issue is if you unblock the camp early, he might block it again before it actually spawns. So if I wait till like 150 to do it, it's much likelier that it actually stays open and spawns for me. So this whole time, there's a really strong position for me because we have so many creeps here. I really want to stay here and fight if I'm Grimstroke right now. I just want to stay and auto-attack a bunch. Auto-attack, 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 auto-attack. You can't actually do it that fast, but you get the idea. We see the camp. It's open. Okay. My next times to use it. 147 to pull, 153, 155-ish to stack. Until then, I'm free to attack. Let's say we're gonna stack it. I have about 20 seconds. Attack, attack. This is pretty good. This is your best sequence of attacks. There was like 4 auto attacks in a row, but now he's gonna fight you back. It would have been a lot easier to fight the Ursa who can't hit you back. And this is where you pop your like burst heals, your fairy fires, your sticks to take less damage from the Maledict. And then around here, you'd like back over to like do the pull or the stack if you wanted to. Saw an offlane Grim once. It's really good. Good to report. Core Grimstroke had a moment. There was a Phantom's Embrace talent with E-Blade. It was actually quite strong. Mid more than offlane. That was the moment it was good. And then it was gone. Corbin, always happy to hear the success stories. Okay, I think we kind of have the idea on this one. I'm gonna open it up to more submissions. It may not seem like a lot. Well, I don't know how you're taking it or not, but I know it sounds like, hey, I asked about lane pressure and like the only thing we talked about is auto-attacking. But auto-attacking actually is like 80% of laning. Either it's auto-attacking heroes or auto-attacking creeps. It really can't be understated how impactful it is. And that's honestly the biggest difference between like high rank supports and low rank supports. It's often not about spell usage. I mean, it is a little, like I critique your spell usage. But like, you'll see Crusaders who spam a hero and it's like, yeah, you understand the spells just as much as the Immortal when it comes time to use it. But how much are you auto-attacking instead of using the spells, right? Like when it's the right time to use the spells, they can use the spells correctly, but they often use them at the wrong times as well. and then they're not using auto attacks instead. Like they're using spells when they should be auto attacking. It's one of the biggest signs of high rank to low rank support. So it's a very, I dare say, if you start implementing this correctly, like don't even tell the friends like you got this coaching, you just secretly start attacking more in the lane, and they're gonna be like, wow, dude, you're playing so well. They may not even know why. They'd be like, wow, this lane feels so easy. It's like, wow, this is much better than before. Like, what's going on? They're gonna think you're like so much better. If you just auto attack the heroes, and when the heroes go too far and you're feeling like, okay, I'm too scared to go further, any creeps below 50 on your side, hit them. Those are the two big things you'll look for. Hit the enemy heroes, hit your own heroes. It's covered, if you want even more sarcastic detail, it's covered a lot in the how to get out of Herald video and the press, the hotkey you need to press more, something titled like that. The thumbnail is a hotkey, is a keyboard button with an immortal icon on it. It's in various playlists. Those two cover a lot of the topic on this. And then the creep aggro video. Those three, if you want to know how to like harass without drawing creep aggro. Triple combo. Any tips for auto attacking in a way that doesn't pull the entire creep wave onto your butt as a 4 or 5? I have a hard time positioning to avoid pulling the wave. Yeah, I got a couple tricks for you. I got a couple. Let's use Grimstroke. Let's use Grimstroke because we were just talking about it. Fish, my monkfish. Okay, let's come over here. Yeah, let's and then let's swap team. Let's do it on this side. All right. If you watch the circle tech video, 500 attack range, 500 range is what will draw creep aggro, melee creeps. Range creeps at 600, but they're further away, so they're not usually the issue. It's usually the melee creeps that are the issue. You could do your auto attack range, but sometimes your auto attack range, like sometimes you're a melee hero and like it's a tiny circle around you. Grimstrokes is 600, so this actually wouldn't be that bad. Like if they're in the circle, you're definitely gonna draw creep aggro. Sorry. If they're at the edge of the circle, it depends on the range. I misspoke. It depends on the range. If they're at the edge of the circle, you're not gonna draw creep aggro. But like once, for the range creep, this is 600, right? Yeah, like around here, you would start drawing aggro because they're now within 500 range. An easier way to do this, since depending what hero you play, your attack range might be different. Most people will start with an Iron Branch, and an Iron Branch has 400 cast range. You guys, someone taught me this trick. The attack range is 400. The cast range is 400. So if they're in the circle, you're definitely drawing aggro. And if they're a little outside the circle, you might still draw aggro, but it'll give you a very rough idea of like somewhere around here. You know, it's like the circle plus a little more, something like around here. So let's create an enemy hero. Put him here. All right, so if I'm like, well, he's about to move. So if I'm like here, I'm not drawing aggro. And as I get a little, well, okay, now we're out of creeps. Hold on. Now we need a creep wave. So probably around here, I'm drawing aggro, right? If I'm a little further outside, he's dead. Yeah, if I'm a little outside, I'm not drawing aggro. The nice thing with range heroes is even when you draw aggro, you just like walk backwards and your creeps will, like they'll eventually de-aggro to your own creeps without you having to do that much. Do I have another trick for this? Let me think. So is every tack that pings aggro when the cooldown is done, or is it every click? It's like, think of it like an ability. Once you use it, it's on cooldown. So once I try to attack, once I do this on Grimstroke, like once I A-click him once, once I right-click him once, that's using the ability. It's on cooldown for 3 seconds. And then I can walk into the creep wave as much as I want and spam it, and it won't do anything. But as soon as that 3 seconds is up, then it, you know, step outside, boom, walk in, attack, Attack. One more will probably draw aggro now. Yeah. It depends how long range you are and how fast you are, usually, on how many attacks you can get off before you have to back out. 1 is pretty much always safe. 2 is typically the max. Right-clicking out of vision will also work. That's a good point. So, like... where's a good place to stand? This is why tree lines are good. You just have to be careful. So, like, I'm out of sight here. What's a good... Here, I'm out of sight. I think I'm out of sight here. Even though I would usually draw aggro from here, they can't see me. And now they can because I just launched an attack. I'm behind this tree.
Valkyrex gifted a tier 1 sub to
Now I'm in the open.
Frank1_92.
Oh, well, he was dead anyways. Okay. He was distracted. Oh, Valkyrex, thank you. Thanks for the knowledge. Thank you for gifting a sub. I appreciate it. You didn't have to. Thank you. I think that's what was tripping me up. I would aggro and then just keep it going for too long. Yeah, so limit yourself to 1 or 2 auto attacks. If you're a slow or short range hero, do 1 auto attack. If you're a long range or fast hero, you can try for 2. Oh, a cat. Hello, cat. A second cat? You want to come here? No. Ah. He sat his butt down. He doesn't want. See? Let me see what you guys submitted. Let me figure out. Do you think you'll play Deadlock? I tried it a little bit. I'm pretty bad at shooters, to be honest. I enjoy them. I'm just bad. So it defeats... The experience is not as fun, because like, oh, conceptually you do this and you do this, and I'm like, I can't, it's not me, you know? I'm not getting the same out of it. I was having fun when I was just punching people. Abrams had like a punching build, and I did that for a little bit when I was playing, and that became more fun. Ricky has told me that it's become more Dota-like. Shooting is still important, but there are more Dota elements to Deadlock. So I've been meaning to try it again lately, especially with so many new heroes have been added in, but I haven't gotten around to it. Been doing Dota, of course, and then in my free time, still trying to finish Expedition 33. I think I'm getting close, no spoilers. I think we're getting close, and then I've been sucked back into old school RuneScape. Those are the 2 main games I've been playing, or 3, I guess, total. And I was playing Co-Ridden. It's like some smaller game with my fiance. She was in a dino phase, and I just saw it on sale randomly on Steam. So we played that, but we just finished that. Ooh, I said this earlier, but not everyone was here. I will not be able to review all of them right now, but if you are a Crusader or Archon ranked player, please feel free to just chuck in games. I'm going to save them on the side because I'm going to do it off stream, I think. I'm going to review them off stream and make our how to get out of Crusader video. There's a chance I combine Crusader and Archon together, or I do them separately. I see, for example, someone has said, oh, Crusader Archon game here. So I'm going to go ahead and download this ahead of time. And we may or may not get to some of these games, but I will at least keep them for my own viewing later. And you might see yourself in a video, potentially. My profile says I'm Crusader 1-2, but sometimes in the matches it will say I'm Guardian 5 under my character thing. Dota does have slightly different MMRs for your ranks. So, for your roles. So, for example, your highest rank is like your highest role typically. Your MMR. This is not fully true. There was a time Dota did it roughly adjusted for your role. I think that is still true. But for example, it might be like, damn, Valkyries is some shit tier mid laner, so bump him down a little, you know? It depends on like what you play. It adjusts a little bit, I think. I suck at mid too. I wish it did a steeper. You know, it does like a couple hundred MMR. I wish it'd be like, no, this guy minus 2,000 for the mid lane. Be like, yeah, that's me. How badly is? I won't go into it. I want to finish the game and then we'll do a spoiler section. I'll pop on the screen Expedition 33 spoilers, then we can talk about it with the people who played it. I don't want to talk about it out of the blue. For one, for myself, I'm going to invite spoilers from unintentional people responding to it. And then two, anyone who hasn't played yet, I also don't want to spoil for them. So once I do finish it, one of these streams will have a little spoiler chat discussion on it. Okay, you know what? Since I pulled up this game, let's just do it as well. Earthshaker 4, Crusader. And then that will still be true for the rest of this stream. If you have any like Crusader Archon games, please just chuck them in. And I'm gonna be saving and downloading them all. Okay, what was your actual question? I guess lane went good for us. I always try to farm as position 4. I didn't know what to build. They started to come back, and I just couldn't control the game. Okay. Earthshaker. Blink is a pretty safe opener build. So like either Tranquil Soul Ring or Arcane Boots. Both are viable last I checked on Earthshaker. He's not in the most meta spot right now. Looks like Arcanes is a little bit more popular on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, but I do see the occasional Tranquil Soul Ring. So I think either one into Blink is a safe bet. And then after that, Shard is pretty popular just because it gives you even more control. You can do stuff like Force Death. You're all about getting the stuns off in the fight and moving around. Because your abilities are pretty low cooldown. You know, like 15 seconds on Fissure, Enchant Totem is like 5 seconds, right? So after you do the big echo, technically that's the biggest contribution. If you died after that, it'd be okay. But really, if you back out of the fight, you can find another Fissure. You can find another Enchant. So those kind of mobility items are pretty big for Earthshaker. Because of your weak laning stage, boots are very popular to help you creep drag or to just block creeps a lot. So like you run over here, block. Then you're playing the lane. Oh, I don't want to have to buy a sentry. I want to be greedy. I'm super fast with my boots start, right? So I just run over and I body block, no problem. You tend to avoid actually laning as Earthshaker. Or if you do, you buy like some stats and branches and whatnot. Magic stick, things like that. Bassy start is a little less common. I think it's doable, but I would probably recommend just plain old boots. Sorry, I don't think your lane is actually the question though. So we were talking about rough itemization and I just started rambling. You did, let's see, Blink into Kaya into Shard. This feels more like a core build because there's a lot of farming in there. I'm open to it for a pub game, so we'll allow it. I think if you wanted to be like true support Earthshaker, you might replace the Kaya. But like I said, I'm not super up to date with the build because he's not that popular. I do see people doing it in Dota 2 Pro Tracker. I'm open to it. It feels greedy to me. Let me see. Who are we playing with? I don't know if you have the space to be greedy as I'm looking at the lineup, because it looks like your other support is a Nature's Prophet, and he's also going to be quite greedy. Or is it this Magnus? No, Magnus is mid. I'm not sure we'll have space for it. What are they building? Spirit Breaker, Disruptor, Viper, Beastmaster, Clinks. Blink first seems good. And I would say either Force Staff or Yules could be good. A Lotus is very good. Lotus or Lincoln's is good late game. For support, mid game for Lotus could be a thing. It's not as common on Earthshaker, but like looking at the lineup, do I believe anyone else is going to do it? I'm not so sure. So I think it's going to have to be us. I would say like the Blink, let's say Blink, Kaya, Shard, Force Staff. You did do Yules. Though I think if you're going to do Yules, it should be sooner. Maybe before this Force. Or because we take out the Kaya. I think once we're at this point, I'm like thinking Lotus. Because we got to reflect like... In the late game, the roars and all that are pretty big. Wait, let me jump ahead to like... You said the lane was... Seemed good. Yeah, not too bad. For laning into a Clinks, we're a little bit ahead of him. Yeah, okay, we take that. So I guess we've kind of talked about the build. I guess it was more generic. Let me see how this game is looking to think about what we actually like really need. And then when do we start throwing? We never start throwing. It looks like it's a pretty even game. And then yeah, actually, I don't even know if they like pull it back so much as just start to pull a small gold lead, but this is actually not that meaningful. Like 5K at 25 minutes is still pretty manageable, and it, you know, it shows you guys managed. Where should we jump to then to start looking? Maybe just around here is fine to like start building more of a lead. Okay, I'm not sure how we ended up down here, but we do want to play with the Legion and away from the carry as much as possible. And we'll teleport to help the carry, but otherwise we try to make things happen elsewhere. So for example, we play top with the Legion, we try to find duels, and Natures can teleport to us. That will bait the enemy to respawn top and move away from our Muerta carry, which as you can see, because we're down here and everyone's down here, they're free to keep playing here and kill our carry. And up top, their carry, Disruptor's actually still here, but their carry is having an easier time than our carry, and we want to flip that script. Plus down here, it looks like you're playing into like a Beastmaster Viper lane, and that's a pretty rough lane. That is not a good time for you. All right, we get this. We'll call it a trade. 3-1. Doesn't feel good. Legion's getting a run in circles here. What is happening to her? Okay. So here we are top. When Legion respawns, she has duel. I'm very interested in helping her find that duel win. Great. We are a support. Can't skip detection. This guy's got invis, so we're gonna have to carry dust. You should also carry a sentry for the lane itself. I would buy those. I would buy like dust, double sentry. I'd buy a magic stick too. As you can see, you're starting to play with everyone a lot more. The last 2 minutes have been like a bunch of fighting. So if it's not a good magic stick lane, once people start doing things, it is a magic stick is good every game because people will use spells. So you will pick up charges. Once people start doing things, you want to grab one. I would still grab one here. I know it'll technically delay the blink, but the goal is that, oh, because I got the magic stick and get so much value out of it, I get a couple extra spells to catch back up and farm, or I win a fight because I had the regen to do it, you know? It pays for itself, so it won't really slow down the blink. So far, it's the enemy team making a bunch of plays. Okay. This is not always wrong, but this is wrong in this situation. So as part of creating action to distract from our safe lane, what is the action up here that will distract them? It's killing heroes and taking the tower. Currently, Viper is mid, Clinks came bottom, there's a Beastmaster here. He's actually dying. So there's only 2 heroes left. There's Disruptor and Spirit Breaker. Those are both supports. They're both weaker. So they actually won't do great defending this tower. If you do this pull, the tower is no longer under threat. Pulls are very good at the start of the laning stage and when you want to deny the enemy a lot. Like, oh, I can't push this tower, or you did take this tower, but you don't want to just let the carry farm the lane while jungling, so you pull to deny. That's good. But this is a moment where I want to punish the enemy for playing down here. I want to take this tower. I want to do damage to this tower. And the creeps will do the majority of the damage to the tower, not the heroes at this phase in the game. So this kind of pull, we actually missed a little bit, which kind of works to your favor. But because of this, these 3 creeps will not do a lot of damage to the tower. 4 creep... the amount of creeps that go to a tower is exponential, how much damage they do. So 2 creeps will do like 80 damage, 4 creeps will do like 300 damage, 8 creeps will do like 1300 damage. It ramps up for every single creep that goes into the tower and hits the tower, the damage goes up. So despite our team getting a kill down here, things fighting, notice this tower like barely took any damage. So that's actually a negative. We didn't like that pull. And then we ended up coming bottom. I kind of missed why, because I was looking all over the map. But I see us bottom a lot, which I am not liking. Oh, is I'm on the wrong hero? No wonder why. Okay, we got the Viper kill. So what do we do with the Viper kill, right? Let's go back. Good habit. Good Dota habit. Every kill you get, look at the time, look at the mini-map. So time, 14 minutes. What does that tell me? Power runes, which we just used to get a kill in the mid lane. So power rune, done. Off the check marks, the checklist. Wisdom shrines, 7, 14, 21, etc. Right? Looks like nature's is getting ours, and theirs, we're a little far, right? By the time we get there, it should already be secure. It should already be secured at this point. But in pub games, it's a little slow sometimes. So we could go. That'd be nice. But if we don't, no big deal. So time-wise, not a lot to do. You know, stacking all that, nothing really. Let's look at heroes now. Oh, Beastmaster, Clinks. Those are the 2 cores. Viper's the 3rd, and he's dead. So if a core is up here and a core is up here, it's going to be harder to push these lanes. The Viper was the mid laner, and we just killed him. And this tower's already a little low, actually. So to capitalize on this kill, after looking at the time and looking at the minimap, I can decide pushing mid is the play to bait a response. If I push top and Beastmaster defends, how much time does that waste for Beastmaster? Not a lot. He's already here. He's already farming. He's already pushing. He doesn't go anywhere to defend this tower. If you push this tower, if they do defend it, these heroes have to teleport over to defend it in time, which costs them opportunity. It costs them money and mana on the town portal. And now we just say, oh, I can't push mid anymore. Clinks came here. Okay, can you push bottom then? Because Clinks left. And then Beastmaster goes, oh no, my tower. So then he teleports over and you go, I can't push this tower. Hey, can you push top tower? Because Beastmaster's now gone, right? And then you push top tower. And now they're out of teleports on the different cores. So after you guys get this kill, and then Magnus goes backwards and you go backwards, this is a huge miss. This is like, what is the point of getting this kill? 400 gold, let's say, which is nice and all. But if you watch the gold movie, this is another 200 gold plus. If both of you push mid, you'd get 250 gold for this, and then you'd get like 600 gold for this tower, plus all the extra gold rotation we just talked about. 100 gold, 100 gold, 100 gold. Every hero that TPs, you get 100 gold. We're talking about 1,000 gold for that kill. But no one puts any pressure on that mid tower. You instead go to another lane, and they now matched you. So you guys got a Viper kill, they got a Legion kill. Neither team benefited whatsoever. We're dead even. That's why the gold lead is so flat for so long. You guys got the kills. You guys didn't capitalize mid, though. Let's see what they do to capitalize on this Legion kill. They also TP home. No one's doing anything with the kills. Okay, actually, they're looking to kill you next. Let's see if they take the tower after they kill you, or if they even try. So here's the kill. And the capitalizing on it is... Where's this guy? He's joggling, right? The creeps actually did a good chunk. This is why earlier I said creeps do most of the tower damage, right? The creeps did some tower damage. But if Beastmaster was here, this whole enemy wave is dead, and they're doing like half to 2/3 of this tower, if not the whole thing. And then 100 gold, 100 gold, 100 gold as you guys all TP in to defend, right? That's the real money gain we're missing. All right, 2 support kills. Look at time, look at minimap. Time, power runes, stacking. If I think I can do any of those and I think they're worth it, that could be something I head to. Power runes would probably be your big thing. Try to rush here, stack, pull, stack into the camp. I don't think you'll make it for the stack, but you can try. The big thing is, I would try to get to the power rune ASAP. You could try for a stack, like run over Fissure and do it, but then you might need Fissure for the power rune, and that's more important, so I would save it for this. The other thing is... push. This is a catapult wave and a large creep wave as well. This is a really good time to push the lane. And both heroes went backwards. But don't worry, the creeps are objective gamers. Do it for me, creeps. But if they had one hero to defend, a single spell would have saved this tower if one of them had come up to defend it. None of them came here. That's why if we push and we dissuade that single spell, that helps guarantee that tower goes down, which is good. Beast just kept killing me. He's having a good game. Yeah, he's like super rich. So far, though, I feel you're doing a lot of reactive plays. And I don't see you... I mean, it's not that you're not getting involved. You're 5-2 and 11. You're clearly getting involved. But how do I say this? The sign to me that you are being more reactive than proactive here is that there is not the follow-up. We're kind of talking about like, okay, after you get the kill, what are you doing, right? When you're reactive, there isn't a plan ahead of time because it's like, oh shit, this guy, like, I gotta go help him, you TP in. Like, I wasn't planning to do this, so then I gotta come up with the plan on the spot. So it's understandable if there's like a time delay. But when it's a proactive plan, it's like, hey, we're gonna go top. We're gonna smoke. We're gonna kill this guy. We're gonna take the tower, right? It's a step-by-step plan with the right heroes because it's my plan. Why would I pick the wrong heroes, right? I would pick the right heroes, go, do the thing. It's all following stuff. Off of these kills, I don't see us like moving to things. I just see it like, oh, it's done. Farm? Like, that's our, like, we're not sure what to do after that. In this game, the proactive play is with Legion Commander, Duel. We want to build up Duel. She's only at 20 right now, which is 2 duels. Natures can TP to us. He should do a lot of defensive stuff and show up. Magnus as our mid laner with a blink. We also play with him a lot. Every time RP is up for sure, But even without RP, he can use Skewer. So these are the 2 active heroes. These 2 will farm passively. She will continue to farm passively because she's the carry. And then he will join things with teleport. And after we make our plays, we will take over chunks of the map. The warding from nature is very bad. You should not let him have any more, if you can ward any better. If you can't ward any better, then you should think about your warding and check out the warding playlist to think more about where these wards should go. Because these are god-awful wards for what your team wants to do. I want to find kills with Legion. I want to find kills with Magnus. I need to see the charges coming in. I need to see the clinks coming in Invis. And all our observers are right here. And so I will not see anything. I will see no targets. I will see no smokes. I will see no charges. I will see no invis running over through our wards that have no sentries. We have to have deep vision. And Earthshaker is a roaming hero, so actually you should buy a lot of observers and sentries anyways. Even if you didn't have a Natures who is like ultra passive. A lot of 5s will not be able to move as much as Earthshaker with Blink Dagger. All right, RP and Duel both available. So we should go with them. You gotta steal and farm from your Natures. Him jungling while you and Legion move is actually the better play. All right. Let's come back in time. So I did say let's play with Legion, and we kind of came to Legion. Let's look at this. So going back to the idea of our warding, our team's warding. These are Nature's wards, but we are also the support. Magnus was buying some, I saw, right? As a team, poor vision. Clinks is here. So we're like, okay, we'll kind of make a play, 3 of us top. But it truly is blind. I really don't know what we're getting into. Just that Clinks is not here. Except that he could teleport and run in pretty quickly. He could also just twin gate. He's a very fast hero. So I'd really like to know where other heroes are before doing anything. We just kind of like walk in as a team. We see Beastmaster and Disruptor at the same time. But are they on their own? I don't know. Now, if we have the quick initiation, it might still work out. Legion does not have Blink yet. And you guys look at different targets. This is where it's a little unfortunate. You happen to look at Beastmaster. She's looking at Disruptor. So it was a bit unfortunate in that sense, but it turns out, look at that, 2 more heroes were here anyways, the Viper and the Spirit Breaker. So even if you guys had been coordinated, it still would have been a bad play in the end. They were prepared for it. They would have killed you guys. So this goes back to a couple things. 1, there was a point where you were just watching Nature's farm here, but we should be thinking about, are the lanes being pushed out? Because when the lanes get pushed out, they go to towers, and that will give us information to work with to know if there's 4 heroes here because no one is defending mid. But no one needs to defend mid because we didn't push in the lane hard enough because the lane's still just like in the front. There's no need to defend it yet. Should have been a little bit more patient on this. Let the creep waves get there, give you that information, and then you guys can attempt this kind of stuff. I've only been awake for 12 hours and I'm getting a little sleepy. Bro, I wake up sleepy. I'm ready to sleep again. 12 hours is not too... That's understandable. It's time for the nap. Actually, I'll be real, guys. I've been pretty excited. I've been in RuneScape. I've been working on the Coliseum. I've been pretty excited to try it. And when I wake up, I'm kind of like locked in. I've been waking up and trying the Coliseum a couple times. This has been helping me wake up. And I'm like, oh boy, time to try the Coliseum a little bit before I get into it. I don't like to start streaming too early because then like we have to eat in the middle. And also if we play and we're starting the stream at like even 10 a.m. It's like no one in NA can play. The queue times are 5 years long. Even when we start later, it's still pretty long. So I usually fill the time in the morning either doing fun stuff or working on videos and all that stuff. All right. Let's look for a proactive play from your team. Not just you, but just as a team. That involves us getting together and smoking. It involves pushing the lane, having smokes, having observer sentries, push lanes, go make a play. I'm just gonna play on a couple times speed. Let's just see where our team is. As a position 4 player, you have a couple options on this. One, you can farm greedily by pushing out lanes on your own. Two, you usually have a bit more power and more initiation than the position 5. That's not always true, but you're playing Earthshaker in this case. You have a lot of playmaking ability. So you, like, just push lanes and then go to heroes. A lot of this game we've seen so far, you're actually one of the furthest back heroes. Which means it's hard to, like, create that action. Now, I know in a pub game, it's like, well, Zach, I try. I'm like, Legion, can we go make a play? And she doesn't listen. I get that. The thing is, you have to try 5 times to succeed once. That's the team play in Dota. Reality is like, I call for 10 plays hoping that 1 will happen. That's just how it is. I don't expect every play to happen, but I have to set it up 10 different times and then hope that once it works, twice it works, 3 times it works, whatever, right? But I have to keep setting it up, knowing it will fail a certain amount of time. I keep pressing play Dota, even though I know I'm gonna lose a certain amount of games. The hope is that enough happen that it works in my favor. So we have to keep trying that, and this is one moment. Let's change the state of the game. This is a big time for it. We just got some kills. I've been highlighting a lot. The warding on your team, really bad. I've not seen anything on this half for like 5-10 minutes. That's why you probably feel you can't make plays if you feel that way. I have to go out now, right? They're dead. We must go out. Spirit Breaker and Beastmaster are alive. It's a little scary. I get that. So going with the team could be great. You know, push mid, for example, take this tower, and while you guys disperse off of that, play some wards, right? Nature's Prophet, he has teleport. He's alive. So let him push one of these defensive things. If you go to one of these defensive ones, it's pretty griefy for your own game plan. You want to be active. You're a low cooldown hero. To be active, we need to be near action. If you come split push when you have a global split pusher on your team, you're doing his job. He can't, like, he can try to go do your job, but then you can't do his job, which is to then show up. So if you go to one of these side lanes as the active playmaker, it's going to be awkward. Not that you can't ever do it, because that's how pub Dota goes. Sometimes you got to do it, but like it does not. It should be like one of the last things on my list. I really don't want to do it. I want to be the one pushing the closest objective. I want to be moving out, and I need a ward somewhere. I don't even care where you place it. For a pub game, it doesn't matter. I just need something somewhere on their half of the map that will live and will see if any farming pattern, and ideally an objective we would like. But again, I ain't being picky. I will take one observer anywhere over none for the last 10 minutes. So anywhere, as long as it is likely to live. I don't want to see it go on a cliff. I don't want to see it in the most basic spots. You have 2 observers, which is great. Let's get out and go stick some shit on the ground. God damn. We put it right here. You have another. We have a second shot at this. But it went right here, which you can place at any time. You can place while you're the only hero alive versus 5 heroes up, right? This is a defensive ward. This is the time to be aggressive. We gotta go with the other observer. We're jungling the ancient camp. Look at my team. It looks like you guys are losing. Look at where you guys are. This is like, God, we're losing so badly. Oh my God, we're 30k down. We're trapped. That's what this position is. You guys just wiped 3 heroes. It should be the other way. You should be here. Well, the towers are here, so it's like here, right? But we're here, and we're warding here. We gotta go! Move! Get in there! And this goes back to why, as any player, it doesn't matter your role. If the team does this stuff, which happens a lot, that's when you then have to go back. So earlier I said like, oh, I don't want to see Earthshaker go to this lane. But all the heroes, they go bottom for whatever reason, right? Like, well, okay, well, Earthshaker's got to go push out this lane. Like, that's just how it is. In this case, it doesn't matter who. I don't care if it's the carry who sees all this happening. I don't care if it's a support who sees all this happening. Damn, my team is not doing anything useful. I have to go do it. I have to go push a lane. Even if it's dangerous to me, even if I could die, someone must do it. And someone has to die to make this stuff happen if it has to be that way. So as Earthshaker, go hit this mid tower. Side lanes are safer because there's more escape routes. So if you could go to a side lane, that'd be better. But if people are pushing the side lanes and mid's the empty one, then I will take the risk as much as I think I can, right? You want to give yourself some chance to get away. Don't go to certain doom, but like nuke this creep wave mid and then get out so that your creeps can finish the mid tower. This is the mid tower. A single hero on your team who knew to push mid would have secured you guys an objective. None of you did. None of you thought to go do it. This dewarding is good. Don't get me wrong. You can do it now. After you nuked mid while they were all dead, safe to do, then you fall back because you're scared, you could have dewarded this. Now you have done it first. Now you're going to go push out after they've all respawned. Now you're going to die when you come out here. Before, we had a chance to live. Even though Spirit Breaker Beastmaster is scary. Now you are dead. So, 3 kills, 2 defensive wards. My team farmed this. Absolutely no progression. Anyone, all it takes, one person, and you'll start progressing. You can do it. Now that you know, now that I've roasted you a little, now you can be the one to do it on your own. Any of these guys, if they watch the videos and they start looking for this stuff and they build the habit, every kill, look at the time, look at the minimap. 2 kills. You guys lost 1 hero, you killed 2 heroes. And where are we? Where are they? Everyone just playing their own half of the map. This is why that gold movie exists. This is what happens a lot. Roast. Since I got coaching from your video, I've had 4 supports that fed first blood, then went and tri-lane the other lane. And 1 game where I have Wraith King a free lane and he rushed SNY. SNY is not the worst item, at least. It's not the worst out there. It's not the worst. I actually got to experience this as well. I played a Largo offlane the other day on stream, and my support left me. Right off the bat, they tri-lane top, and I was on my own for the first 5 minutes. I know it happens to you guys a lot, because I hear about it from you guys, but I don't always get to see it happen. I actually got to experience it. I was like, this is what it's like. I think we did okay. Like, I kind of filled my job in the lane, which was just to live and do my best. I think we lost in the end, because I think they tri-laned and they did not do a very good job, if I recall. Any advice on low MMR support 4 and 5 gameplay? I find it hard to focus both on harassing, denying, and playing can't pull game. It is tough. The habit you need to build, which goes back to focus, I guess, easier said than done, to help you get both harass and the pull, the real talent is looking at the clock. Because you keep looking at the clock. All right, we come to lane. We look at the clock. 40 seconds. So what does that mean? I need to go pull? Oh, no, I don't. Right? 40 seconds. How long do I have? About, I mean, if I'm a slow hero, I might need to start walking to the pull camps. But if I'm a fast hero, I have like 3 more seconds and then I can head to the camps. So I can harass and whatever. But I tell myself I've got 3 seconds. And then play. Look at the clock. 42. Is it time to pull? Is it time to block? It's getting there, right? I mean, if the camps respawn. This is 40 seconds, so no. If we're thinking about blocking, though, okay, play. Look at the clock. 46 seconds. Okay, I still have a little time. I know I'm a fast hero. It'll take me less than 10 seconds to walk to body block. Play. Look at the clock. 48 seconds. Okay, play. 50 seconds. Oh, I gotta go. Right? Like, in the lane, tell yourself the time. And if it helps to write this down, you can do it. But be like, work in reverse. So first, write down the times that matter for the camps. So spawning, the minute mark, right? Well, what about stacking? 53 to 55. Okay, what about pull times? 17:47. Think of those times. Then about 5 to 10 seconds it takes around those to walk to the camps. And then all the time in between, that's like free time, So it's like, okay, I play the lane in those times, and then I keep looking at the clock, and I keep looking and looking and looking. I'm like, oh, the number I have in my mind to go to the camp is 50. So once I see 50, I have to decide, do I need to go to the camp? Yes, then I have to go now. Oh, I don't need to go to the camp? Okay, great. I won't go. What's the next time I need to think about? I need to think about the pull at let's say like 1:17. Okay, so 50 seconds now, and then 1:17 is the next time. I have about like 20 seconds to do whatever I want, and then I gotta think about that pull camp again. So I play, look at the clock, play, look at the clock, play, look at the clock, and you have to keep doing that, and that will help you balance like this and this. But going back to the issue of losing focus, you have to keep looking at the clock, which is a lot of focus. So focus is its own separate issue. But then the skill you need is to like keep looking at the time to help you figure out like what you should be doing here or here. I wonder if playing something like Silencer and just orb walking for harassing would be easy to train the clock habit. Yeah, I don't really have... I think this is one you kind of have to just brute force. I don't know if there's like an easy trick for this. If one of you guys have an idea, feel free to pitch it. But like for me, when I need to build this habit, I have to go into the game telling myself all I'm here to do is look at the clock. I'm not even playing Dota. I'm actually just here to look at the clock. Everything else is autopilot. I'm a clock looker right now. If you ask me what time it is, I will tell you within the second. Like, that's all I'm doing this game. I don't care if I win. I don't care if I lose. I am literally just constantly looking at the clock. Look at the clock. Look at the clock. Look at the clock. Look at the clock. Right? And everything else is shit. I'm so bad at everything else because all I'm doing is looking at the clock because that is the skill I am building. And you have to do that for however many games it takes to build the habit. You have to make yourself do it and get bad at everything else in the meantime, but like you're working on the habit. And then you can tone it back because then the habit is built.
I don't like ads.
I too don't like ads. I'm sorry they have to be there. It is the age we live in. But thank you for subscribing, so now you don't have to engage with them. Yeah, I don't know. That's my take on it. I think you just have to like keep looking again and again and again and again. I think sometimes people, I've also heard you can give yourself reminders in the sense of like, let's say you're a core last hitting. Every time you hit a creep, you look at the time. And obviously you hit a lot of creeps, so you look at the time a lot. If that works for you, I think that's fine. Supports don't have something as easy because we don't hit creeps as much. But if you can attach some kind of behavior to that, like another one, okay, here's a habit. It's separate, but like here's an example habit. As a support player or any player, hey, I'm going to stack. Okay, I'm waiting. You know, there's like a second or two you have to wait before you stack. Oh, I'm supposed to look at the map and check heroes. Like, this is my time to do it. Click through the enemy heroes, look at their items, right? You associate stacking and jungling with checking the minimap, checking the items. Oh, I am going home. I clicked my fountain. You should associate your fountain with info gathering time, right? It's time to look at heroes. It's time to look at the map. Oh, I died. Dying should be like the ultimate sign to look for information, right? what people do, they look at their own teammates a lot, like, oh, whose fault is it I died? You should be looking at the enemies first and foremost, and then you look at your own teammates to see the good stuff of like, where's the item timings that are gonna line up, like what's our next play, not who didn't teleport to save me. But yeah, if you build those associations, maybe that will help as another trick. Whenever you breathe, look at the clock. I like it. I like it. That's on. When we do play with the eye tracker, that is some of the idea behind it. Because I think, and I myself included, when I'm watching these replays, I'm looking at the middle of the screen because I'm trying to see what you guys are doing because I'm not you guys. I need to see what's going on, right? In the same way, when a lot of players watch streams, myself, or you're watching Pro Dota replays, right? A lot of times you're just looking at the middle, seeing what's going on. But actually, a lot of the information and a lot of the decision making is happening here, and it's happening here. It's the time in the mini map. And that's why I got an eye tracker, and we use it sometimes to try to show like how often I'm looking at these, and I'm not even the best about it. But like from me, like from an average player to me, and then from me to like a pro, there's an increase in the amount of times people are looking at the time and the mini map and all that, which is not easy to tell when you're just looking at a replay because you tend to focus on the middle and you can't see what the player is like actually looking at. Barney Lord, thank you for the donation. I'm going to copy your match ID. That's perfect. We were just about to say we should got to pick our next one. Oh, Largo offlane Pog. Okay, actually, while this one's downloading, I'm going to be right back. Let me run some of these ads and then I'll be right back. I'm gonna get water and everything. What supports are good against Largo? I feel like once he gets Ags, I cannot kill him. Yeah, the Ags is pretty strong. If you have instant catch, that can be good. Because like once he starts playing, it's annoying, right? And especially if he has BKB. But for example, you hex him into a shackles. That happens to me a couple times when I play Largo offlane. If you can't play the songs, you're not getting healed, you're not getting all the value, and then you can be burst and killed. That's one way you could go about it. Anti-heal is pretty useful, though against core Largo, I think it's not as strong because he just goes damage and movement speed and kills you first. I think preventing him from playing is kind of number one. So the instant crowd control, silences, things like that seem to be pretty good. I also think soon the Ags will be nerfed. The Ag seems too strong to me for core Largo. What's your thought on Legion Ags? I don't like how soon Legions rush it. I really don't think this should be like a third item thing. It's better than it used to be. But I don't know. I feel like there's more useful items before Ags. I also think a lot of Legions treat it like BKB replacement, but I think they're separate use cases. Like, you're more free with the BKB than having to duel for it. I don't know. I think the Ag should come later than what a lot of Legions do. Okay, let's, where's that game we're gonna look at? I forgot to write it up here. Off lane. Not Largo. Ancient. It is Largo. Okay. Timestamp. Alright, so this one, had the worst loss. Game had us at 98% win rate and still lost. Couldn't push high ground against Sniper. How do we play this? Ooh, that is a rough one when we draw. Damn, so high up. But actually, why is it so high? Because it's not that big of a lead at this case. 10k. Okay, so I think this is a little skewed because you have like Spectre Warlock. So Dota Plus is like over favoring you more than it should. This is good. Like 10k at 20 minutes is great. I don't know if I would put it at 98%. That's pretty extreme. I still get it, though. I'd feel bad for losing when you have this kind of lead. Let's take a look at it. The fact, so I see the gold lead stop here, right? Starts to dwindle. So I kind of already know in my mind, I'm fairly confident what I'm going to see when I load into this is you guys trying to brute force high ground. This is all in the gold movie, if you feel like. If you got to spare 80 minutes and you want to check this out. I'm going to guess we're going to see you guys brute force the high ground, and you don't really farm the whole map that you take control of. This is a very hard high ground. I see you have Sniper, you have Disruptor. These are two very strong high ground heroes. There's any number of good high ground heroes. What we need here is a pick-off when they step out of the base, and otherwise, we kind of chill. Especially with the first Aegis. Second Aegis that has the banner, we can start forcing it a little more. We're going to jump here at the first Aegis. What it should look like, you guys take Aegis, you get deep wards down on the enemy's half. Wards that will survive. Not things on the cliff, not things that are super obvious. Wards that are going to survive to see the enemies scattered. Spectre stays on your own half of the map, farming every time she has ult. You guys kind of move as a group on their half of the map, but not actually pushing. And you're just waiting to see someone step out. You kill them, and you decide, is that enough to push high ground? Yes, go. No, then you keep farming. Then the gold lead would look like this. It would shoot up, and you would eventually win either from raw net worth or because you do find the pickoffs and you do close out the game. Instead, I think we will see you guys take Aegis, go high ground, lose the Aegis, repeat until you've lost control, essentially, which would only take 1 or 2 throws for a 10k lead. Oh shit, Tormentor! Let's go. All right. So from here, we can probably do this all on the mini-map. Looks amazing. I see all the towers down. We just did Tormentor at 20 minutes. So this is a really good state right now. Aegis would be a great follow-up. So notice the wards right now. We have 1. This one's pretty good. I'd like a nether on the bottom half. And all I'm looking to do is see them scattered. We push in lanes. We look for pickoffs. I see Sniper Disruptor top. I don't know if I could jump them because we're still missing some other heroes. Right, Razor's here too, so I actually think there's a lot of heroes top, except Juggernaut's bottom, I guess, so. And they actually do kill Spectre at the same time Viper actually just got killed. Okay, you guys get, what's his name back? Sorry, I guess I should switch to this screen again. Okay, so you guys are in this area. Supports, what do we got? Any wards? Lich has 2 observers. It's very important right now. Lich, otherwise, without you guys, should feel scared to push up on their own. 2 kills. You guys are next to Lich. Lich should feel very strong. We should be sticking a sneaky observer somewhere. This area is only so large, so a lot of observers tend to get killed here. If you want to try to put one in here, I don't mind. But otherwise, something in the triangle that's going to live. So something like back here, for example. Not on this cliff. If you want to do back here, you could do this little spot. It looks like it's the low ground, but it actually sees to the high ground, so it can dodge some sentries. I'm open to that. There's like some spots here that just see this area. I'm open to that. Save it till you get to the top, and then there's like any number you could use, right? You could use like here, anywhere like in this tree line that sees like a little bit of both. All tend to survive. We could put anything in top side. That would also work, right? A whole bunch of places. I'm noticing no observer go down right now. Kind of acceptable. It's at least not on the cliff. All right, so you guys are back up, right? All heroes are alive right now. So repeat what I just said. 4 of us stick together when Spectre has Haunt. Oh shit, Spectre does not have Haunt for 110 seconds. So nobody, don't force a play. Also, I just realized Spectre is going for Radiance now, is like delayed after these other items. Spectre's actually super weak right now. So you guys are actually farming for like 2 more minutes until Spectre has Radiance. And right now we're just farming. It's a little aggressive, but okay, kind of working. This is scaring me a bit. Okay, TPs instead of just smoking here. So we've spent 200 gold to try to kill Juggernaut. That could have been a 50 gold smoke this way. It worked. We'll take it. Does mean this kill, which is 500 gold, is actually just 300 gold, but that's okay. You guys are getting Roche. Give it to Spectre. Spectre's actually not a very... I would give it to Viper, this first one. Spectre is not an easy hero to kill. She will also not be the front line at this time. She's not going to be a high ground hitter at this time. Viper is the one to get most involved and be at the most risk of death. Most pub games just give the Aegis to the carry, though, so we're not going to worry about it. But I would say Viper would actually take this Aegis. Okay, see what you're doing? This is actually really dangerous. You have Aegis. This represents 5 minutes that your team is stronger by default, ignoring the net worth, which is like almost 10k for you guys. So obviously net worth is good for you guys. But Aegis means we should always be stronger because it's 6v5. Unless we lose a hero. So if you die and your death timer is 48 seconds, let's just round up to a minute. So you lose 1 minute on Aegis. And in that time, they have 1 minute to try to get another kill to now get, overlap 30 more seconds, get another kill down to 3 minutes. And pubs, there's always a little bit of delay. There's always a little bit of waste, 1 minute. I don't know what finger we're getting down to, but how much time are we actually getting the 5 minutes on this Aegis before we're not doing anything? Always be careful about these like split pushes, especially versus like a Spirit Breaker Disruptor kind of lineup, right? It's very hard to get away from being on our own if you don't have a BKB. So that was pretty risky. Go back to the original game plan we talked about before loading in. Spectre needs the Radiance, so we're not doing anything for 30 more seconds, at least. She's farming up the Radiance. See this map? We have 1 here. We need to move as a team, get another deep ward somewhere here. We want to control this area. Spectre should not be farming here. Spectre should be farming back here. She's the only hero who could join with Haunt. So this is all going to waste. and Spectre is stealing it from you guys. This is really bad farming from Spectre. It's preventing you guys from getting farm, and is not accessing the whole farm from your team's availability. This is like one moment right after Roche, so like, okay, we'll give it a pass. Let's see how long it continues, though. Look, some of you are trying to push high ground while others are going somewhere else. Very dangerous. If they have any deep wards, let's take a look at their vision. Fortunately, their wards are top. But you never know where their wards are. Let's say you guys do the same play top, but they actually do have the wards here, right? So then they see Viper here, and they see two of you potentially backing up. I think you're actually smoked in this case, so maybe it would be okay. But like, some heroes go back, some hero goes this way. Then they know, oh my god, why is there a Viper in front of our tower? Pretending he has his team with him, but we have ward to know they're not with him, so let's just kill him, right? And then we go back 5 minutes of Aegis, one free kill, lost a minute of our Aegis. We don't want that. So always be careful of scattering in front of the enemy's base. Like, there's no reason you guys have to kill the, oh my god, I gotta kill their creeps right here. Oh my god, they just spawned, nuke the creep wave. They can walk out a little bit. I was like, well, I know we want to trap them in their base, but like, let them, it's okay to walk out a little bit. I don't have to kill it that quickly. Kind of just scattered right now. The global hero is not being global. She's stealing farm from everyone else. This is why your gold lead's not growing right now, because you guys aren't actually farming efficiently. They're out farming you hard. And then, what do? With 3 minutes on Aegis left, the global hero is pushing the base. Without the full team, you're not there. Now, I know you're trying to, like, get the creep wave in, but, like, you know, whoever you want to point the fingers at, I don't care. Is it your fault for being here? Is it their fault for diving? Who cares? The point is, of the few ways for the enemy team to have an advantage when they're 10k down and you guys have the Aegis, is for 13k of the lead to be gone. And then they can always TP back, charge back, whatever. You have to just run back. There's a window. They are the team with the gold lead fighting in their own base. Oh, we had 5 minutes of Aegis. Where's my zoom in? 5 minutes of Aegis. 2 minutes were spent looking for things, and then we just threw the last 3 minutes away. So we used 2 minutes of Aegis to farm poorly. So it wasn't 5 minutes of having an advantage and farming and building a gold lead. It was actually 0 minutes. There was actually very poor utilization of that first Aegis. And that is why we lost 4k, actually. For getting the Aegis and having a 10k lead, we just lost 4,000 gold. Because the sequence that we went in was actually very poor. Spectre came in and stole the Aegis. Ah, okay. I see. So maybe you guys were trying to give it to Largo or to you, or a Viper maybe. How do I get coached? Yeah, optionally, you can donate for a guaranteed replay, but you don't have to. We just pick from the free chat replay randomly. I make no promises, but we do this stream pretty frequently, so over time, people who want replays eventually get it. If you have Ags, by the way, you can farm both these camps. Pretty much every camp has some, like, duo counterpart that you can farm 2 camps by running in between with, put Croca Genius on, play your song, play the Hot Feet Hustle, and then whichever one you want. Usually it's the damage amp. And farm 2 camps at once for your own efficiency. I can probably just leave it on this, and we just replay. Like, how often do you guys actually look for pickoffs and then push and grow a gold lead? Nice catchy lick there, by the way. My friend Warlock's also here, so he will take tips too. Don't trust that. The Lich is warding like okay. You guys need better wards. That's one thing for you on the Warlock. I know that was just like one moment we saw, so I'm not like reading that far into it, but the state of the game right now is the wards have to find pickoffs for you guys. That's how you should think about them. You don't want to fight over the wards. You don't want high ground things, cliffs, all that. I just need pickoffs. It should only be sneaky observers that live. There's another kill attempt like right in front of their base. We'll kind of allow it. This is not easy. Another thing to ask yourself is like, how easy is it to kill heroes? How easy is it to kill buildings? How easy is it to kill heroes and buildings? You guys had a gold lead. Let's go back to that time. 10k gold lead. Yeah, let's literally go back to that time, actually. Right? At this point, 10k gold lead. It is easy to kill heroes. Is it easy to kill buildings? Not that easy. Spectre is not a good hero for killing buildings. Largo is not a good hero to kill buildings. Warlock ult is pretty good. We'll accept that. Viper is okay. If he gets his shard, he gets a little better. But his build, it doesn't have the Dragon Lance. It doesn't have right click. His build is not good for taking buildings. So we are a very bad building hitting lineup. Even having a 10k gold lead, Spectre with 9k will take a while to kill the building, right? Because it's only 23 minutes in the game. We are dynamically ahead of the opponents. With all the changing net worths, we are ahead of them. There is a certain static amount of power in buildings that you have not passed. Which by default means when we ask ourselves, can we kill heroes and buildings, aka push a base that is being defended? The answer is definitely no, because I can't even kill the buildings easily with no heroes here. Obviously, we can eventually kill a building with no heroes here, but if you compare your lineup to like a Drow lineup, a Deso lineup, right? They would go way faster, which makes it easier to push while fighting a defensive team. When you have a really bad high ground pushing team, you need to find pickoffs. You need to farm the map more. Be willing to commit Warlock ult if you haven't, because it's like your best pushing tool, actually. But you probably use it to get kills. How far to back do we go? Is someone here? Oh, APOC. Hopefully I'm not butchering that name, but thank you. Thank you for donating. We'll definitely get yours next then. Also, I choose Charmander. Good choice, good choice. I think the starters, the initial starters, they're all pretty great. I like all the initial starters. Second starters are all pretty good too. I feel like, I'm trying to remember what the fourth starters were. At some point, I feel the starters were not made equally. I feel some starters were loved a little bit more than others. Some were clearly the favorite first child. Fourth were Piplup, Turtwig, and Chimchar. Right. I'm a Turtwig gang for that one. Have you ever thought about watching High Immortal Pro Play replays and making videos analyzing what they're doing at certain points? We did one. It's the most recent video. We looked at Whitemon. We're gonna maybe do more in the future. Last coaching stream, we took a we bounced between watching a replay and then we would go pull up a high MMR or pro game and watch an equivalent part. I've been exploring it more again recently. I did it in the past. Part of the reason I stopped, as expected, the viewership is quite low. I don't know if I just do a poor job, you know, thumbnail baiting people. If the video length is too long, people want to know how to be like a pro in 10 minutes. But these kind of videos tend to perform worse. Not that my channel is even that big, you know, like good viewership for me is not that big in the grand scheme of things. But even relative to my channel, these type of videos tend to not do so well. I don't have a full explanation. This kind of stuff, by the way. And for example, this is some of the benefit of going between pro replays and all that. You will see every pro offlaner hit one camp with the double song and run to another camp and farm both. So they just get twice as much gold as you. You should definitely work that in. Chikorita gets a bad rap for simply being a game in a game that doesn't like grass types. That is true. Grass types, they have it rough. Though if you think about it, I gotta say, in the world of nature, does that not make sense? Like, the advantage of plants is their mass amount. evolutionarily wise, right? They have very poor defenses. They're at the low end of the food chain. Perhaps grass Pokemon are the same. The grass types were not meant to be strong. There's just supposed to be like 50 defenseless Chikoritas, 40 get slaughtered, but the other 10 like go around. They make it through. This is the dark side of Pokemon world. Let's actually, as we close this one up before we move to the next one, let's actually speed through the enemy side so you can get an idea of how they feel playing this game. They're playing it relatively poorly. Spirit Breaker's doing his best, and so is Juggernaut to like split push. The other three are being extremely scared, like on their own half of the map in quite a lot of this. So notice they rarely move out to this half. Spirit Breaker and Jug are like, you know, they're pushing their limits getting out to here. And then you guys are also not making use of this half. You're actually both fighting over this half, which is why, again, the gold lead's not really growing, because you guys are not making use of the fact that you have control of 80% of the map. You're playing on the remaining 20% that they are also playing on. Spectre should never be with you guys. She should only be farming this stuff back here. And you guys should tactically push in. This goes back. This is kind of advanced. Most people don't actually think around playing spawn times, but it's a pretty high-level concept to be aware of. So, for example, you move in and you farm this at 50 seconds, and then you leave. It respawns at the minute mark, so they come in and farm it. Did we really stop anything? Not really. You come in here, you farm this 50 minutes, 50 seconds. You wait, it spawns, you farm it, you back out. They push in here. There's nothing. So depending when you take certain parts of the map, like you farm this, you are leaving it empty for 10 seconds versus leaving it empty for a minute, right? It's very different. So you can time it. Like, Zach, how do we play 80% of the map without losing heroes? That's the idea. You don't have to be as strict on the time as like a high pro level game, right? Move in here as a team, farm this stuff, back out, farm this stuff. Look at your wards. As you move back, look at your wards. Are they moving out here? Because you were here, you should have an observer, you would see them. So maybe you just smoke back and kill them. Okay, we fall back. We have an observer seeing nothing. We know top has farm. Top has heroes because they're not here. We move as a team here. We are looking for the fight. Oh, we don't find the fight? Then we take the farm. Oh no, we're giving them farm bottom. No, we're not. There's no farm here because we took it already. And when they move here looking for that farm, now we know. So we were here, now we smoke and we come over here. It's very tactfully. When I say like control the map, I'm not saying like literally play all 3 lanes, every jungle cam, right? That's impossible. And I wish I'd emphasized this more in the gold movie. But playing all the map is this like move here, take it, back out, move here, take it, back out. And you're just like cycling through that. And at some point you're going to clash into the enemy. And holy shit, we have a 15k gold lead. So that clash is probably going to work out in our favor. And then we will go high ground. Sorry, but Dota at this level is an individual game mostly. Good luck trying to convince teammates to do anything properly. So that is kind of true. But on both these teams, we can talk about pros and cons individually. There will be heroes who can individually do what we're talking about, right? Look at Spirit Breaker. Is his team being correct with everything they're doing? No. But he has been trying to split push to the extent of his capacity. Razor could do it, Disruptor could do it, Sniper could do it. Everyone could try to do it, but he is actually doing it. So there are elements that you can call in any game. Some stuff does require more team play, but there is a certain degree that you can do on your own. Plus, like we said in the last game, the point is to set up like 10 plays and hope one works out. Because I know, I also play the game, right? I know you cannot always get your teammates to do stuff, and that degree just changes. I know you guys think it's like, oh, at Pro Dota, you guys do it. Half the time I want to do stuff, my team doesn't. Half the time, there's 4 heroes here with the kill, and I'm like, Tormentor, 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 Tormentor. And they all walk away, you know? But I have to call it like 3 times, whereas you guys have to call it like 10 times. So I recognize that. Like, it does go up. But the degree of which it needs to happen also goes up. So like when my team doesn't do it, it's like I feel the same frustration, and you guys will too. Like no matter how high you go, you'll be like, oh, it gets better here, right? No, it doesn't. They'll still screw it up. So there will always be a degree that you just have to call the team plays, and they sometimes happen, mostly don't, and you just then individually do what you can instead. But like you have to know it's the correct thing, and you have to call it. If you don't do it, the people who are willing to do stuff but just don't know, they will also not do the right thing if you never call it. So it's very important to know the right team play stuff, to call the right team play stuff, and then to watch it not happen and scream into the void, but not into the mic to tilt them. Okay, I'm gonna just, you guys just took Roche. This will be our closing point. I was gonna say, you guys just took Roche. We'll play it fast to see like their view of things, but I see that you guys have taken Roche and you've immediately come high ground, which is what I said I expected to happen. So who's farming more right now? They actually are. Juggernaut's here, Spirit Breakers. Look, you guys have Roche. Both side lanes are on your half of the map, and he's cutting mid. They have lane control, despite you guys having Roche, despite you guys having stuff. Is that surprising? No, because you give up lane control when you consolidate onto a single point to get an objective like Roche on. You have to push out the lanes first. So this is a very common mistake. Get Roche, go straight into the nearest lane. It's a huge waste of time in most cases. It usually just leads to throwing away the lead, throwing away the Aegis. What should be 5 minutes of having an advantage usually ends up being 0 minutes of advantage. In fact, it ends up being a negative, because a lot of times people just throw on the high ground. They get overconfident with the Aegis, and they actually give away gold, much like you guys did with your first Aegis. Even from what I've said, notice a lot of their play is still on their half of the map. And the feeling I want you to get from this, the reason we're watching their perspective instead of our own perspective, is like all the areas they are too scared to go to, that's ours. And we're not using it, like, at all. Spectre is not farming. I don't think Juggernaut or Spearbreaker has ever made it here, right? They have rarely made it down here, though sometimes they do, right? So there's a whole chunk of farm that should be our team's, but is currently not, because we are brute forcing it into the sniper disruptor. As you identified, very hard to push into. And I suppose the end lesson is, when the high ground looks very tough, the answer is not to high ground. The answer is to play the map until someone screws up, you kill them, and it's usually the hero that is making the high ground hard, right? This sniper, for example, he gets bored of being in the base. He eventually waddles on out of there, and then you go get his slow ass. You kill him, and then you can go high ground. Okay, let's back up. Wait, actually, I've had one more thought. One more thought. Because you guys eventually lost this. At some point, the death timers get so long that when you win a defensive fight, you can just run down to the enemy's half of the map. It looks like it is not this time, because Sniper definitely had time to do it, and he did not. All right, where is it? Come on. See you guys. Aegis gets taken, heading straight to that mid lane. Oh, a deviation this time. We smoked. And now we're back, straight to that mid lane. Once again, still over 3 minutes of Aegis. And we are immediately bashing our head on this mid tower, which has not yet even lost half its health yet. Now, I believe what I came back to see is that we're at the phase of the game where now when you lose the fight, they will just run down to your half of the map. Pew 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 blammo. Pew 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 pew. Okay, he's done it. And now waddle 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 waddle. Okay, go out of your way to catch the Watcher. Why not? Waddle. God, stop jungling! Waddle waddle. Oh, thank God I got a haste rune. Waddle 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 waddle. Holy fuck. Brother, they're all dead. What are you doing? Oh my God. All right, second time's the charm. But anyways, you see what they did, which is they killed you here and then they still sort of made it to your base. Could have made it a lot faster if they would just follow the most direct path. The creeps know it, but damn, Sniper doesn't. Anyways, they could have made it here, taken your buildings. You guys want to do the same thing, but like 30 minutes ago, right? At that point, the death timers are a lot longer. So like you can't kill them here and make it. But the goal is that when you kill them anywhere on their half of the map and it's like 30 seconds of death time, that's enough to walk in and have 10 seconds of hitting the tower. And then you back out and you repeat. Okay, wait, farm, grow the gold lead. Some point, someone's going to walk out. And when they walk out, we will walk up. We'll hit the tower for a few seconds and we'll back out, right? You don't have to win the fight here in the same way they did not have to win the fight here to take the barracks. You just need to win the fight somewhere and then you go when you have the hero advantage. Do people tend to send you matches they think they did well in or poorly in for coaching? I think it's mixed. I think most people default to putting something that they did poorly in. I think that's more natural. Sometimes people send in games they do well. Usually it's still with the questions like, hey, we won, but I really don't think I deserved it, or like, I don't even know how we won. That's fine with me. Occasionally we get a game where it feels like someone is just trying to flex, but like, I don't really care / I don't really read into it very much because like, well, I don't know. It just didn't like, I don't know. Okay, you're doing well in Crusader. I'm glad, you know, like, no offense, but like, what are we doing then on a replay stream, you know? Like, there's no point to me, so like, it doesn't really bother me. I tend to just move on from those games relatively quickly. But I think it happens quite rarely. I don't think people usually come here to do that. I think our community is pretty good. Reminder for anyone new that wasn't here the last time I said it. I am collecting Crusader games to make a Get Out of Crusader video, or I'm going to at least take a look. I'm not going to promise how far I get into it, but I am beginning that collection process. So if you're a Crusader or Archon player, I might combo them. I might do them separately. I haven't decided. I guess we'll see after I watch it all in my free time. We may or may not watch the games on stream, but I will be collecting them all to watch at some point. So if you are in those ranks and you'd like to share, please do. All right, let's timestamp this one. Invoker mid. We won the game, but I felt like it was way harder than it should have been. I wonder if it could have been simpler. Let's see. Looks like we have to come back from a deficit, which 12K at 25 minutes is pretty rough. Pulled it back. And then I see what you mean. Woo, 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 woo. Here at the end, it was an uphill battle for you that we almost tripped on. I'm gonna guess it's very similar to what we just finished talking about in the last replay, which is that to end the game, brute forcing it is not usually the best. And looking at, well, let's look at both. Your lineup is not a very good tower hitting lineup, right? Slark and Razor are very good and have, They have abilities that benefit from hitting heroes, not buildings. Invoker is a backline spellcaster, and you do have like Alacrity and the Forge Spirits, but I mean, late game, you know, they're going to kill those pretty easily, and you don't really want to be exposing yourself like that. So you guys are not good at hitting buildings just, you know, right off the bat. After you steal a bunch of stacks, like sure, but just straight up pushing into a building, not that good at it. And their high ground defense, pretty good. Axe Call, always very scary. Ice Blast, very scary. BKB Piercing Stun, very slippery heroes to like split waves, defend, stuff like that. They don't have good wave clear that is like safe, besides like Ice Vortex, I guess, which is quite slow. So that's something you have going for you. But otherwise, your ability to push high ground is quite hard. So you're supposed to also find pickoffs, especially with a bounty hunter and a lion, right? This is a find pickoffs first lineup, and then from wherever we find a pickoff, go push the base. Honestly, they are kind of the same, except that Weaver and Anti-Mage are a little bit better at chipping down buildings, especially Weaver. They can brute force it a little more than you guys can, though they would also benefit from finding pickoffs and then going high ground. Now, I know it wasn't your initial question, but let's actually see where they throw. I think it's right around now, because they have like a 12k lead, right? Anti-Mage is huge. Now, if I had to guess, they might throw trying to go high ground or force some kind of objective in a way that they're not supposed to. It looks like you guys have all your tier 2s, so maybe it's not high ground. I think the throw is soon. It's just a 5-on-2 that he willfully engaged in and then lost. So that was arrogance. More than anything. You guys got so much gold back from that. For the record, these are the kind of games where the anti-mage player, like, you'll get comments of like, I'm huge, my team fucking sucks, they're why I can't climb. This kind of mistake is literally game losing. Like, when you're given this kind of lead, like anti-mage has this amount of gold, you're not allowed to make mistakes. Like, that is what you need to do to win. That is your equivalent output, right? The other people can die way more. Like, oh, I'm anti-mage, I only had 2 deaths here. Yeah, they were the worst 2 deaths of the game. You know, like, you are not allowed to do this. This kind of death here that lost them 7k. Like, that's the degree of death that this anti-mage had. Other people dying are losing like 500 gold. This death was like an 8,000 gold death. So when you're ahead, you have to be very smart about what you do. And this was not very smart. And it was a very painful mistake. You have more responsibility when you're doing well, I guess, is what I'm getting at. Depending on the game, you sometimes have more or less responsibility to win the game. And over a long course of time, it evens out. But some games, you are given very little responsibility and you just have to do a little. Like, you get sacked as an offlaner, you're like, I just gotta survive, that's my job. And then some games, you're given everything, and then you must do everything. That's what it takes to climb. You have to do your part in the game. And you can't look at like one game where you're like, I was doing well, but then like I didn't win, so it's my team's fault. It's like, you had to win the game. That was your game to win. Okay, so that was you guys coming back. So at this point, it's now pretty even. I don't know if you guys know that off one fight, you guys are like 10k back in the game. I think we might jump ahead a little bit since it doesn't look like you're really at game. Let's look when like we can actually take tier 3s. Let's jump to that. Let's see like the tier 2s fall and all that. They have Aegis. Let's see them throw Aegis or not use it properly. 100 seconds on this Invoker death, by the way. So it doesn't matter where they kill Invoker. They can now go to a lane and push. And they... Notice these two are just waiting here for them to finish taking this tower and then show up. They could have TP'd here, which means they have a lot of time to go push other lanes. Notice where Razor is. Like, the enemy team is all down here wanting to take this tower. The way to keep even in this game is to be pushing these other parts, which is probably something Invoker should have done too. We kind of just jumped here, so I didn't see what happened. Instead of defending this tier 2 when they're all here, you're supposed to go play the other parts of the map and lose your tower. All right, so you end up buying back. All right, Anti-Mage just dies. He ate an Aghanims? Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. So there, how long did they have in this Aegis? I actually forgot to look when you guys killed him the first time. All right, he has 2.5 minutes to make use of this Aegis, which he had found a kill. They forced a buyback. That was quite a lot of progress. And then they felt like, oh, we still have to take this right now. They had tons of time to just back out. You have another 1.5 minutes to find kills, and then you force it in the last minute. So this, too aggressive, and also a huge waste of money in eating the Ags. I don't know if he even needs the Ags. It seems like a waste. Anyways, we saw this. They dove too hard. So now it's our turn. All right, so you guys win the fight here, and you rush it straight down mid, which is something that can always happen here. This is good from you guys. And all the lanes are pushed in, because that's your job. You're the Invoker with Boots of Travel. We should have all the lanes pushed in, which you did, and you guys are here now. Slark has what? Not as many stacks as I thought he might. Feels a little greedy to maybe go for multiple barracks at the same time. I'd recommend finishing mid first and then going for bottom. I see that we did not learn our lesson from them diving our base. We're now diving their base before finishing any actual objectives. Ruh-roh. Almost lost our Slark to the Anti-Mage. That would have been bad. Oh, he messed up his blink. Thank God. All right. Could have been an easy 2 barracks, but due to our diving, we also made this game very hard. That's first lesson. Just hit the buildings. This is still going. This is years long. If you've got any micro in you, send the Forge Spirits to a separate lane. So, like, you can use them to help you hit buildings, but then split pushing another lane, especially if it's not pushed in, is a great use of Forge Spirits. So then top lane can be chipped away while all this shit's going on. You and your opponents are all focused on this and not looking at other lanes. Whole bunch of time hitting heroes. Don't worry, creeps are objective gamers. They're doing it for us. This, because the original question is like, this felt harder than it needed to be. This is the hardest way to close the game out. You guys and the opponents are choosing the hardest way possible to end the game. That's why it feels hard, because you are choosing extreme difficulty, lock in, and you're like, damn, it's hard. It is hard. This is the hardest way to do it. The easiest way to do it is to find the pickoffs and then push buildings when they're dead. You guys are trying to get the kills in the base, which is always going to be harder and offer the most ability to throw, which is what they did, and which is now what we're trying to do, though you did manage to get 2 barracks and maybe the megas. Again, not a very good tower hitting lineup, especially when we get Ice Blast killed. At this point, we just back off and look for pickoffs. So, okay, to talk more about that. At this point, you guys are really good, right? Despite everything I said, flaming a little bit on the dive. Map-wise, what do we have? 2 barracks. What do those 2 barracks represent? Bottom, there we go, and mid will always push in our favor. Plus, you are Invoker. You have boot to travel. So you have a lot of global avenues. You're a super fast hero. You have a very easy time pushing in lanes, even if you didn't have 2 barracks. So it's like turbocharged. Mid and bottom will always push in. What does that mean? We will always have information on where the enemy heroes are to find pickoffs, because someone has to deal with mid and bottom, so we know when they're in the base or out of the base and where they are in those lanes, because they have to push creeps. All we have to do is play top. This is the last lane of barracks for us, so every time Roche lines up with top, it's perfect. Like, all we do is camp this area, let these lanes push in, and when they step too far out, we smoke and run over.
8,730,000,900.
Hey, Corbin, thank you. Wait, I'll mute that so it doesn't read everything out, because I'm going to read it again once we get to it. Thank you. We'll get to yours. I actually want to grab one from chat after this to make sure we bounce between the donations and chat. But then we'll get yours next. Yeah, so we find pickoffs, right? Anywhere. If they're in the top lane, I don't really care, you know? But like it's most likely bottom. As they push out the lanes out of the barracks and we have 1 or 2 wards in this area, we see where they are trying to push out in the base. We're camping top, but then we just smoke over and we go kill them. Any kill anywhere on the map, right? You were dead 100 seconds here. If you kill them in your fountain, you will walk straight down this way and you will still have over a minute of time of that hero being dead. It does not matter where on this map you find the kill. Any kill is good. And make it an easy kill, which is why you want it out of the base. You and your opponents have tried the hardest. The hardest kills to get are everyone alive in the base like this, right? When we did this. That is the hardest way to do it. I suspect, since you told me this game felt hard, you guys are going to try to do it here. You're going to try to find the hero kill here, the hardest place to do it. But you have all of this map to do it instead, where it is far easier. Which, going back to then your hero and talking about your itemization, I see you queuing up an E-Blade. Let's look. He has a BKB and he has Reflect. This guy does not have a BKB yet, probably should. This guy's got a BKB and Lotus. This guy has a BKB. I wouldn't have been surprised to click this guy and see BKB, but he does not have it. 3 of the heroes you want to kill already have BKB. This Lotus, or this E-Blade is not going to do very much. So in the same way this guy's wasting money, you're about to waste your own money if you commit to this E-Blade. Scythe, when we're talking about this idea, it's like, I just need 1 kill. I need a kill anywhere on the map. Scythe from Invoker, who can assassinate people because you have so much damage on your own, but you also have heroes to help you get kills. Scythe to bypass those BKBs and crowd control them before they can react is going to give you far more value to close out a game than an E-Blade, which they can just ignore at this point. All right, let's see what we do on the mini-map. Do we play the map and look for the pickoff? We force high ground 3-on-3. We're getting there. You took the tower. All right, now we're backing out. We're backing out. People are spawning. Okay, so do we play the map now, right? That's a good observer ward. See if we can get any more. You're stealing farm with your, like, Radiance Invis build. You're kind of going on Axe on your own. I have no idea where the enemy team is, but I know for sure your team is not near you. Is that a good play then? We essentially just took a random guess. Do I think I can solo kill Axe? Or what if heroes jumped me? There was a lot of risk to you and a very low chance that actually worked out. It doesn't seem like they've capitalized on it, so, worked out. Other games, maybe they do have a ward up here. Maybe they do see you guys split up. You want to minimize these kind of risks. This is a very dangerous play you just made. I would say it's not worth it at all. There he is, BKB, run out. So on one sense, like, oh, I used the E-Blade, I forced that BKB. You probably could have killed him with the Scythe. He certainly wouldn't have made it all the way to his base, where you then chased, and now you actually died instead, because finally his team reacted, right? They weren't here, but they did have time to eventually show up. That was very greedy from you when you knew your team was not there, but if you change your itemization, that actually would have worked out. Though the correct play would have been to get the Scythe, and then still not go for that play and wait to get more information. This is the information. Someone will show when these lanes push in to defend. So in a few seconds, your mid lane will also make it further in. Someone will show to defend it. That will let you know, right? Right now, let's say, now Axe is here, but like, let's say Axe was here and you were in the jungle. You were jungling, right? You're watching. You're stalking. You're being a little creepy. You're looking between the trees. You're looking at Axe. But then you're also looking at the minimap and waiting for people to show up to defend these lanes that are pushing in your favor. And then you see him and now you're like, Axe is mine now. Now you know. But you wait for that before just going. Then you will limit you dying. In the same way I flamed the anti-mage earlier, like his death was really bad. His was worse than yours, but you are top net worth on your team, right? So your kind of death in this situation is pretty bad. And we need to reduce the odds of that kind of stuff happening. All right, who got... Oh, that was Tormentor. Thought I heard Roche. So earlier I said when Roche is going to be on the same side, and then the last barracks, and they're on the same height, it's great. So really, our team should have just been like playing top, and then maybe your bottom with the boots of travel, pushing out with the forward spirits and stuff, and staying really safe. You can just TP top. You would get this, and then we have 5 minutes. We'll say 3.5 minutes to like find a kill, 1.5 minutes to force the last barracks. You wouldn't take it and immediately go to the barracks. Let's see who actually ends up doing it. I'm gonna say from both your perspectives, this is bad. All right. Actually, okay, maybe not. Maybe I missed it. Okay, Weaver, Anti-Mage top. Do either of them have Boots of Travels? No. Weaver, Anti-Mage top. AA showing there. We got 2 heroes missing. You're walking in the creep wave. So first of all, this is really dangerous from both of you. This is a bad idea. You should send forward spirits through the lane and you stay in the jungle so that the creeps will show you information. The creeps would have shown you Axe making a bad play. You're in here, you see Axe, he doesn't see you, he doesn't know to Lotus, he doesn't know to BKB. You run in, now you hex him, you kill him. You wait, you call teammates over, you follow him before he's going to blink out when he clears the creep wave, if he's any good, right? As this creep wave is dying, you initiate, you hex him, and you hope in that time a teammate is close enough, right? You get to make the good play when you stay out of sight and let the creeps and the forward spirits push for you. Instead, you're both running into each other at the same time, which is a bad play. And now it simply comes down to which hero is stronger, which could be you, and if you're the strongest hero in the game, it's usually okay. But there are times where it's not. And when there's multiple heroes in question, that's when it's really unsure. We have not seen Primal Beast yet. Are you, as the strongest hero, about to kill Axe? Or are Axe and Primal Beast about to kill you? We don't know from your perspective, and that makes this a bad play. From their perspective, let's find out. Axe is completely on his own, and he knows this, and he is still running ahead of his creep wave. He should do the same thing we just said you should do. He should be in the trees, jungling, watching the creep wave for you to show in. He would see Ghost Walk affect these creeps, and then he gets to decide, do I blink call the Invoker in a creep wave and try to kill him and call my teammates over and send the Ice Blast, or is he too strong and we just get out? both of you should not be doing what you're doing, but we are, right? So you can kind of see, like, if either one of us learns to not do this, we have a huge advantage in the opportunities given to us. And again, all we need is a kill. If Axe kills you, his team can take Roche, ignoring the 2 deaths that already happened. If Axe makes a smart play and kills you, he gets Roche, he gets to push buildings. If you kill Axe, you might get Roche, you might get to end the game. This is like one instance where it just comes down to like how we choose to split push lanes that could win us or lose us games. Is Radiance Invoker a thing? It's a little bit of a meme build, but it kind of works. I mean, like, in a pub game, right? Like, yeah, Invoker's a top nef. It does work to a degree. It is a little bit of a meme, which is why pros don't do it, but you have a lot more flexibility in pubs. These are what I usually refer to as coin flip plays, which is that we don't have enough information and it's going to work or it's not going to work. And I don't know, but I'm just choosing to flip that coin and hope Axe is on his own. I don't know that he's on his own. If I knew he was on his own, it's a good play. If I know he's not on his, if he's not on his own, it's a bad play. I have no information and I'm going to do it anyways. That's a coin flip. If you want to gain MMR, you want to do as few coin flips as possible. You coin flip when you're really losing and you have to coin flip. But when you're winning, when the game is even, right, you want to make smart plays. You want to get as much information as possible and choose the right plays. This kind of split pushing is good once when you're waiting for heroes to be killed, but you actually killed the Axe, and then Lion got the Primal Beast. You guys are stronger right now. I know they have Aegis, but that's just like one thing. So right now, you guys should group and push. Are we going top? We seem to be. This is good. Before you left, you should have summoned Forge Spirits bottom, by the way. Every time before you leave a lane, summon Forge Spirits, throw a tornado down the lane. That's a very good... I mean, the tornado can depend if you're, like, joining a fight or whatever, but... Forge Spirits pretty much every time, no exceptions. And a spell to push the wave, depending on the reason you are teleporting away. If you are teleporting away for safety and farm and whatever, you should pretty much always throw the spell if you can safely. Tornado, meteor, stuff like that. Ice wall, then get out. If you're teleporting to a fight and you're saving spells for that, then that's fine. You don't usually use Forge Spirits in a team fight because at this point, Forge Spirits get killed super easily, so they do very little in most team fights. And that's why split pushing with Forge Spirits is far better. Okay, despite them having Aegis, you guys found 3 kills, and so then you get to finish the game. This is a good example of you don't even need Roche to win. You could lose with Roche. It is all about finding the right fights in the late game to make the push easier. Look how quick this was, because there's only a few heroes defending, so you guys could just come in and take the buildings. Before, how long they dove and fought and how it took ages. Then you guys did the same. Forever we fight in here because we haven't gotten those kills. God, Radiance Invoker is weird. It's not that bad. It's not the worst thing you could do. I actually think it is a meme, and I would like it a lot more if you got the Scythe, because I feel like that's the whole point of this build, is like invis pushing in lanes to then get pickoffs, which is why I like the Scythe. I like it anyways on Invoker anyways, but I don't think it's that bad of a build. I wouldn't really want it at the same time. Like, if it was on my team, I would prefer regular Invoker. But I'm pretty open. We pretty much got megas by killing 2 cores, he said, but I feel like it was more of a coincidence. Exactly. So here's the thing, and this applies to all ranks. We also talked about this a little bit earlier. Proactive versus reactive play, right? The reason you feel like it was a coincidence is because you guys just like, oh, I guess we killed him. I guess we'll go get buildings, right? It wasn't the game plan for you guys. Hey, play the map, find the kills, and with the kills, we can go get megas. Then it would have felt intentional to you. It would have felt like this is the plan. It would have felt fast. That's the kind of proactive play that will help you climb in Dota. And you don't have to have the perfect game plan to like solve everything at once, right? Dota is it's a step-by-step game and a step-by-step improvement plan. Start in the laning stage, right? My goal is good equilibrium. So I am proactive about setting up the pull camps, and then I see it happening, I go react accordingly, right? It's part of the plan, and so it happens. Not like, I don't really know what I'm doing in this lane. I'll just attack and see what happens. Oh, and I guess I did this pull. I guess it worked out, right? Like, that's more random. We're not as prepared to act on different things because it's not our intention for them to happen. They just happen to happen and we react to it. When you react to stuff, it's not always as good, right? The goal when you make a plan is you make a good plan, which is part of the learning process. You don't make bad plans, but you can only do that by trying and you learn. But eventually you reach a point where your plans are generally good, whereas reacting can be quite bad. Reacting, not that it's always bad, but like you have much less time because it's a reaction. You have to quickly look at it and decide, is this good or bad? You're more likely to screw it up. But if you have the plan ahead of time, it's more likely you created a good plan, and then it will be intentional. Trust the process. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Very in-depth review. I'm glad you liked it. I saw Invoker mid. I was a little worried, but fortunately your question was more about late game stuff, which actually is not very Invoker specific. So I was able to help out a little bit more on this one. Oh, a super Zat. Thank you. Okay, hold on. Let me write these down real quick. We definitely can't review all these on stream, but I will save them. Any Crusader and Archon players, if you want to send me some replays, I cannot look at everyone. Today, the goal is not to look at Crusader and Archon specifically. Debating if Wednesday we want to make that our goal, but I am accumulating Crusader and Archon replays to make the to start looking over them and accumulate examples for what we want to do in the how to get out of Crusader video, which I'm still kind of thinking on of like what the key lesson should be. This is part of the reason I stopped that series, is I couldn't figure it out, and I think I kind of have an idea for it. If you guys have those, send them in. All the other ranks, still feel free to put your games in, because today is not strictly about the Crusader. I am just saving those games for the future. Watch them off stream, I guess, while playing RuneScape. We had a lot of good questions and examples of ending the game and such. I'm trying to find a replay that is, I think we should do a different topic. It's clearly an important topic and is a common mistake, but I feel like we'll start repeating points quite a lot. Where are we sending them in? You can just send them to me here in the chat. If you want to send them on Discord or anything, that's also fine. Like if you play the games later, you can send them to me on Discord. You can email me if you want, YouTube comments, whatever. Any VOD viewers, feel free to hop in on it. You can just put it in the YouTube VOD comments. I might make a post later. Okay, here's the thing. I feel I bait my YouTube community sometimes because I'll post some. Like the recent one was Duo Q Heroes, and I never made the video. Sometimes I request stuff, and then something happens that sidetracks me. I decide not to do the video, or I get onto other stuff, and I just don't get back to the video. So I feel like I keep doing that, so I didn't want to make a post for it, and then once again, not make the video. But I feel like I can do it here on the live stream. It feels a little different, you know? All right, we're going to do this one. It's a different question than late game stuff. Wait, what's the topic? No current topic. But in the... I don't know if Wednesday it's going to be topic so much as rank, but I want to start watching a bunch of like Crusader games to see if I see like a common mistake to turn into the how to get out of Crusader video. What it will likely be is actually just an accumulation of different things. This is why I struggled with the video. There's actually not really... how I feel about it, and maybe after I watch it, maybe I'll have a different conclusion. From always doing these replay streams, I don't think there is a common thing I can point to on Crusader. Crusader, Archon, Legend, to me, there's such a wide range. Like, your average skills put you in Crusader or Archon or whatever. Some people are really good at laning. Some people have really good map awareness. Some people are, you know, whatever. But the skills are not even. There is some skill that is bad. And all the Crusader players are different, and Archon and everything. And this is true to like every rank to a degree. But I feel like Herald Guardian, there's some baseline that you hit when you get out of Guardian. It's like, okay, I kind of understand lasting. I kind of understand this, right? You start to have a basic floor. You're not seeing as many Luna off lanes and stuff, right? People kind of know stuff. But what do they know? Who knows, right? It's so random, and that's why they're like, how can this guy be Crusader? He's so much worse at laning than I am, but he's so much better at you in something else. And so Crusader to me is like, there's a whole bunch of skills, and you just have to bump whatever your worst skills are up. And it's hard to say which skill that's going to be because all the Crusader players are different. So I'm just going to, I think what's going to happen is the Crusaders video is going to highlight a bunch of impactful different mistakes. And it's like, whichever these are that are you, work on it. If you think you do all of these, you probably don't. But maybe then it's something else, you know? But like, I think that's what the video will be. Herald and Guardian, I had a clearer idea of like, these are the things that are really lacking in this rank. And I have another clear, like from Divine to Immortal is a clear idea in my head. This middle ground of Crusader to Ancient is very messy in my mind of what mistakes happen at different ranks that are like, this is what's keeping you in Legend, this is keeping you in Ancient. It's like, it's a mistake, you know, but it's like, it's a wide range from this section, and it's tough. For me, anyways. What's the clear idea from Divine to Immortal? You probably know everything you need to know. You need to do it faster. You need to do it more proactively. you need to bump it all up a little bit more. I know that doesn't sound as helpful, but realistically, if you can make it to Divine, you're already in the like 95th percentile or whatever. It's really not that much more to go to 96th, 97th, whatever Immortal is right now. It is just, there is a, especially depending on your region, NA and small player base regions, there's an extra bump because Immortal is a special thing. So you have like, you have a bunch of try-hard Divines trying to get to Immortal the first time. You have a bunch of old Immortal players who don't give a shit anymore sliding down. You have a bunch of account buyers who want Immortal. You have a bunch of Smurfs who are boosting an account to get the Immortal badge to then sell it. Immortal is like this gateway where there's a lot of different things reaching in. And then if you're playing in a small player base region, Crusader going up to Archon, you play with like Crusader players a little bit below you, Archon players a little bit above you. Smaller player base, especially NA, you go from like little Divines here, little Divines here. You get to like Divine 5, you're like, I'm getting close to Immortal. Play some Divines here. That guy's ranked 2000. You know, he's like, whoa, way over there. So your game of which you have to perform in goes from like, oh, we have a little bit of a range like this. Divine to Immortal is like, woo, we have a huge range that you must now navigate. Sometimes you have to beat a guy who's 2,000 MMR higher than you at his peak, and now he's just goofing off. He doesn't give a shit. But when he's annoyed at you, he'll turn it on and like go way past. The other guy, you got to carry this like account buyer way down here. Immortal to Divine, huge range. You got to deal with that. But then in like the actual games where you have like Divine Immortals, you just have to play faster. It's not like some brand new information you don't know, but like, oh, I got 7 out of 10 last hits. That guy gets 8 out of 10. You know, you just got to push faster. Oh, I knew I had to pull. That guy knew he had to pull too, but he was there 2 seconds faster, so he actually did it and you missed it. You know, it's a lot of the same information. You just need to actually pull it all in as quickly as possible. Anytime we do Divine coaching, I need to redo this timestamp because we did it and I immediately rambled. Anytime I do coaching with Divine students, if I pitch a question and I help to give insight, like, hey, look at the mini map. What do you think we should do? Hey, look at this. What do we think we should do? Divine players almost always come up with the same correct answer as Immortal players. It's whether they prompted themselves to do it and how quickly they did it, right? Like in the coaching, I already saw it and they haven't seen it yet. But like once they know, they came to the same conclusion I did. It's just a matter of doing that. The lower ranks, it's different. You know, it's like, I literally have no idea, right? It's like, I don't know enough game info to figure out the right thing here. And that's fine. Like, that's the rank. But the Divine, like, you know it. You just have to, like, feel it as well. You got to, like, do it. You got to act on what you know. And that's not easy to, like, will into existence. But it's a matter of forced effort and time and trying. Is it better to climb MMR and NA, or should I switch regions to EU? It would just be a slightly different experience. I don't think it really matters for most brackets. The player base issue only becomes a real issue for NA once you reach like upper Divine into Immortal. For most brackets, it's not a big deal. If your ping is not bad to EU, you could play it. You'll have a different experience, different issues. I can't really speak to most ranks in Dota. When I played EU, it was like the 6K, 7K bracket. There were differences. I preferred EU to NA. I don't know if that's true for like NA Crusader to EU Crusader. You know, like I don't really know if it'd be that different. When we watch these replays, it doesn't feel that different to me when we look at like SEA replays versus NA replays versus EU replays. The rank feels the same. The flame comes out in different languages and stuff, you know, the picks and style is a little different. But you would still have to learn how to last it well. You'd still have to learn to look at your mini-map, you know, all this stuff. Okay, Techies. The question here was about bad laning. We can keep answering other questions, but we'll balance it between rambling and then the replays. Let's do... So your question was not about how to lane better, but actually how to like recover from a bad lane, which I think is fine because sometimes the lane goes poorly and it's not in our control. So like, what do we do from there? Let's not skip it completely though. Let's call it like start looking somewhere in the middle of the lane to figure out like, oh, it's bad, we should go do other stuff. Which I think we should start actually around. Let's start around here. This is only 3 minutes into the lane, but the reason I want to come here, if your lane is going poorly, the easiest thing to do, there's like 3 immediate answers. Fix the lane if that's possible. A lot of times it's not, which is why like the lane's going badly. It's like, I can't do this. So that's, you know, off the options. Recover the lane after the lane. So like, oh, we can't fight and play the lane anymore. I'll stack a lot, you know? So we lost gold, we're losing gold, but then he's going to get the gold back, right? And this is usually pretty safe, pretty easy to do. Then there's play the other lanes. Like, okay, this lane sucks. But typically Dota is playable as long as there's 1 winning lane, and 2 winning lanes is good. You don't have to win all 3 lanes. So if you say like, this lane sucks, let's cut our losses, help these other lanes. That's kind of what we're going to focus on here, I think. Though, I see you have an Underlord. Underlord, very good at doing stacks. So that could be one of your options, is just to start stacking. Which is why I came back here to 3 minutes, because the first 3 minutes, you play your lane. There's very few times, if you wildly lose your lane in the first 3 minutes, you're bad at laning. There's very few matchups that should be so unplayable that like at minute 1, you have to be like, we can't do it. At pro level, different, you know? Pro level, they're going to creep drag, all that stuff. In most pubs, there are so many mistakes. If you consistently find by 3 minutes the lane is lost, you are doing something wrong more than like any matchups. Once you get to this point, this is where matchup differences and poor laning starts to build up. So like Ursa versus a melee hero, right? Level 1, level 2, whatever. Level 3 onwards is where it gets really scary. This is where we'd start thinking about doing other stuff. And we could do things like we could go to other lanes because you might have your boots already. Stacking starts becoming meaningful because who's going to do the stacks at 2 minutes? Nobody. So there's no point in stacking at 1 minute. There's no stacking at like all those other times. We're getting to the point. There's things to do if we leave the lane. So Underlord in a good spot. Maybe we think about stacking. Invoker versus Storm, maybe. Maybe we could do something here. Technically, I think Storm is actually supposed to be Invoker, but for a pub game, you know, who knows? So you're just going to have to look and see, maybe have a smoke ready. Now our Techies has boots, easier to stack. You are looking around, so you're trying to think about what you could do. That's good. If you have any creeps you could hit, make sure you do that. Okay, this lane is still in a good spot, right? You just creep aggro this back a little bit, and then you come stack. Talking about our, who was asking earlier about balancing, harassing, and pulling and all that, and I was like, you just got to keep looking at the time, right? As Techies, keep looking at the time. I think this lane's not amazing. Keep looking at the time. 3:35. If I want to stack, I got to be here at like 53, right? If I want to go for the water rune, I got to be on this side at like 53. How long does it take to walk? Depends on how fast my hero is, right? Let's say we want to walk down at like 42 seconds. All right, I got 7 seconds to do stuff. 7 seconds to harass, hit my own creeps, all that stuff. I don't want to get into anything. I can get to big fights now and have a few seconds to disengage. If I get into a huge fight in 7 seconds, I'm not going to make it in time for this stuff. So if I get into a fight, it's got to look really good to me. Otherwise, I'm losing 200 gold in this. I'm losing 160 gold in denying the regen to a Storm bottle who doesn't have it at 3 minutes. Oh my God. He's getting his ass kicked, apparently. What is he spending his money on? He's got 13 last hits. Brother, do you know you're supposed to build a bottle? Where is it? Now, looking at the last hits, this lane's actually not bad right now. So maybe the lane starts to get bad soon for you. So maybe at this point, you still felt okay about playing the... I'd be super careful about this. Maybe you mathed a little wrong. Maybe you thought you could do this. Speaking to this, I would actually change from Spoon Stash over to... what's the secret sauce? Who's the... Spleen? Is it Spleen with the secret sauce or someone else? Somebody's secret sauce. That would allow you to make these kind of plays. I think that's the better facet right now, personally. And you go for big burst trades in the lane. Poke, 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 burst trade with the blast off. That facet is like an extra level in blast off, the amount of damage you get. Spleeze, yeah. Spleeze, secret sauce. And then you could have probably done this. You want to be really careful about blasting off into this and not killing it, because this is like the strongest combo of camps possible. Ghosts plus the Vools is the scariest small camp. 2 heroes. If the Harpy Stormcrafter used abilities, that would be the scariest. But these are the scariest right-click ones. So you're going to take an insane amount of damage if they don't actually die, which is what's happening here. Right, you actually died full to 0 for blasting off into that camp. All you have to do is make sure they don't pull the camp. So let's go back to before you did that. 1, just use 2 sticky bombs first before committing. 2, hit level 3 first. And actually, hitting level 3 in the lane and committing to a trade seems like the better play here. Then think about the timing. Why did you try to steal that camp? Because you were like, oh no, that's a stacked camp. It'd be bad if they pulled and they were strong with it. That's true. Is he pulling right now? It's 4 minutes. There's nothing to pull right now. Disruptor is by this camp stacking, and if he stays by that camp, he's not doing anything because there's no pulls happening. So I can actually just keep playing the lane, and then when does he need to pull? At around 17 seconds, he will try to pull this way. So I need to come over at like 15 seconds and pull it this way. And then it doesn't matter that the camp is stacked. It doesn't matter that it spawned. If he doesn't pull with it, it's fine. So I have like 10 seconds to play the lane, 5 seconds to walk over, do this, and then figure out from there. Okay, respawn, we can think about where we're going. It looks like top will be reasonable to go to, but sometimes you can teleport. Let's say this fight wasn't happening. You could teleport, do the double stack. Sometimes it's power rune time, show up here, help with the runes. Close. I would recommend a stat heavier start on Techies, by the way. I know it wasn't your main question, but I would do like a bunch of stats so you can right click a lot, and the stats will give you more secret sauce damage. So you get them low with the right clicks, and then you finish the job with the spells. Level 1, you can use the blast off to get them low. Okay, you lose half your health, the carry loses half their health. Who does that bother more? The carry, who has to show themselves in the lane, right? So level 1, blast off instantly to hurt them a lot. You get to chill, tango, poke from afar. They miss creeps, really good. And then at any moment, if they don't tango and salve quickly, once this is up again, you are out of sight. They gotta shit themselves in fear. Like, am I about to get blasted off? Am I about to get blasted off? Like, I'm so scared, right? They're gonna miss even more creeps until they heal up. And that's how you can have a lot of impact. Because either you do get the kill, right? They don't respect you. Or they're so scared, you then have the space to do pulls, drag the lane back, they try to come contest, you secure the creeps with blast off and hit them, you know, something like that.
Very well. Very
And then anytime nothing is happening, then you have the right click damage to poke a lot. I wish this Sunstrike came like 5 seconds earlier, but still not too bad, actually. Good awareness of the Wisdom Shrine. That's very nice. Bad awareness of the Wisdom Shrine. Gets a double kill, and they both come to lane. Should have been easy peasy steal. Do it again! That's so funny, actually. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Oh, I don't know why that's so funny to me. Alright, at this point, there's been a lot of action top. This is not that bad, though, as this fight happens again. Now it is kind of bad.
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Nice deny. Okay, here's where I'd like to highlight something to you. This observer is very high level of you to use, right? This is like some pro shit to see if they're stealing your wisdom shrine. As you saw, even in Ancient, they double killed you, and did they steal your shrine? No, they went backwards. So in my opinion, this kind of thing is not very necessary in most pub games until you get to the point where everyone is thinking and fighting over wisdom shrines, which is honestly not till Immortal. You will see it sporadically. You will see it people like you who are putting a lot of attention on it, and then you will play against people who do not. So it really, in my opinion, this kind of thing is not worth it. What's been getting you is Spirit Breaker charging, and that's going to be in way more of your games than this kind of stuff. So Observer somewhere in here, we'll see Spirit Breaker somewhere further out, whatever angle he is charging from. This way to mid and off lane, coming through here, right? It's something further out, something not near the lane and something not on the edge. I play a lot of comp games. Okay, there you go, right? That's where you got to separate the like team coordinated games for amateur leagues versus like pub chaos. This is a great ward for those kind of team games. That makes a lot of sense to me if you're doing that. If you wanted, you could teleport, do another double stack. We end up teleporting a little late. That's one where you would know he's just dead. He's too far. That's his fault for actually being up there. You could save your teleport. I don't know why you're walking down here, though. I guess you're trying to make a play bottom, but it does mean you're walking towards your carry. I guess this is where you felt like, top lane's not going great. But actually, I think your read was a little off. These fights have been going their way. Like, they've been getting kills, but they're bringing so many heroes. Monkey King's actually not farming all that well. Now, this can be hard to tell in a pub game, of course, because you're not fully sure on the last hits and all that. But I think it's fine to keep coming up here and then just stack a lot, right? Like, instead of going for fights as much, you're just here to protect him when they dive, and then you are otherwise stacking. And at any point, you ask Pudge, like, please, come top. Like, we can do this. Bottom. I mean, maybe you can kill Axe with the OD rotations, but as long as we do this quickly and get out, I guess I'm kind of open to it. All right. We'll take it. 9:42. Look at the time. Look at the mini-map. What are we doing? What are we doing? Mid, great. Send it. What do we got? As we go mid, how are we spending our money? Arcane Boots, 475. Will we have enough to spend everything else we need? What is everything else I would need? I need a new teleport scroll. I need observer sentries. I need smokes. We actually have smokes. Now, you have two. You only need one at a time. Two, it's rare to do like these back-to-back smokes. One is fine. This might be another comp habit where you're like, I can't let them build up. In pubs, it's a little bit more okay. Though if you want to do it, we got to use them as well. Otherwise, it's just empty gold sitting. So I would usually only have one at a time. And that the other one could be a sentry. And then that means when you come mid, you can either check this triangle.
Who's that? Thank you.
You could check this area if you didn't already have a sentry down. Or you could sentry mid, looking for that mid ward. But we're going to miss out on that as we come over mid. Assuming we come over mid. Domo Flip, thank you for the prime sub. I see we're not going mid. So if you watch the Gold movie, I believe, well, we'll ignore that you missed the last hit, right? The small camp is 60 gold. I think you got here with 2 creeps left. We'll say you got 40 gold for this. The power rune that it looks like Storm Spirit is now about to secure for himself is about 260 for bottle regen value. So I'm gonna choosing the lesser value play, something that our OD could have done, right? Or the carry. I guess he TP'd over here, whatever. If we had left and the carry got scared, he could have come over here and farmed this while we helped to secure or deny this from the Storm Spirit. Thank you. What? A caribou, thank you. Prime subbers, what's up? I appreciate it. Heard the comp comment in YouTube stream, so I popped over figuring it was someone I knew. That's funny. Oh, truly anti-pay to... I too am anti-pay to win. Unite! Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Maybe I should be better about call to actions on Prime subs. If you got them, feel free to use them here. But also, you don't have to. I appreciate you guys choosing this channel of all places to use them. Thank you. OD is the carry in this game, yes. Since we came down here, notice you're still here. I am open to making plays in the safe lane, but it should be like a one-off, you know? Pop in, pop out. Hey, that looks good. Show up, do it, get out. He needs help, show up, get out. I don't want to just be camping down here. We're now like, we're going to keep doing it, you know? Small camp pull, 60 gold. Double stack, 200 plus, right? Why choose this when I could choose this? There are reasons, yeah, sure, we can come up with reasons why we would choose to be down here than up here. But you get the general trend. There's more to do up here. We slow down the enemy carry. We have access to this super valuable double stack. You can rotate mid from either lane. So that part's kind of the same, just the angle's a little different. Reactive mid show up instead of the proactive stuff. They're the proactive mid gank. We are the reactive. Tends to work out for the proactive team more than the reactive team. Kind of worked out. For the record, reacting's not always bad. I know the way we kind of talked about it today is like, oh, never react. Literally reacting is like, we go make the play top and then we react to stuff bottom as needed. So it's like, it's not that you can't react to stuff, and it has its place. We just want to push ourselves to be proactive more than reactive, you know? Like, all the plays that happen should not be us reacting to things. There should be plays which is like, I want to kill Monkey King, and here are the steps I took to make that happen. Like this. I came with the mid laner, and we killed Monkey King so that we could take the tower. So that we could take the tower. Yes, so that we could take the tower. And here you get the choice then of like, do we react as well to go save this, or do we just accept the trade? I'm fine with the trade here because rotating into a disruptor is very annoying. It looks like we're gonna try. You do have Fiend's Gate. It might be possible. Let's say we didn't do it, then the alternative, you should already have, like if these were in stock, I didn't see if they were, but you have them. And then once you know the trade is happening, you can go deep ward, right? So notice top, we don't have a deep ward. I think Pudge is literally placing one right now. Not the greatest place, but it's kind of down. But this, like taking the tower is a great time to do one here. And then forward thinking, they should be doing the same. So if you were to check for enemy vision, something down here could likely happen, which makes this a great time to take a look. Who has one? Spirit Breaker's got one. So let me keep an eye on where Spirit Breaker goes, because he might place a ward. I'm pretty bad about this. I'm not going to lie. This is one of my habits that if I'm not actively tryharding, checking enemy items is the first thing that slips for me. So if you watch my stream, you will see me frequently not do this. But this would be very good to do, and I encourage you guys to do it if you've got the mental capacity and you're looking for something to add into your gameplay. This is a great thing to go for. Okay, we are trying to defend because we got like the Underlord and everything. Remember, we don't actually need kills here. If you just defend the tower, the current result is we took the tower. They did not take the tower. That's already quite good for you. If the fight looks bad, you don't have to go further. Defending the tower is doable here. The further you reach out, it could get bad. Invoker players, by the way, we talked about it earlier, right? Before you go, Forge Spirit, push lane. Looks like he's got one. Is he doing it? He's looking bottom right now for the Sunstrike. Send your Forge Spirit, brother. He didn't do it. Invoker gold. Chip this tower. The enemy starts losing creeps because it's pushed under the tower, right? It's just that extra play. Instead, they're here with him. Wow, what an amazing tornado, actually. We've been seeing it a lot. Invoker players who are really good with all the other spells, but just not using Forge Spirits to push lanes, which is such a key part of the hero. Which, thinking of the levels of Dota, is like, once you're in the play, the spell casting is there, but creating the play to happen, I call it like being proactive, all that stuff. That's the part that's missing from, for example, Invoker, and it can be missing in different players in different ways. This Invoker was cracked. He did beat the Storm Spirit and has a pretty fast Ags. Grandmaster Invoker. I guess the guy knows something about button pressing. Maybe we're just rolling now. Going back to your original question, your lane wasn't even that bad in hindsight, so maybe that's the first lesson. You felt it was worse than it actually was. Which can happen. It's not easy to know. We get to cheat because we see all this stuff. But that can be some adjustment to your feelings of the game as you play, right? Just like how well things are going. And maybe you would have stayed top longer if you had realized it was closer. I don't mind the play bottom, though, because you can do that even if you're winning the lane. Just like, make a play somewhere else. But we ended up staying bottom for quite a while, and I think making your way back top, making your way to mid, looking for some other opportunities would have been a bit better for you. I think we did some small pulls bottom, which is pretty low in the list of impactful things for the like 7 to 10, 15 minute mark. Oh, I see you backpacking. Let's go. Was that our observer? I think that was Pudge's observer here, but one, it's bad to overlap this much between two observers. Two, I don't think you guys are so ahead that you want to have to fight this observer so much right now. I think you guys would be much better served by like scattering the vision. Granted, it's a Monkey King, so having the high ground is nice, but you want to make sure you're ready to actually defend it, and clearly Pudge was not ready to defend this. Or maybe more so like the rest of the team was not ready to help Pudge defend it, so he should not put that observer, however you want to look at it. I think that's another thing with these high ground cliff wards, is that a lot of support players and people who put the cliffs will be like, well, Zach, isn't it a good time to like, it's a great ward to push this stuff, right? And it's like, yeah, but a key part of that is defend that observer. I guess what I'm saying, it's really funny. I get a lot of pushback from like, hey, you need to do this, you need to do that. And people will always say, it's like, well, it's hard to coordinate with the team, but I'm still going to put this team coordinating cliff ward, which surely my team will help me defend the values of. But Roche, oh, I don't know. Getting my team to do Roche a little too hard. It's just funny to me, you know? It's like, I get it. I get it's hard to do these objectives, but I still gotta push it. But then, like, people will still put the cliff wards all the time, even though that is a very team-oriented activity, and they won't shy away from that one. All right, I think it's about that time. We gotta refill our water again, and we have one from the donations to do. We'll try to mix in a chat replay one after that. I'll just let this play out though while I go get some more water. I'll be right back. I'm gonna run the ads on Twitch so that they get cleared before we get to the next one. I won't let you buy observers anymore. I'm a relatively humble Dota player, but one thing I am secretly proud of, maybe not that secretly, I think my warding game when I'm on point, like when I'm playing well, my warding game is one of my stronger elements. My weakest part being not checking enemy heroes as much as I should. If I see someone on my team doing a bunch of wards I don't like, I don't let them buy observers anymore. I queue them up and I click them to buy so that they're not allowed to have observers anymore. I don't flame them at all. I don't say that I'm doing it at all. I just do it. And I don't let people who place bad observers have the observers. Sometimes it'll be people, I rarely will get people who are like, stop buying them all, like let me have one. Be like, fine, I'll let you have one, but you don't deserve it. Again, I don't say it at all, but I just try to limit them having it. Okay, I'll be right back. Now that you guys know my secret, you can dwell on that. I stand up for a bit too. Which one are we at? We're here. I ration the observer. Exactly. Teammates are only allowed a certain number of observer wards if they're bad with them. You have to prove you're good with them. All right, let's take a look at this one. This one's Winter Wyvern 5, and I know you're on a push for Immortal. This one, we do find bottom lane, but it feels like both lanes lost hard and didn't know what to do about the game. We almost came back, but made some mistakes in the late game. All right, let's see who your, what is our lane? All right, Largo, Veno, I guess top, because this is, or is this a Marcy mid, Veno mid? A little bit of a wacky draft. Okay. And then you said lane went well. Yeah, Spectre. Well, everyone's a little poor in that lane, but I guess Spectre is less poor than Razor, which is a win. She is still... We still want her to have more money than that. But the fact that, like, you know, we expected her to be lower versus the Razor, so I guess we'll take it. Unless it's not Razor offlane, I guess we'll find out in a second here. Pudge mid, lol. Okay, it was Razor. Okay. Oops. We're probably gonna skip past all this. I will tell you, Wyvern is in a pretty mediocre spot at a high level of Dota. In pub Dota, it's still okay. The heal is good. Like, her weak laning stage gets by in the laning stage, and the ult is good in pub games. This time, this is not a great Wyvern game because your Cold Embrace will grief whoever you use it on. Like, it will set up the link. It will set up, like, the AoE abilities. They'll get hooked, all that. And then your Winter's Curse isn't even that great because, like, if Focus Fire's not happening, her damage is a lot lower. If Razor hasn't linked anybody, the damage is a lot lower. The others are, like, spellcasters more than right-clickers. So this is not a very good Wyvern game. I think your main job is to delay this game for Spectre to get farmed. So I'm thinking, like, wave clearing and split pushing could be one of our main jobs. Hold lanes that no one else wants to play. Though Venomancer could also do that. Though in terms of who's more useful in the aggressive part, Venomancer's probably more useful in aggression. So then maybe we're defense and they are offense. So let's jump ahead. Let's get out of the lane, actually. So where are we now? Wind Ranger is very rich. All right, kind of expect Largo to not have that great of a lane. If you can stack for him, because the timing is Ags, which then the timing for Spectre is also usually like 1 or 2 items. All you have to play with is Marcy then, and then Marcy mid is kind of weird. So I think you guys are a 5-stack. Yeah. As a 5-stack, your draft is pretty bad. So you guys should maybe think about that. You guys have given yourself a very difficult game. With not a lot of recovery options. The option is to now hold with weak heroes for 20 minutes. Spectre's my friend, so you can trash him too. Sounds good, sounds good. I would say one of you should maybe budge. You are both weak laners. And you are both strong. The idea in pub games is the benefit of Haunt and Winter's Curse, right? So you're both playing for the same thing. Which I think as a duo, you should try to cover each other's weaknesses a little more. So like, if one of you is a weak laner, like you're a Wyvern player, your lane's not weak, lane's not good, you have a carry who's a stronger laner. And the late game is carried by your Winter's Curse killing rather than Spectre also needing to be like the late game win. Or if your buddy wants to play like Spectre and these hyper carries, then you play a stronger laner to like get them a good start. You're like, you win the same games, you lose the same games, like with these heroes. I don't know that you really cover each other. Okay. At this point, I was kind of looking between chat and everything. Let's back out and just look at the minimap. So as part of the lane going poorly, and we're trying to figure out what to do, and essentially what we have is a super weak draft, which happens a lot in pub. So maybe that's very applicable, even though this is a 5-stack versus a pub stack, or a pub like random. We need to see whatever the enemy team is doing, and then as few heroes engage as possible and delay, and everyone else play the rest of the map. Wyvern, due to the long-range Splinter Blast and Winter's Curse being very strong against tower divers, Winter can defend. So like I see this mid action happening, we send Winter there to spam. Maybe it's bottom lane, right? Send Winter there, spam out waves, Winter's Curse when they dive, and you decide if you want to like rotate heroes to defend. We are waiting for Largo Ags and Spectre, probably Radiance and pubs, you know, we'll say. Until then, it is me, Venomancer, and Marcy. And Marcy will sometimes have to farm too. We have to plan to survive the next like 10 plus minutes, which is just avoiding them and pushing in lanes as much as possible to prevent them from taking our towers too early. We'll try to take away their vision, try to place observers that live. Like, we're not going to fight over any observers. We will lose any fights we try to fight together. So all our observers have to just be very smart in places we don't have to defend. So they were just all here, and now I don't see them. So you can't just walk in like this. Because, like, where did they go? They either went here or they went here. And now you two are like, well, let's find them. I'll go here and you go there, and one of us will die, if not both of us. Don't. You know, we got to go together into the area we think they are not. So one of us was bound to die here, and it turned out to be, I think, you in this case, right? So Pudge and Winter's there. Windrunner's there. And then Spectre's like, oh, let me get in on that. My poor Spectre who does not have power charge, right? You guys have the full mind game. Totally avoid the enemy in the current state because we have picked very weak heroes for our later timing. We are not engaging. We are engaging in 10 minutes. So everyone is scattered. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. She actually just solo killed Razor. Nice. There's one hero missing. It's the hero that scares me a lot, and that Wind Ranger. Okay, so why are you TPing here? Are you going to kill Pudge? It's like, quick, jump Pudge. Spectre. So then this TP does nothing for us. And now I will not be able to react elsewhere. This is especially important because we're playing this avoid game. So if we're avoiding bottom and they show up, we have to go somewhere quickly to punish them. That's the teleport. Now you will slowly walk away. They will finish what they're doing, and then they'll walk after you. We won't have any time to capitalize on them grouping up. So you have to teleport only when necessary. And then the other thing to possibly come back is when they overcommit and you teleport to respond to that, which again, this will now, we won't have that anymore because we're using it here. Unless we like actually kill the Pudge, which I think will be very hard and does not happen. All right, we died here earlier. They saw us. I know they know we're here. And you have now put down an observer that we are going to have to fight over. Because there's a chance they saw you put that observer. And there's a chance there's actually a sentry down. I know you have this one and this one. But the most common place we have not checked yet is this cliff. Because you haven't been able to get up here. There is a very high chance he's walking up to kill your observer. Going back to our idea of, I need everything to live as much as possible so I can avoid the enemy. Oh, maybe he doesn't know it's there. Okay, they kill one sentry up there. Looks like our observer's gonna live for now. I would put it like further up if you are gonna put it here, but I would probably also just not put anything in here, because they're clearly playing top based on what they're doing. So right now, I actually see 4 of them here. So right now, everyone must go this way. You clear this area. If you were too scared to go here before, we clear this area of observers. And now is our chance to deep ward this area, to ward further out near these areas. We need to do that as supports. The cores need to push lanes as much as they feel comfortable. And in the case of Spectre, she just maxes farm. If she thinks she maxes in the jungle, then that's fine. Someone else pushes lane. But right now, with 4 heroes top, mid and bottom have to be pushed in right away. I need to see hero go straight over. Yeah, we're going here. Okay, and then Razor's bottom. So mid is empty. And also everything else is empty. So support players asking, Zach, do I have to smoke to go place deep wards? Like I always die when I do it? No. I have to look for this kind of stuff. I can account for all 5 enemy heroes. There is 0 risk going in. All the way up to here I can go. I can sneak my way in however I want. Now they might have observers seeing me along the way, so I might have to de-ward on the go. And you can smoke still potentially if you really wanted to. But this is the time to do the deep warding. Probably on this side, away from the 4 heroes. And because if you went here and they had vision, they would walk and kill you. If you go here, they will teleport to kill you. They will teleport to 300 gold to get 300 gold. 0 gain. Waste their movements. Now they're here. Now you push top and they can't respond. All right, they finished doing what they're doing top, but they haven't showed yet. So we need to be very careful. What are they doing now? Are they rotating to kill us? Are they waiting here? Looks like Wind Ranger came down here, which is why Spectre came here. But this is actually otherwise quite scary because the heroes could still be here. And Spectre is now locking herself into the top lane by teleporting here, saying like, if they're still here, I cannot go anywhere else. That is very scary. Also, Largo is here. It looks like she was teleporting to save Largo. And by doing so, she is missing her own timing because there's still farm down here. She does not save Largo. Someone else saves Largo. If Largo needs saving. Spectre should continue to farm down here. Because now we run into the situation, okay, I saved them. I saved Largo. Largo needs to farm, I need to farm. Now we compete. What's the point of saving him then? Spectre farmed down here at the sacrifice of Largo. Spectre farms fully. Largo's dead, but like Spectre can still hit a timing. Now they're both kind of delaying their timing. You put your sentry here last time. You put your sentry here, you lost it. I never found an observer. I don't remember you finding an observer here. So you shouldn't do this sentry again. You should check a new place. Because they may have sentried here. There may be an observer here. But there's definitely some kind of sentry somewhere. We should see this cliff. But I've never checked here. They could have an observer here. And I don't know, because I only keep checking this area. Maybe you had an observer earlier and I just don't remember it. But I think this sentry should go here. And then how do we get hooked? Very overlapping defensive observers, by the way. Earlier we had a time to deep ward and no one did it, so still no deep vision. All right, you wave clear, and then you walk through the danger zone. Should throw the spell, walk through the safety zone. You'll never get hooked back here. Sometimes you will get hooked here. He's waiting for a hook. Pudge is waiting for a hook instead of farming. Disruptor feels he must back up Pudge. Jakiro is in the area, probably coming over to help out. 3 heroes are looking for a kill. 3 heroes will get no gold and no XP if they don't get a kill. That's why these kind of passive movement choices to choose to go to the safe area, By dying, we reward 3 heroes who would otherwise get nothing for waiting here. It's very important not to give these kind of kills when we're on the back foot and we're trying to stall. Off of that. So I think there's several heroes in here. And then Pudge ended up being over there. Once again, you're TPing in. There's nothing happening. Kind of just throwing it away. See a lot of heroes bottom, but I see no one really pushing towards top. Okay, we're gonna smoke. What's our timing? What's Marcy got? Marcy don't got nothing. What's the play? What are we looking for? Because last I saw, there's several heroes down here. So we're blindly smoking as the losing weaker team into an even number of heroes that I don't have vision of. Like, what is the plus side of this smoke? Is that we have our abilities, but also they have their abilities. We don't have the BKB. That would have been one power spike. Should go back to this screen to see us losing this fight we smoked into. All right, so what was the timing? Largo Ags. We do not have Largo Ags. Spectre Radiance. We do not have Spectre Radiance. Marcy's first item. We do not have Marcy's first item. Winter's Curse is not strong this game. Venomancer's ult is actually decent this game, but because of that, there's nothing going for us here. So I think what we're missing is like the idea. This happens a lot in party queue games. This happened a lot back when I would play with my friends. We would play a game and I'd be like, guys, what have we picked? Like, everyone, we're all like, don't worry, we'll do whatever. But then, like, as soon as the draft starts, like, oh, I want to play this hero, I want to play that hero. And then the draft sucks. It's so bad, and no one gets to play the hero and the idea, right? You need some people to say ahead of time, here's what I'm playing, and other people have to pick around that. Or you have to say, we're doing a push lineup, and you have to go around that. Whatever the case is, you need to understand what your draft is going to do and then play to that. Because of all the games where your draft is likely to get punished, if you're playing party games, you're likely versus another party. If that party is sometimes doing try-hard stuff, sometimes not, who knows? But you're more likely to get punished for it. We have a super weak draft, but I don't think you guys understand that by the movements we're making. So we try this play, and now it's hurting our super weak draft even further. We need to be avoiding right now. And if you know that from the draft, like, hey, what are our timings? It's 20 minutes plus, because we've all picked heroes for that. Then you need to play for 20 minutes plus. And you don't smoke this stuff until you know you can write on paper. You can tell me in a report, hey, Zach, for these 6 reasons we committed to this smoke. I've got 0 reasons for this smoke, except that all our abilities were up. That's like, okay, that's 1. I need 5 more. I need 5 more for that smoke. Otherwise, the weaker losing team will not smoke like that. My next party queue, I will provide a paper. Yes, I would do it. Actually do it. Bring it in, I'll look at it. All right, so let's go back in time. Let's weigh our decisions. 10K, before this smoke, it was 7K. So sometimes this smoke will work. But like I said, it's a little bit of a coin flip when we don't have information to work with on where we're going. So as the losing team is more likely to work against us, with the power of hindsight, we can say that we took a risky play, risking 3,000 gold to the enemy, like speeding them up. If we didn't do that, how long it would take for them to farm up 3,000 gold, right? That would get us to 20 minutes. Like if they farmed 1K over us every minute and our item timings are that 20-minute mark plus, if we just did nothing, we would have made it to our actual item timings way smoother. Instead, we're like forcing it before the item timings, And now we're even further back. Now our item timings are even getting later. So when you're the weak team, you just need to know ahead of time, like, we shouldn't feel pressured to do stuff. We're ass right now. We should be just waiting as much. I say waiting. It's the most active waiting possible, you know? So like they go bottom, we push out top. They go top, we push out bottom, right? It's avoiding them in the most active way possible, not literally like sitting doing nothing. But you don't force engagements unless you know they're good. I think my biggest struggle is keeping my brain together when we are losing hard. Also find great warding spots that are good to be effective when down. I get a little raged up and instead of double downing and locking and you get distracted. I can understand that. I don't know. I think for everyone, it's probably a little different on what helps them deal with this. Knowing you want to make it to Immortal, and technically for anyone actively trying to gain MMR, and this might be something that comes up in a future video, the most important games to win are the ones you're losing. These are the ones that will speed up your MMR climb the most. Because you're supposed, like, at a 50% win rate, right? You're supposed to win some games, you're supposed to lose some games. Winning the games you're supposed to win is just, like, the prerequisite. It doesn't actually, like, really gain you MMR. What turns... Going from 50-50, like, turning that into 51-49 is what gets you, like, twice the MMR, right? If I lose this game, I have to win the next game to go even, and then win the next game after that to go up. I have to play a lot more. If I win this losing game, that's what actually, like, flips it. It's a big time save plus MMR swing to turn -25 into +25. These are actually the times to, like, really lock in. Like, it means almost more than winning a game you're already winning. At the end of the day, playing well and winning a winning game or doing well in a losing game, even if you still lose, like, the important thing is to improve. So in a sense, it doesn't really matter. Maybe that's another way to think about it. It, like, you know, like, the state of the game never mattered. What mattered was how well you play. And outside of Dota skills, the mental and emotional aspect of it is also part of this. It's often overlooked for a complicated game like Dota, but it's why sports psychologists and therapists and all that are getting more common at the pro level. Like, you're hearing them talk about it more. Because it turns out having a bunch of, like, teenagers commit to a video game and play at the highest level nonstop was not very good for their emotional mental growth, and they weren't handling stressful games a lot. And so you'd often see teams of, like, oh, this is the best pub star, and then it goes terribly because they have no, like, emotional mental training to deal with it. And that is a big part of performing at a high level, is dealing with it. Even for us at a more casual level, we're not going pro. Learning to deal with that more than, like, learning new Dota tricks can actually lead to a lot, especially for the people who rage out a lot. Like, if you get people who are ragers in your game, the reality is they probably are better than you. And the reason they lose so many games is because they lose self-control and they start bringing their own team down and breaking items. Like, if they would just not do that, they'd probably gain like 500 to 1,000 MMR very quickly, which is probably a lot more than they could get by practicing some other Dota skill, you know? So in anything, there is the skill of the thing itself, but there's also the human aspect. What's this coddle problem? I almost never see coddle in my games unless it's a mid coddle smurf. Coddle's just not that popular of a hero, I think. As a support, he's very team-oriented. And before Solar Bind, it was Recall. I don't know if you've ever tried to play with like Recall and IO Relocate in pubs, but trying to coordinate with a team and a core all the time is a disaster. It's like, hey, we're gonna relocate here, okay? Hello? Hello? Are you okay with it? Hello? 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 Can I recall you? Hello? Hello? Absolutely dead silence. Then you do it and they're like, why are you relocating me? It's like, hello? I asked you for 20 seconds. It's the worst. And that's why a lot of people don't like to play IO and they don't like to play Keeper. It's not really the hero specifically, it's just that you gotta work with people, and people are the problem. It's a big pain. I think the hero's cool, but it does take coordination. It's a little, it's messy compared to a lot of other supports that are like more straightforward. The worst raging I've seen is in games where I feel like we have the game won and they rage in. Bro, I feel that so much. I feel that's just like, do you know we're winning? Why are we so mad? Yeah, I don't know. Some people just, they can't, they just get angry. The win or the loss like barely matters. Let's see. Question about playing different roles. I love offlane, but I win more games as carry because my carries have been unreliable and I've been winning a lot more. What MMR can you trust carries? Divine 2. I mean, you could bump this up to any role, any rank, and you'll run in. Your standards will change. If you asked me now, Zach, are your carries reliable? I would tell you, no, my carries are not reliable. If you go listen to a pro player talk about their pubs, they'd be like, these pub players are animals. They're so bad, you know, whatever. They're in a game like Dota, until you create your own party, you'll always have a moving goalpost on how good you need your teammates to be. And you just have to pick your poison of like, I think I can have the most impact on this role and cover the other stuff. I think this is the most impactful role, so I want to do this. But, you know, now you might be like, oh, I play off lane and my carries always lose the lane. Then later down the lane, it'll be like, I always win my lane and then my carries build the wrong items. Or my carries take the wrong fights. There will always be some new standard. So I don't really know if there's an answer to that one. Obviously, the higher you go, the more and more likely they will follow the meta a little bit more, do the right stuff a little bit more. But then, like, before they were allowed to make 5 mistakes, now they will make 1 mistake and that will cost them. And you'll still notice that 1 mistake and you'll be like, damn, these carries, when will they stop making this 1 mistake? You know? Skem supposedly played POS 1 in pro teams for some time because he figured there wasn't a POS 1 player worth supporting. I don't know if that's true or not, but I love that idea. That's so funny. I think I did hear that Skem has played like all the roles or something, which is quite rare. Now, I don't know the degree of success he found in all the roles, so, you know, who knows, but to even try it's pretty impressive. I get mad when my team doesn't pick meta heroes and items. You gotta let it go. It's not gonna change. Let me tell you. Even in my games, they don't really follow the meta. You just have to make the most of whatever your draft is. Plus, it doesn't really matter. You know, it does, but it doesn't. The meta is only meta if everyone is following. It's like a social construct. We all follow this same idea, and that's what creates the meta. If people are not following that construct, then the meta is like fake. There are some heroes that are stronger than others, but it's like you have to both follow the social construct and you have to execute on all the executable things. If anyone slips up, it defeats the purpose. Like, oh, SF is strong because his landing is good and he gets all these last hits and denies. If you miss 3 denies at the start, it's pointless. Like, you've missed the window, right? The pro meta is often like very close like that. And as soon as you go down like 1,000 MMR from a pro player, they will miss the mark enough that the meta stops like, oh, we're going to hit this like 13-minute timing. We're going to do this with this item, this aura. We're going to be here for this shrine. The guy missed 6 last hits. He doesn't have the item. Like, what's the point? He doesn't have the level 6. He missed 3 last hits. You know, it's like, it quickly comes out. It quickly breaks. So it will never change is the thing. Like, even if you disagree and you believe in it, it's not gonna change. So it's easier to let go now and just like make the best of whatever. This is what you think of it like this. I think of it as a roguelike. You know, if you played a single player roguelike, you wouldn't be like, this stupid game gave me like the wrong start. You'd be like, okay, I mean, like, damn, this is a bad run, but like, I'm gonna do my best. Oh, this is the god tier run. You know, they gave me all the perfect build stuff, right? You just get what you get and you try to go as far as you can. Dota is like, okay, what players do I got? What heroes do I got? Here's how it's going, right? I just got to make the run work because you will never always get the god tier run. You'll never always get like this. It's just how it goes. It'll save your mental space if you don't sweat over it too much. Why is your agility yellow, Mr. Streamer? I play with colorblind mode on because I like the blue versus red more, and it shifts some of the greens to be more yellow. Is it chaos mode? It is. We've been rambling about random questions. I should have at least had a game playing or something. Oh, hello, Hef. You gonna be on stream? I've been meaning to pick a game, but I just, we've been rambling about random questions. Most of my MMR gain, for an anecdotal story to all this, the largest chunks in my MMR gain have all been off meta. I was just good at what I did. That's all that matters at the end of the day. For most people, following the meta will get them a few hundred extra MMR. Like if you drop your weakest heroes, for example, okay, I will say, funny enough, you playing Wyvern is counterintuitive to all this. Wyvern is considered extremely bad at the meta level, but you love Wyvern. So like, right? We ourselves are not following it. We're just trying to be good at Wyvern, and that's fine. Most of my MMR has been like, I played Trine and Jakiro. Now they're super busted, but back then no one played them. No one liked them. They weren't good. And I was just good at them. I understood them way better than my pub opponents. That was a huge swing in my MMR. There was like 2,000 MMR gained in that time with those heroes. I guess Largo has proven to be broken, but when Largo came out, right, people were shitting on Largo. This is the worst hero. He's garbage. He's bad. Even now, the meta is off-lane Largo more than support Largo. But we had, what? What's our win rate? Some of them, there's been some off-lane games now at the end, right? 60% on Largo. As long as you know what you're doing is like the most important thing. You'll gain a couple hundred MMR for like picking a meta strong hero. But if your goal is thousands of MMR, then it's not about the meta. It's about your own individual skills, which are irrelevant. I don't even play a lot right now. I barely follow the meta. I like do it to like learn it. But like a lot of my fundamentals that carry me here are not meta specific. And that's the most important thing about climbing, is working on these non-meta specific skills. Which is why pro players, like, the patch changes and they're immediately like, okay, let's figure it out. Let's go. But most of the game is carried by everything they know that is not related to the meta. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What? Hey, King Blue Flash, what's up? Thank you. I think there's a distinction between off meta and out of position, like playing an off meta 5 versus like carry Wyvern. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Some heroes certainly fit a lot better into what they're doing than other stuff. Okay, I'm just gonna go up and grab a random game, guys. We've been rambling about who knows what. Oh wait, some of these are Crusader. Wait, let me write down these match IDs so I can save them for Crusader and Archon players. If you have match IDs, I can't guarantee we can get to everybody's, but I am saving them to look into a how to get out a Crusader video. So feel free to send them to me. Okay, let's look at this real quick. We're probably still in ramble mode, to be honest, but I'll at least pull something up. And this one's a little self-serving because it is Crusader, so it might help me. But also, I kind of know what to look for here. I'm glad a lot of you are vibing with the idea of Dota as a roguelike. Honestly, I think that's why I like Dota so much, because I love the roguelike genre. And to me, that's what I think of Dota as. I think that's like... I actually find we're going into a lot of different separate topics. I don't know if it's an ADHD thing or a depression thing or a combo thing, but I know that my people, whatever it is, there's a thing where like doing familiar stuff is more appealing than doing new stuff. So for example, I am more likely to rewatch a show I have already seen and I know I like, even though I've seen it before, rather than start something new. There's like a different mental challenge and comfort level with it or whatever. I think that's one reason I like roguelikes, because it hits both. It's the comfort, something I know I like, but also it's new like every time to some degree. And Dota and MOBAs are like that. You know, you're always starting on the same character, and the only thing you're bringing between games is like what you individually have improved on, and what that game looks like is going to be different every single time. All right, let me load this. Sorry, I got distracted. We're going to pull this up. We'll answer some questions, and then we'll at least ramble with the game playing. Just ramble on a score screen for a while. Just had a game where we came back from 35K at 40 minutes. Nice. Hey, Robert, what's up? Psychology is centered around anxiety management. The expected outcome is predictable for a known process, regardless of the result. Ah, yeah, that sounds about right. I do still try to go out of my way to like make myself watch new things every now and then, like do new things. I find this a lot with movies. There's been several times where my family like, we want to go see a movie together, and I'm like, I hate movies, I don't want to do it, you know? And then I go watch the movie and I'm like, oh, that was a great movie, I enjoyed it, you know? So I recognize like I have to make myself do stuff sometimes, even if I don't want to. It's not that much of a problem, but at least for me. But I recognize in myself there is a level of like, oh, this is, you know, I find myself drawn to like do similar stuff again rather than brand new stuff. Nice. Okay. What I was gonna look for here. Wait, let me do the timestamp. Oh, I already did it. Redo. Okay, I don't know how long I had that and then rambled. Okay, what we're looking at here. It was, I think, a little vague, but what I wanted to look for, you felt like you technically won the lane, but you still thought your carry had it rough. That's what I wanted to look at, because Jakiro is considered a very strong laner right now, and so I have a feeling we can just see a couple quick mistakes from you that would improve your lane. And I want to look for how soon you guys Chronosphere Macropire someone, because that is a very strong combo, which will help Void start because his farming speed is very poor. That's mainly what I knew I wanted to look for in that laning stage, and then we'll figure it out from there, and or ramble a little bit while it plays after having answered at least a couple questions. Dialectus, I have not played Rogue, though I have felt for how much I like Rogue like games or Rogue light games that I should play the OG Rogue. I've been meaning to do it. In one of the earlier replays, we talked a little bit about being in the lane versus being in the trees. Jakiro is a little bit shorter than someone like Ancient Apparition, so in the trees can be useful, but being in the lane is still pretty good for Jakiro because Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost do not draw aggro when you cast them manually. So you can bypass what some of the short range heroes struggle with. Also, I would start with Liquid Fire. It is free. You can see you're out of mana right now, so you're no longer a hero, pretty much. And it's because you're trading really heavily with Dual Breath, which used to be more okay. Right now, just start Liquid Fire and use it. It's the same damage. Liquid Fire is free, 13 seconds. It's less damage now because it got nerfed. But it's 75 damage to 100 damage, right? It's not a lot. 25 damage difference. This is 135 mana. This is free. So it's far easier to use Liquid Fire a couple times and just sit on the mana and then get Dual Breath at level 2. And then you will use Dual Breath when they fight and you need the attack slow and the attack speed slow. Or otherwise, you will only use it with Liquid Frost. When you can get 8 procs or more, that's the break-even point, which is 4 seconds of Dual Breath. So you will throw the Liquid Frost into the immediate Dual Breath. You'll break even, you'll be good to go. You'll right-click for extras. You can do the other way where you like Dual Breath into Liquid Frost, but sometimes it gets a little funny with like the travel time and all that. You end up losing time. It's usually better to cast the Liquid Frost and then immediately Dual Breath, cancel backswing, stuff like that. So I can see like, I already see problems here. So I'm going to rewind this just so we can revisit. So you did the bounty runes, you're coming to lane. So just be in the lane with Liquid Fire. Honestly, out of the lane with Liquid Fire, also okay. So like we come here and we have Liquid Fire right now. So Ancient Apparition attacks you. Just chuck Liquid Fire at him and then ignore him. Head to the lane. Part of the reason is because we've been cold feeded, so I don't want to stand here, otherwise I'll get stunned. Head to the lane. In the lane is where I can help Faceless Void versus Axe. I can hit creeps. That's what Fairy Fires are about. It's about right-clicking a lot. Ancient Apparition is a lot longer range than me, so although I can kind of use the trees to get close, it's just hard to get to him. Axe is melee. He will have to be last hitting. I know exactly where Axe is going to be. He's going to be like right here. So it's a lot easier as Jakiro to mess with him than this Ancient Apparition. You need to tango. So here you lost sight of the Ancient Apparition a little bit. If you tango this tree, you give yourself line of sight while also getting the tango going. So we're done with this trade now, and we're coming into the lane. We can say, okay, it's fine. You know, we traded him a little bit. Let's come over here. Again, still Liquid Frost instead of Liquid Fire. Or sorry, Liquid Fire instead of Dual Breath. So we have a few more seconds. This is 10 seconds. This is 13 seconds. A few more seconds before Axe. We could use it on Axe. You were going to approach this way, but look what's happening. You're sandwiched between two heroes, and we have no creeps near us. Axe is technically sandwiched between you two, which could be okay, as long as your heroes are strong enough. But there's an advantage to what Axe is positioned. When you guys try to sandwich on him, the creeps are going to get involved. Depending on the amount of creeps, that could be good for you, could be bad for you. But it is typically helpful compared to being isolated in the 2-on-1. No help from creeps, and we're a slow support. So it usually doesn't go our way when we run into this situation versus sandwiching an offlaner. Again, depends on the exact heroes. Now you're thinking about hitting Axe, and to hit Axe, you're going to walk past Ancient Apparition. Ancient Apparition, let's just say you have the same damage right now. 1, I was gonna theory craft it, but I'm just gonna show you. He's not attacking very efficiently. 3. So he did 3 auto attacks on you for 150 damage. I believe you dual breathed and 1 auto attack. Dual breath, 1 auto attack. You two did the same damage. His was free. You had to use 135 mana. So it'd be a lot easier for you to just either fight the Ancient Apparition next to him. You don't have to chase through. Because what if Axe had actually turned on you? What if Axe had fought you? What if he battle hungers you? Right? Now it's not an even, like, oh, I do 150 damage to Axe. I take 150 damage from Ancient Apparition. I'm actually now losing. And I'm Jakiro. I'm supposed to be winning on the damage front. So that's where we're missing. You're going too hard here at level 1. You want to trade with Liquid Fire and poke a little bit. But every time this is down, we chill unless it's free. Because the reason trading with Jakiro is so good, this has an attack slow, and this has an attack slow. So we aren't doing even trades. We are coming out ahead with our bonus attack damage. If you are trading with different heroes, like, he's not even attacking back, so the attack slow means nothing. If you use the attack slow on Ancient Apparition, he attacks slower, so you win the trade. He runs away because he knows he can't trade. You hit him for free as he backs away. Those are both winning trades. Running through so that the hero not affected by attack slows is attacking, and the hero with attack slows is just running away, that misses the value of Jakiro's abilities. And this early level 1 trade when we don't have a salve, is there one on the courier? No. This is super bad. This has put us in a really weird spot where I don't have the health to right-click trade, and I don't have the mana to use spells. And we're only in, like, the second wave. And that's why the rest of your lane will probably feel very strange. I picked Q because of the bounty rune kill on Axe mid. Oh, I missed that. I'm willing to start Q for those kind of stuff. You can take a lot of what we said, even without Liquid Fire. Like, still be careful of which fight you take. I started with Dual Breath. Okay, no big deal. I'm still mostly waiting for level 2 to get the Liquid Frost combo. And then just be careful with those trades. And now you hit that spike with that Dual Breath. And then we're good to go. I think you canceled one of your own attacks there. That one you can kind of commit to, but I would be careful because you had just recently TP'd to lane, so you wouldn't have it again. Getting an axe kill is pretty good, but yeah, you always gotta be careful of that. Okay, this is a full pull, but you guys have to be looking at the map. You guys are duo queued, so you should talk through this. Like, if one person's doing this, the other person should be looking at this. You should not pull all the creeps right now. Faceless is now gonna have to run this around. This should have been a half pull. Or you actually just body block and stop pulling, because this lane's actually pushing. So Faceless Void now needs to catch this wave and drag it over if you guys want to fix equilibrium. Otherwise, it's going to push out, and you're going to be forced to do this all over again. We missed the banner creep because we were backing for regen, and then he ended up missing a lot of lane creeps. Now we're pushed out again. Did get the Lotus, though. Yeah, get him. That's really good. You guys should scatter a little bit there. Yeah. Nice. Okay. I saw you buy boots. That could be okay. The question you need to answer for yourself, are we laning anymore? Currently, I have a Tango and a Mango. An Axe is about to come back full health. Ancient Apparition's full health. I'm looking at you, you're half. Void is missing a lot. He's also floating a shitload of money. This is also part of the problem. He had an issue with the laning stage. You got to spend his money. But back to you. Are we done laning? Because that's what Boots says. Boots says, I'm going to start moving on the map, and I need the move speed. It's coming in the very near future. And I have enough regen. Like, once I get there, I can do stuff. So do we feel that way? We're, like, right at the edge where with the Tango, with the Mango, like, okay, we could maybe push it. but especially in pub games where the laning stage tends to go pretty long and we're only 4 minutes in, I suspect you will not have enough regen if you leave it at that. Now, fortunately, you have more than enough money, so you're not buying boots and then having 0, which is a mistake I see a lot. You can buy boots and have a little left over, so as long as you can tell me, with this remaining 150, I think I do have enough. I can buy a Tango or a Salve and then a Clarity, and I'm good to go, and I'll say, okay, but do you have enough for an Observer Sentry? And they go, oh shit, now what do I cut? Right, so just make sure all the consumables are covered, and then you can go for the later stuff. You upgraded a wand, but notice we're at still 5 stacks. I think you've used it once or twice, but this is not a very heavy spellcast lane. Just a magic stick would be okay. And that 150 gold recipe could be the sentry, could be the extra regen. So from that full pull earlier, we're in bad lane position again. That's how we got there. Lost line of sight. Otherwise, that is a good liquid frost. I think you had this available. You can at least throw the liquid fire before you back up. You can fight here. Axe is coming in. You have a wand and 2 fairy fires. Tango just got delivered. Ancient Apparition is on... 3 creeps are attacking Ancient Apparition. He has very little armor. He's a very slow hero. You can also aggro this wave. Like if you mango dual breath and aggro this wave, he is caught between 6 creeps and Jakiro using liquid frost dual breath on him. He will die before Axe can kill you. If he dies and you die, that's actually okay. You can then come mid in time for the power runes, which is a big play, as long as your Faceless Void is a little careful. You may not even die. Though, actually, I think I would want you to die in this case so we can go mid. I think you miss your chance to get a kill there. You also live as a result, but I think that is a fight we can go for. I thought boots might help me with the slow and the battle hunger. It'll help a little bit. The question is, do you need to chase? Do you need to run them down to get kills? A hero like Jakiro will just get denies. So we don't actually need to chase. But do we need to run away? Maybe. But a hero like Jakiro is supposed to be so strong that if they run into you, you stand your ground and you dual breath Liquid Frost, and you proc Liquid Frost with your auto attacks, and they go, holy shit, why did I commit to this? You can only do that if you have enough health. And in that case, we don't need the movement speed because I'm not running away. I'm standing my ground, and I need enough regen to do that. That depends on the matchups, of course, but I think in this case, having the regen to be able to stay and fight would help you more. Should you ever really full pull? I feel like half pulling, unless you have a stack, is the only option. I talked about this a lot in the... There was a coaching VOD that was all about pulls, and I never fully turned that into a video that like I meant to. There are time for full pulls. You just have to manage the wave yourself, which is the follow through that a lot of people miss. You need to say that when this camp, it depends where the creeps are, but like when your creeps are dead here, the time it takes for the lane creeps to walk from like here to here is how long it takes for creeps to walk from here to here. So when you do a full pull versus a half pull and all this stuff, you need to be actively managing the creeps and keeping aware of everything to decide, like, can I do this? Can I not do this? Can I deny this? Will it make it in time? Like, what is my purpose here? Is my purpose to get gold? Is my purpose to get long-term equilibrium? The downside of half pulling is that this camp is useless afterwards. You have to stack it. If you do a full pull, you leave the lane, you come over, you full pull, you potentially just leave. You just come back here, the camp will die to the creep wave. You stick around, you kill the camp, whatever, right? The camp is dealt with until 1 minute. It respawns, it's one trip. If you half pull, it serves its initial function and is no longer useful, not even until the next minute. It is not useful again until you visit again. You have to kill the rest of the camp, you have to stack the camp. Like, something has to happen. Because if you use a weakened small camp to try to pull, it will do very little for you. It will delay the creeps a little bit, which is sometimes enough. But that goes back to you understanding what you're doing with the pull and the time delays and all that stuff. So the half pull will pretty much always work when you use it once. But you will get the least for it, and you will not get anything else for it until you take a second trip back. And then you need a third trip to actually use the camp that respawns. The full pull is a one trip, one and done, max value, whether you're farming this, whether you're trying to deny as many or you're doing other things, and then it will respawn at 2 minutes without you having to do anything, or like whatever minute it chooses to respawn. So there's pros and cons to both if you understand how often you want to be leaving the lane, how fast you are. Is that as much of a problem? For someone like Jakiro, he does not like have to keep doing this. He's such a slow hero. Undying does not want to have to keep doing this, right? They want to do it once and then stick to the lane. Do you have time to stack it? Do you have time to farm a full wave? Is there time for the full pull because there's a whole bunch of creeps pushing, right? There is a right or wrong answer on half pulls and full pulls. I also struggle with it, like in the heat of the moment. But if we're thinking about a theoretical level, there is a correct answer on the full pull or the half pull. They have like different purposes. For most pub games, I do tend to say half pulls are safer. But it's, you know, I still think it's something worth looking into and studying. For example, this full pull could have been a half pull and it would have worked for their equilibrium long term. But it could have been a full pull if they just attacked their creeps more. I was just watching Jakiro's perspective when we did this. So we did not see a look over and say, okay, when this melee creep, when this range creep, and this catapult creep, when they all die, this small camp needs to be dead. And these creeps are a little low, so I better start working, right? Jakiro can attack, can even use liquid fire because that one's for free. Both these heroes could be attacking and then looking over, not wasting time on denies, because denies does not kill this camp faster, and you'll never deny all these creeps, right? I have the catapult left. Fortunately, it's a little slow, but Axe will probably hit it as well. When that catapult dies, these two need to be dead. If Jakiro and Faceless had been attacking this whole time, this next creep is probably already half dead. Now it is dead, and then they work on this next one, and then we look over here. It's perfect. They'll finish this creep as this catapult dies. These creeps are moving forward. This last creep will be dead. They will go here. These creeps will go here. One guy can even leave a little early. Faceless Void is full health. So as you getting kind of closer, you're like, oh, I'm not sure we're going to make it. Just send Faceless Void over. He'll sit it here. He'll hold this creep wave. And then like 1 second later, the creep wave will get there. The support can also do it. If the carry's farming like this, then you see Jakiro, he can wait here. The full pull would have been fine, but you have to like manage it. You have to know how to work with it. How does Liquid Frost synergy work? What's the 8 count or whatever you said? So Liquid Frost does impact damage, which can be mostly ignored, and then bonus damage. Every time Jakiro does some form of damage instance, whether that's a spell or an auto attack. His auto attacks would have 2 procs, for example, because of double trouble. Every auto attack is twice. His spells work at half-second intervals. You don't usually need to memorize this kind of information, like how the damage is done, but in certain cases it's useful, like Jakiro. So Dual Breath, although it says the damage is 20 and the duration is 5, so you would think, oh, 5 instances of 20 damage. It's actually 10 instances of 10 damage. So it's 10 potential chances to proc Liquid Frost. Of course, the durations will overlap a little, and like one has to happen at the same time, like this or that. So you don't usually get the full 5 procs, full 10 procs from Dual Breath. But if you cast Liquid Frost first, and then as Liquid Frost is traveling, you use Dual Breath, you're trying to align them as much as possible so that you get at least 8 procs of Dual Breath, 4 seconds of Dual Breath time, so that as it does its damage in half-second intervals, every half second it does its damage, and then it also procs Liquid Frost for the bonus damage. And then if you attack, or if you also had, say, Liquid Fire going because you have the shard, then those are also proccing and getting a lot of damage. 8 procs is the break-even point for level 1 Dual Breath and Liquid Frost. Let me change that. 8 procs is the value. Liquid Fire does 75 damage. At 8 procs, Liquid Frost level 1, which you're using instead of Liquid Fire because you have to choose which one you use, that's the break-even point. Everything over 8 procs is more damage than Liquid Fire. If you would have done less than 8 procs, for example, you're not willing to use Dual Breath and you're just auto-attacking, the Liquid Frost comes second. I don't know if we can see this. Let me see if Jakiro attacks. Jakiro always... Attack something. Attack something. Attack something so we can see it. I need the visual example! Ah, damn, it's too fast. Okay. Ice and then fire. Jakiro always does that order. So if you manually cast Liquid Frost, you always get 1 proc for free from the second auto attack coming in. But everything else after that has to like come from something. Once you level this ability, it changes. It goes to like 7 and then 6 procs, but level 1 to 8 procs is the most important number to know. Oh shit, the gank happened. Okay, I'm gonna lower the desk. Let's collect more games, guys. Let's pick a new one, but we'll be in ramble mode for a bit. Let me answer some questions, and we'll just let this play. I guess you might do a pull through with a weakened camp. Depends on what creeps remain. Does anyone even do that anymore? It's actually quite uncommon to do the pull throughs. And the reason is, well, part of the reason, because there's a couple different reasons. One, the format of the camps changed, like the positioning in the lane and everything. So pull throughs, like what is the point of pulling, right? Let's come back to that. There's 3 purposes. 1, equilibrium. That's number 1. 2 and 3 are like kind of equal footing. So this part's not as an order as much. It's to deny enemy golden experience. And then number 3, to gain golden experience ourselves. Denying the enemy stuff is our creeps dying. Getting the last hits on the camp is us getting gold. So it's those 3 things, with equilibrium usually being number 1. If you do a pull through and you bring it to this camp, the thing with this camp is it's very easy to contest from both lanes. So equilibrium-wise, none of our creeps are going to the lane because they're going to this camp and then to this camp. If all those creeps die and all the enemy creeps die, equilibrium, the next waves will come and they'll be here. So we can say, okay, that's a success. Our carry needs to deal with the whole creep wave under their own tower because the pull through is happening. So their creep wave coming in, our carry has to deal with. How much damage does our carry take? How quickly can they deal with it? Do they want to keep it alive? Are they free enough to come help with this? Because if they're not free to help with this and they're just bringing the creeps around farming in the tower, we as a support, position 5, are now dealing with the offlaner in the position 4. The creep wave is about 160 gold, 150 gold. This camp is 100 gold. And they're weakened from the small camp. So equilibrium might be working out still. It remains to be seen. It may or may not work out. Denying enemy XP, maybe 1 got killed here. But they're still getting 3 creeps, and now they're getting a hard camp. They're actually gaining gold and XP that they would have not had. Like if you just played the lane, they never would have gotten to this hard camp. So you're introducing more golden XP to the enemy if they get the last hits. Of course, they might not. You might get them. But they're likely to get them because it's 2-on-1 if your carry is not also coming over to fight over this. Which means we are not getting gold if we can't get the last hits. So they're like 2 and 3 are very much in contention. but that they are more likely to get golden XP because they now have access to this camp. So that's why like pulling through is very risky unless you're the much stronger lane. You have to be willing to fight over this, and you have to figure out equilibrium, because again, maybe they just kill the hard camp and then keep your creeps alive, and they're running your creeps around, and your carry killed your creeps to the tower, so actually you lost equilibrium. Maybe your carry kept the creep wave alive, they killed everything, okay, we have equilibrium here, carry took too much damage, can't lane anymore, right? It's pretty messy. And so many things, right? Pull-throughs take a lot of time. So you do this pull, then I gotta do this pull. I can't do anything else. Nowadays, there's a whole shitload of things to do, right? Roaming mid is more popular than it was ever before. Getting lotuses happens all the time. Twin gating happens all the time. TPs, wherever, stacking. There's so many things to do, and now I'm stuck here doing this pull through. So there are times to do it. It's mostly when you're winning the lane really hard, but it's still really early. We're talking the first few minutes. So you have to somehow be crushing the lane in the first few minutes, and there's nothing else to do, and you know you'll win this fight. That's when you'll see pull-throughs. But otherwise, it's like, it's really rare. You could also pull straight from the hard camp to your lane. Like if you wanted to do a hard pull, like you could do that. That is true. That was not possible in the past. Okay, I'm gonna play this. You guys look for the, I guess the Chronosphere actually happened and I wasn't really paying attention. Was it the Chronosphere Macropyre? Oh, it was the Chronosphere Requiem. I was only sort of paying attention at that time. Okay, let's see. I'll let this play through while we look through and talk about questions. Let's see if the Macropyre Chrono happens when that's available, and otherwise we'll move on to another game shortly after. It won't happen, sorry. Well, as you can tell from me hoping to see it, it will be good to look for. Mainly because Faceless Void's farming speed is not very good inherently. He needs to get, what is he building? We're going all over the place. I guess he's trying to do Battle Fury, but he wanted to get the Cornucopia first. I think just Mask of Madness is fine. Like Mask in the Maelstrom. I guess I don't really know the Faceless build right now because he's not very popular. I feel like greeting for a Cornucopia is kind of tough. Looks like a lot of people do Power Treads into Battle Fury or Power Treads into Mask of Madness. I don't think there's a lot of Cornucopia rushes. Maybe that's not showing on this. Anyways, your farming speed sucks till then, so any free kill, even if it's a support, just like Macropyre it. Chrono Macropyre, get like a little bit more. It's worth it. It's fine. If the carries don't get the kills in these kind of plays, it's don't sweat it. Obviously, it's nice, but it's better to just pick up the kills. accurate faces void portrait. Oh, that's true. I didn't even notice. That's funny. I missed it. Did the what was the chronosphere on, guys? I was looking at. Oh, it was on the ancient apparition. You know what? He got the kill. Well, like, we'll take that. That's also fine. If you can get a kill without you, that's perfectly acceptable. Breezing Wing. I don't know if there's a specific hero, because most heroes will benefit from tread swapping. On paper, there's literally no downside to tread swapping if you're accurate with it. If you forget to be on the wrong thing, then you got some problems. But even if you just mix in like a couple tread swaps, it's good. Rather than try to do it on a hero, apparently I suck with Bristleback, I would recommend you take a hero like Bristleback. All right, level 1 tread swap. Oh, I want it to be in the demo mode actually, but whatever. So we'll actually just use, it doesn't really matter. So we'll just use the cheat spells. I'm gonna give myself a heart so we don't die. That's not a heart. What am I doing? We're not that far into the replay stream. The brain can't be going quite yet. Okay, we'll just be in the jungle first. So let's say you want to be on strength, and you would do this for whatever hero you want to play. So figure out, is it 1 or 2 presses to get to intelligence, depending where you're standing. For strength, it is a 1 press, and then I want to go back to strength, so it's going to be 2 press. So 1 press, use the spell, 2 press. 1 press, use the spell, 2 press. You just start slow to understand the number. And then you start speeding up, because it's I don't really need to wait. I pressed too many times there. Embarrassing, right? It's I don't know. It's because I'm sitting weird, guys. I wouldn't mess it up usually. You can press it as fast as you want, you know? It doesn't have to be this slow or however slow you want to do it. If you know it's 2 presses, you can press 2 quickly. You don't even have to process it yourself mentally. If you just know it's right? You just start speeding up faster. It's weird on spell. It's weird on the free. You know what? I've never actually done tread swapping on this new keyboard. It's throwing me off, actually. I'm pressing the button a little too easily. It's messing me up. But anyways, you get the idea. Whatever hero you want to do, just practice the tread swapping, and then it'll carry over. Because, the trick is the same for every single strength hero, and for every agility hero, it's the same. It just switches. If you're an agility hero, it's double press, use the spell, 1 press. And once you learn it with 1 hero, you just carry it over to any hero. So oh, I'm gonna use a spell now. Doot. If you wanna do really advanced, some heroes have a health cost to stuff like Slark Dark Pact. You could start, you're on agility, you switch to intelligence to cast Dark Pact, switch to strength to tank the damage, and then switch back to agility. I don't actually know if it's worth it or if the extra agility would be better in that time, but as an example. Or for example, Soul Ring on Soul Ring builders. I want to tank the damage in strength, so I do 1 cast, and then I switch over to agility, use it, and then swap back to whatever I need to be. I clearly do not tread swap very often. I'm not very comfortable with it because I almost never build power tread, so my habit on it is pretty poor. But from however long ago, even I can remember having practice oh, double tap for agility, you know, and then 1 more for back to this. And once you build a habit, it's not too bad. I would just sit in a lobby, because the reason I chose Bristleback, how many times can I go through this? I've already done it 4 times in 10 seconds. If you're doing it in a real game, you're waiting 20, 30 seconds plus per spell cast. You're not practicing it nearly as much. If you just come into a demo lobby, you know, you can go through it a bunch. You wanna get real fancy? You can go sit under a tower. You can remove these creeps. Usually tanking damage on strength is the way to go. So you can if you really wanted to, you could practice I'm on agility. I'm gonna take damage on strength and then swap back. Strength and swap back. Strength and swap back. Ah, I messed it up. See, I could use the practice. I don't think you really need to. The intelligence tread swapping is far more important. Swapping to strength to take damage is way less important, but it's super hype when it works. That is what will get clipped to Reddit to be like, oh my god, he dropped his items and then used his wand and then switched to strength and then picked it up. Oh my god, right? Like, that's the super hype shit, but it's not as necessary. Swapping to intelligence to use the spells is way more. Is there a hero where something would easier to focus on and are more impactful? I guess it would be someone who uses a spell a lot while farming if you do want to play like real games to practice. So Bristleback actually is a great example. Slark, I mentioned him also. See, I'm like double tapping stuff a lot. I'm still not used to it. This is like a linear switch, so there's no like resistance. Whereas before I think it was like red switches or something. So I misclick a lot more than I used to. Slark uses Dark Pact a bunch to farm. So he's a good example. Who else? Phantom Assassin uses a lot of daggers, uses a lot of jumps. She could be a great hero. These like low mana cost spell spammers who will do it a lot are good. Luna Lucent Beam. You know, like someone like Juggernaut wouldn't really. You cast so few spells that it's rare. Like, you don't get as much practice as someone like Slark, as someone like, Ursa on, what's it called? Using Overpower and Earthshock, that could be not too bad. Does Clinks do it? I guess, Anti-Mage might be good as you blink around. You do a lot of blinking as Anti-Mage. That could be a good one. There is a way to manipulate time in the demo modes now. It's under this like extra hidden settings. You just need a console command, but now it is over. Is it this one? Yeah. Go to global, press this more, and then additional settings. You can like go up to time scale 10. I think if you use the console commands, you can go even higher than 10. I forget the exact console commands. You can search it pretty quickly if you look up like Dota 2 timescale console command, something like that. Night and daytime, there's still a switch right here for it. Anti-Mage, the Battle Fury usually just offsets the mana, so I feel like I never need it. I haven't like played Anti-Mage anytime recently, so I don't actually know how the mana feels, but there's not actually a downside to tread swapping if you do it correctly. Some heroes don't need it as much, and perhaps the Battle Fury does cover Anti-Mage's needs, so maybe you don't need it. But potentially it might help you recover mana. So like you get into a fight, you teleport, you use your ult, stuff like that, and now you need to tread swap to actually gain mana instead of like break even. I don't know, just throwing out an example. It also doesn't hurt because maybe it covers it now, but in the future, maybe Battle Fury mana regen gets nerfed. Maybe blink cost goes up, you know? So building the habit on different heroes is, I would say do it in demo lobby first, like what I was showing. Power tread, spell, double tap. One, spell, double tap, one tap. You know, whatever it is, agility or strength, wherever you need to go. Practice that, then you practice it on the heroes, and then it'll just carry over. All right, let's pull up another one. Hey, we go hard. Happy Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. I did. I did a lot on Saturday, and then yesterday I just chilled yesterday. I played a lot of Expedition 33. I was playing RuneScape. I was chilling. Because this week we're going, we're doing all the streaming usual work, and then we're actually casting later. So we're going to go straight through weekend work. So I thought take yesterday kind of off, essentially. Hydration points redeem when. You would need like stop hydrating. I hydrate so much on these replay streams because my throat, like from talking nonstop, my throat gets dry. So then I drink water, and then we always have to pause to go get more water and everything. There's actually too much. Okay, you have a very specific question here, so I'm gonna pull this one up. Let's get going again on some of these. I think it's been okay. I know it's not like replay analysis, but we've been answering questions and showing stuff. I think that's pretty good. Guys, I had one of the other replay streams we did, we looked at a Morphling that we were like, is this a Smurf? And then later I realized if we could find enough clips of that, we could create a great, I don't know if it'd be a full dedicated show, but it's like, it's all about deciding if Morphling is a Smurf or not. And it would just be called, Is This Smurf? And that would just be the whole series, just constantly looking at Morphling players and deciding if they're a Smurf or not. I think there's potential if we can find enough questionable Morphling Smurf games. What do we think? What do we think? Legend. I don't know why I was struggling so hard to type there. I was talking about a separate topic while trying to type. Okay. Morphling game, but actually your question is not really about Morphling specific, more so about a gank that happened at a point. Let's see. So Earth Spirit or Earthshaker ES mid tried to gank for us at level 4 and kind of failed. Should I have chased with him to help? Are we level 4 or he's level 4 when he ganks? Okay, he's getting the rune, he's coming down. You're level 4, Shaman's level 3. Here comes the Shaker. So usually Earthshaker doesn't really gank too early. It looks like he's landing into an OD, so maybe his life is not very fun. Though actually he's managing pretty well on CS. So I guess he's just trying to make a play down here. There maybe aren't stacks for him to echo. If you guys play with Earthshaker mids, by the way, try to stack so that there's like at least triple ancients by the time he has echo, which would be 6 minutes. So it's like stack at like 4, 5, 6, possibly like 4, 5, and then 6 into the power rune. And that way he can come over, pull the camps together, and echo everything. It helps a lot with the blink timing. Okay, let's see this gank in action. Pretty tough to gank into a Venomancer without smoke. You just have to luck out that there aren't Plague Wards down. So kind of a weird gank. Okay, feels a little forced. Yeah, this sucks. I agree with your decision to not go. This is worth more than the Largo kill. There's more gold here than there is here. So it's not a question of should I chase for the kill. The question is how can I get the most gold? And the most gold is right here. So this is in this situation, you should not chase. To help yourself though, like let's say you see it coming. Let's say around here, you know he wants to gank. Okay, if I know he wants to gank, then I don't want to be stuck with a bunch of creeps, especially this catapult, right? I don't want to ignore a big creep wave and the catapult hitting our tower while we chase a kill. So right here, if you start killing creeps, that's good. So usually you don't want to draw aggro, but now could be a great time to do it. Pull it under tower. Oh, I'm just a bad Morphling player. Oh no, right? But actually it's setting up for the gank to try to surprise them to free you up. So right now, you know, maybe kill this Plague Ward, kill these. I actually wouldn't have even completed the gank. Like, if I'm Earthshaker looking at this, these two are fairly healthy. I see the Plague Wards down. I don't have a smoke. This is actually a wild gank attempt to me. Like, this should never have worked anyways. But if you want it to work, and let's say it's different heroes, then killing off the creep waves now would help you a lot. If you think you can tank the creep wave and help, you could like aggro the creep wave with you to the kill and then go for that. At this point, you started flaming me and I said the gold in the wave was worth more. Yeah. Look, no flame, right? But the kind of player who like looks at this and is like, this is the gank that should happen and it should happen even if it happens here, they will always flame you of like, why didn't you go for the kill? Obviously, it was a good kill to go for. But if they don't know this is a bad kill to go for, then they also will think you're being stupid for doing this. So there's like... the flame is inbound when that kind of gank happens, because it's like the person that would do it is also the person that's going to flame. But I agree with your decision. You're just going to have to mute and keep going. If this play was to work, Shadow Shaman should have been more careful. This felt pretty forced here. Went back too far. Like, Shadow Shaman just walked into a full creep wave. I would have been super suspicious if I was these guys, knowing that mid was missing and that, like, Shadow Shaman just like, yeah, I want to tank a Plague Ward and 8 creeps. Yes, right? This is so strange. Shadow Shaman should have been trying to, like, wrap around through the tree lines this way or this way while you deal with the creep wave. He could have also just waited back until Earthshaker fissures and then ran in. There's, like, a million ways this could have gone better. And if the gank happens around here, then you could like stand here and join and that would have been fine. Because this initial play doesn't happen, I'd be like, eh. And I think if you want to chase up to here, that's okay with me. And then you go like, this is like no good. Especially like once he gets here and I see the fissure did not block this off and he has phase boots and quelling and then he cuts the wrong tree. I don't know. But he was supposed to cut this tree and then he's home free, you know? So if the guy had cut the right tree, this never would have worked. It got close because the Largo messed up. Won't killing creeps and trying to push the wave out potentially make the enemy back off to their side? That is true. To some degree. You kind of have to pick your poison. But also, isn't this also bad, right? Like, look what Morphling has to deal with now. Even if this hadn't happened, they would have had 4 creeps into this whole wave. It still would have been a lot. It is not that suspicious to see a catapult wave coming in and be like, we have to kill the wave. We have to deal with the catapult. I don't want to lose my tower, which is what's going to happen here. If the gank happens and Morphling doesn't deal with this, they'll lose this tower for this Largo kill, for the amount of creeps plus a catapult here. Which OD, I don't know if he had his catapult when Earthshaker decided to gank. Did Earthshaker deal with this? So, okay, so this is also a horrible time for Earthshaker to gank when I look at this, because the catapult is still here. So, when this happens, if Odie had pushed a little slower, he probably could have killed this tower. He should have tanked or fortified this creep wave, tanked with the illusion, kill the range creep first, kill the rest. I guess he doesn't know where Earthshaker is right now, so he's a little scared to do that. But that's why you use the illusion to do it. If the illusions were tanking, like, oh, that's weird, where did Earthshaker go? I bet he left. I'm going to try to take this tower with the illusions. The illusions tank this creep wave, or high level, illusions drag this creep wave around the side like this. This mid tower would have fallen. And then Morphling would have committed to the chase, and then this bottom tower would have fallen. Because the catapults have to be dealt with. The catapults, you should kill them before making any of these plays. So for multiple reasons, it's like a terrible time to gank on the Earthshaker. I am Team Morph in this situation. Rare to say to have a Morphling player that's like, bro, you should have helped with a gank, you know, stop farming. But this is one such case. The Morphling is absolutely correct. Should just get the gold. It's a level 4 Morphling. It's not even going to contribute that much. Doesn't have a point in Adaptive Strike. It is not a good time. right, nice clean question. Back out. Now, is this morph a smorph? I think that morph is a legend, not a smorph. What would the like tagline be? Like when we confirm it's a smorph or not a smorph? Let me think on that. I usually make the mistake of joining prematurely. Yeah, Morphling's a funny one because like off of a really strong lane, you potentially could, right? You can bring a lot of power there. I think that's one of the hard parts about Morphling. It's not only the execution of the hero, but to understand your very strange power spikes on how strong you are, how unkillable you are, and not just wait for like multiple items. But that usually the first couple items is the really big swing. Like if I had a fairly passive Morphling who just focused on farming a lot until they got like Manta Butterfly, I don't mind, right? That is such a strong timing. You can end the game with those items. If you find a really good fight into the Aegis, into pushing high ground. Earlier we had some games which is like, boy, you're all shit at pushing buildings. Morphling with Manta Butterfly, solo the whole buildings in like 30 seconds. Easy peasy. All right, let's do this one. We'll see how much more we go today. Where we at? We're like 4.5 hours. I always get tired talking a lot on these replay streams. Maybe at the end, if we're too tired of talking, maybe we'll finally play some RimWorld. We didn't get to do it last time. We could end the stream with it. It could be a fun, chill way. Let's see. See if we get pulled into replays. All right, let's see what's happening here. What was your question again? I copied it and immediately forgot. Good lane. Enemies could be punished more, I think. Had good comms, but seemed to have lost advantage and then spiraled when Tuscan Bounty tried to force fights pickoffs. Tried calling for them to back, but alas. Enemy pick had a lot of team fight. But would we outfarm, outfight if we got to late game? Not sure what macro strat should have been played for this game. Okay. Let's see. What do we... Pugna with a PL. This is offlane Tusk? I guess so. And we are versus Sand King. What is this lineup? Is this support Sand King or some jungling core? What's going on? Let's see. I would first versus a Sand King, or if you think there's gonna be a Sand King, hold the sentry a little longer, because he's gonna sandstorm here-ish, and you want to see him there, and this is a little too far. All right, this I guess we can't see it in replays. This we'll see to about here, which at least is something. But if he can stand here and not get hit, and then like, that's what I want to do. I want to see the Sand King trying to use Sandstorm, and I just want to whack, 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 whack. I want to attack him a lot. So if you put the sentry too soon, too far away, then we're going to have problems. If this guy can be invis in lane, he's going to be happy. We want to buy a lot of sentries to deal with that. Careful of drawing aggro. And then if he's standing too far, hit your own creeps right now. I know this isn't your question, but I saw it happening, so I can't help myself. I'm such a... The lane always baits me. These range creeps... Okay. I don't want to overhype this, but I also want it to feel like the correct impact. Drawing the range creep aggro is less damage to you, but still very detrimental to your creep equilibrium. The range creep essentially does the same damage as all 3 melee creeps, if not a little bit more. So if the range creep is hitting you, it tickles compared to getting hit by all the creeps, but it is still screwing you over, and you can kind of see it in this equilibrium right here, right? Where your creeps are dying faster than theirs because you keep drawing this range creep. So be very careful about this. And anytime you do it, try to drop it as quickly as possible and then fix it by attacking your own creep once or twice or however many times to equal the amount of times your range creep was supposed to. Like, essentially, this is how much damage you lost, right? A little bit more, a little bit less, depending on exactly what happens. But for the amount of times this guy has hit you, we've lost this amount. Because it's supposed to be one... If all the melee creeps died equally, it's now 1 range versus 1 range, full health, but it's not. This Sand King solo, because apparently it's like jungle SF. What am I looking at? Oh, it's double mid or what? I'm looking at some garbage going on here. I don't know. But top side where we're pushing the lane to a solo laner, and that's no good. Okay. Your PL has a certain item timing. So we'll talk about this, and then we'll jump ahead to see it. They are running a super heavy core lineup, so the later the game goes, we assume they'll win because they just have a bunch of scaling heroes. But the weakness to that is that we will come online a lot sooner. We have like 1 real carry versus their 3. PL will finish 3 items, let's say, and their 3 carries will all have 1 item. That's a little bit extreme, but you get the idea. Because instead of having 1 carry with the consolidated farm, they have like 2 to 3. It's all being split. And then 1 carry with 3 items is typically far stronger than 3 carries with 1 item. So that's our goal, is to get PL a certain chunk of farm. The PL build is weird nowadays. I don't know. PLs are always coming, oh, this is the build. Oh, this is, I don't know. I don't know what the build is, but I do know after they get a couple different items, it is classic Phantom Lancer, too annoying to like figure out. So, whatever he thinks the items are, we'll let him get to, and we make space. I don't mind the idea of fighting with the Bounty and the Tusk, but I guess we'll have to see what fights you got into that ultimately threw the lead, which let's now step out for a second, look at the graph. Looks pretty even for quite a while until the eventually team took it, so I suppose we just did not, punish them hard enough. I don't even know what the fight was, I guess, that, because it was so even. I thought we would see like a dip in the losing fight. I'm not actually even sure where to jump now. How's our SF support jungler? Dirt poor. You hate to lose to something like this. Okay, let's see. So, in theory, your Sand King is a good matchup into PL, to be fair. You could have won your lane harder top, but that's not the focus of your question, so we'll just move on from that. PL now gets left alone. He focuses on his farm. We go make plays elsewhere. Pugna is really good about this, even solo. This is one of your strengths, because you just sit here and you blast the wave, and you blast the tower. Whether you have teammates helping you or not, you're very fast, you're very long range. So you walk in, nether blast, back out, repeat forever. And you can solo create this action. If you have your teammates, it's even better. So that's what I would want to see. I would want us to see us away from the PL, and then we play bottom by default, mid potentially as well. Get some vision down. When you have a lot of farming cores, do you know what they're doing? Making plays? No. We didn't say they have too many playmaking heroes. They have too many farming heroes. So where are they going to be? They're going to be all jungling. We need offensive wards to see this stuff. We have 2 defensive wards. That can be okay. The next one needs to see them in the jungle so you know where to push, where to go for kills. They are conceding a lot of presence on the map when you pick this kind of shitty-ass draft. But only if you let them. And that's where I know pub coordination is sometimes lacking. Pugna can solo do it. So you drop wards yourself, you push lanes yourself, and you punish them for having this many heroes. But of all the places to be, next to your carry is going to be the wrong answer, essentially. Well, maybe in one go. We kind of just jumped here. Let's see what happens. We push with a catapult, and then maybe we leave. Maybe it'll be okay. Finish it. Oh, shit. All right. You did get a lot of tower damage, so that part's kind of okay. And then I see you thinking about TPing back up here. Are we going to do it? Are we thinking about it? I see you walking up here. I want to go somewhere else. Tusk is here. Suddenly a whole bunch of heroes are top. All right, we got the kills. We take the tower, and we all definitely leave PL. So see, did you see just what happened there? Here's your carry. Oh, great kills, guys. I'm gonna get farmed now. Pugna Blast, Lena Nuke. He got 1 CS, right? We're getting kills. Who got the kills? Was it him? Why is it not showing? I don't know why it's not showing. If he does not get the kills, he's getting way less farm than being left alone. Even in a bad lane and he's like jungling and pushing lane, he'd get more gold than having a bunch of heroes here nuking creep waves in front of him, which is what you have to do when you have this many heroes. Like, I'm not saying you and Lena are wrong, but it does hurt Phantom Lancer's gold, and it's going to give space over to Juggernaut and all the other carries on the enemy team because they're not fighting, they're farming. So you want to do this stuff very quickly if you do group up. But then see, like, everyone's going together with the PL, forcing these kills, which is maybe the issue you talked about. Like, maybe we're spending too much time on this. Our team has gained 250 gold and then some assist gold. Okay, we'll admit that. They all came to defend, but if they did not, and they just farmed a little bit, they'd probably 4 times as much money. If you want the math on that, go watch the gold video. Gold movie. But for this many heroes to come over, they could have just ignored it and pulled a huge gold lead. You guys can group. It's just not supposed to be around PL, which here we are once again. So sometimes this happens. Solo Pugna, we just take this tower on our own. Shove this lane, ignore them, have your own observer sentries, aggressive wards. Notice we still don't have anything here. There's been a lot. We moved pretty deep. Weren't able to get anything in here. That's okay. We'll have another shot. Hold this observer till you get a chance. Don't put anything defensive. Oh, it's already down. This is very likely to be killed because you guys have a bounty hunter. Wards in the lane tend to die very quickly when you have bounty, sand kings, all these invis heroes. You're backing away. You're scared. Be brave. Push. You might die for it. It is economically worth it if you're the only one down here forcing rotations. And then stay out of sight. Okay, so tower. I don't know where the enemy is. I still want to create action. Drop your nether ward in the tree. Blast, back out. Nether ward's back up. Walk in, blast, back out. All right, nether blast. Repeat forever. Put the nether ward down, though. So what did we do as Pugna? I just forced a hero to TP in. I forced Juggernaut to walk over. This is very good. Repeat forever if your team is not doing anything. Because what does that do? If they're all coming down here, one, the people who aren't listening to you communicate, they will be baited over. Do you know why they came top? Oh shit, there's a lot of heroes there. I want to get kills. People are low. I'll show up. Right? They're not thinking about the strategy. They're not listening to you talk. They're not thinking about what's good. They just see things happening and they're reacting. Okay? We're talking a lot about proactive play today. Reacting is bad for us reacting to the enemy team. Typically, I mean, to a degree it's good, but like we want to create stuff. If you have people who aren't listening to proactive calls, you just need to make them react to what you are doing against their will without them understanding. So when you bait a bunch of heroes down here, they will react because they'll be like, boy, it's boring here next to PL. Oh my God, look at all these heroes down here. They will react to what you are doing and come play with you. Even though when you ask them to come push with you, they're like, shut the hell up. You're stupid, Pugna. That's so boring. Push a tower. That's dumb as shit. But then you do it, you bring the heroes and they go, oh my God, what a great idea I've had. I'm going to come down here. I'm going to fight heroes over here. This is a really good idea I've come up with. You gotta make them do it. Now you just repeat. Look, now we got heroes. We got the active heroes. We got heroes here. PL's on his own. Lena's on her own. This is good. How do we do it? Pugna came down on their own, pushed it. Everyone on both teams reacted to it in the way that is favorable to us, because we were the one hero who understood what should happen. And this is how pub games go. This is how you make things happen. It won't always work out smoothly, but like, you just gotta try and try again. And now the map state is good. If we go to free cam so we can see everything, we got a bunch of heroes down here. You don't actually need to take the tower. We just need to bait this reaction, because what's happening mid, these two are tilted. They're farming together. It's bad. Lena's farming efficiently. PL's farming efficiently. You are all matched. You guys are all farming the same stuff down here. One Lena is matching these two. This is all extra farm. That is gold gain for your team. So nothing needs to happen. Don't force a fight. Which you mentioned Tusk and Bounty maybe force the fight. So maybe that's the problem that we're about to see now. But for you, you are good. What you have done is good, and you do not need to feel pressured to do more. What should PL have done in the situation when there's a lot of people in his lane? Look to the other lane. Well, damn, everyone's in the top lane. Twin gate, come bottom. TP to another lane. Just leave. Just leave. In the same way Morphling in the replay before this had to make the call like, it's a bad gank. I just got to farm. Same top. Hey, PL, join us in the fight. Nah, that's a bad fight. I'm farming. You know, you just got to go. You just got to walk somewhere else. And if you can walk, I recommend you walk so that when they all go like, oh, PL, you want to go bottom, PL? We can go. You go, no, guys, sorry, I really didn't. And then you TP away. If you TP away, they can all TP follow you. And then you're going to have to walk away, and they're going to walk after you. You have to know your own item timings and play to them. If people try to make you do stuff too soon, you have to ignore for your own sake. By the way, I'd like to point out you lost your observer to the sentry. It's super common. Try to avoid it when playing with and against invis heroes. Things in the lane will die very quickly. Okay, all of this is fine. Even as you die, we lose a couple hundred gold. My team should be farming efficiently elsewhere. Sometimes they will find return kills, sometimes not. All right. Tusk gets a kill, gets killed. Not the best, but what does that mean on the mini-map? The heroes responding, getting kills. Oh, that's bad. Where are they all? They're all down here. Where's the one other hero? Up here. So what's happening? PL's farming all this. Lena's farming all this. Now, if they were better, they would be pushing in the lanes harder. But I can't control them. So mathematically, gold movie, right? Even when you die, forcing these plays to a degree. You don't die too often. But some degree of dying is okay, because, especially from supports, because you give Let's Gold, right? When you force this many heroes down here, what happens? Juggernaut farms a camp, and he wants to farm more. There actually is a stack here. Okay, we'll allow that. What does TA do after she finishes his play? She comes farm this way. What's Jug do? Oh, I want to farm here. Oh, which doctor pushed that lane? Oh, where do I go? I guess I'll walk back up here, right? It's getting weird. He can't go this way. He can't go this way because the camps aren't up because TA just farmed. Now he's walking back. Oh, this camp's not up. Oh, this camp's not up. Oh, yeah, I farmed them. Well, let me go look for farm over here. Oh, TA farmed them, right? This guy just wasted like 15 seconds having Alzheimer's and then discovering that TA farmed on her way out, which is fair. Like, that's what TA is going to do after she makes his play. But that's why the more heroes keep showing up down here, they overlap. Too many heroes are showing up in the same part of the map, so they don't get as much farm. Okay, where are we? Go back. This tower's still up, just go back. I see what you mean about the D ward. Any better options? Yeah. So come over here. So imagine the sentries like all in here. We don't want them. So let's just write off this whole area. You can move further out. Something along here could be good. Because this tower is still up. Would they expect something in here? Maybe not, right? Something back here could be fine. Anywhere along here is usually good. With the Invis heroes in play, it's a little iffier. Still think it's acceptable. Twin gates are pretty underutilized in pub games, even with Invis heroes. So if you wanted to put it here, that would be fine. You could also put it like really at the edge, like here, over here. Here would be better for you because you're on the dire. There's a spot like up here that's pretty sneaky. You could do that. What else? The thing, okay, so here's another way to think about it. The reason you are putting an observer here, right, is you're like, oh, I want to push this tower, but I'm scared. What if they're showing up and killing me, right? That's why I want an observer down. So how can you accomplish that without the observer there, which is super common and is going to be killed? It did get killed, right? This one will probably also be killed. If they're all missing, that's why you get scared and watch your try to see them. If you can see them somewhere else, then you're not going to be as scared. So for example, if you can see the Sand King is jungling here, you're not worried about Sand King killing you here. If you can see Sand King jungling here or here, not worried about him blink killing me here, even if I can't see this area because I don't have an observer. If the Storm Spirit is somewhere here, over here, right? So that's why a deep ward, even if you don't plan to play around that deep ward, it helps you do things elsewhere, and then you don't have to ward in a very common spot in this area because we're using the process of elimination. The fact that I don't see anything does make this scary, and that's why you want the observer that you then lose. But if you put it here and you can see stuff there, well, he can't be here because I can see him here, and that's how I know I can now push even with no vision down here. It's because I have vision elsewhere. So as you have time to like make plays out other places, you can do that. You can take that approach. But if you do want stuff here, then you can try things like just a little further out. It'll still help give you some safety. You might lose them, but it's a little bit more likely than like being right here. Lena and PL are not helping you out, I'll be honest. They're not really. She's doing a killing build and then just farming with it. Sometimes you do. I actually think you making this stuff bottom is actually really good from your part. Your other cores are not fully maximizing on the space you're creating. And that's just sometimes how it goes, right? You don't expect to win every game. I think you have the right idea here, though. And I hope we are reinforcing that and talking about how to improve it further. There is a lack of vision on the map right now, which is making them a little scared. This is where it helps if they do it themselves or if you can help out, like you put a couple wards somewhere to help give more vision. Great. Swick, I don't know if I said thank you, but you did a Prime sub a little bit ago. I remember seeing it come in, and then I honestly just cannot recall if I responded at all. Hello. Are you done? It's a pretty even game still, which is probably bad for you because they have more cores and you have a bounty hunter. So we're actually a little behind right now. But in theory at this point, you know, it's a pub game. You could still win. It just comes down to what happens. I'm seeing these pushes happen. You don't have the nether ward down. Just drop it. Anytime you come up to like do this kind of play, just put the nether ward down. If there's any degree of like, ooh, a little scared, right? Put it, safety. If you know for sure like nothing's gonna happen, you can keep it. But as you make these split pushes as Pugna, any amount of like worry you have, just put the nether ward down. Out of the lane, so like the creeps don't farm it for free, but like anywhere in this tree line is good. You could put it back here. You could put it here. You can use it for like vision too. You know, like stick it behind a tree so you can see teleports come in. But usually just somewhere on this side is good. And really just any tower, same idea. So maybe I'm pushing bottom more on my own as Pugna. I'm playing this bottom side. I put the nether ward here. I blast the tower. I back out. I walk in. I blast a tower. I walk out. Walk in, blast the tower. If they're going to kill me, they're going to take extra nether ward damage. And maybe the nether ward will save me as well. Maybe it'll cancel a blink for me or something. And then I'll get out. Mid is a little awkward. There's not really anywhere to hide the nether ward, so you just kind of like drop it and blast. But if you come from the side, you can. Like, for example, this tower's still up, you're pushing in, you're like here, nether ward behind a tree, blast, hide, blast, hide. Up here, you know, any tower, there are some trees that can typically be used to hide the nether ward. What would you say the PL should have done in this scenario if he doesn't want to join fights yet? That's a good question. So if we go back, he should do the most active farming possible. So whichever lane he is in should always be pushing until it forces a response. And then he can let it push back to him if he's scared. But as soon as he is safe to push it back out, he should do that. Depending how fast he is and like what the mid's hero is doing, he might be in charge of 2 lanes. So for example, let's say he's doing top. He pushes top, he jungles, he pushes top, repeat. But maybe he's in charge of mid and top, which can be true especially as like from here to here is kind of far. But as towers fall and now you're like pushing out this is much closer. So then one of his jobs might be, okay, push out top. I could jungle top this way, but I could also jungle this way and then push out mid for my team. And that way, while his team is doing all this stuff bottom, both lanes are going into the enemy to bait 2 responses. They had the numbers here because PL's not joining, and then they go, oh, I gotta defend mid. Oh, I gotta defend top, right? That's what helps keep your team safe down here. And otherwise, you maximize your farm. So let's just play through and see what PL does. He could maybe join a fight with Diffusal. Okay, and actually he did. He gets that Sand King kill, right? Here, he should just send Illusion Sound and farm. If he had the mana, he could do that. He doesn't actually need to push down here because it's a little... Where are they? I killed Sand King, but like, where are the other heroes? Now, actually, their draft is pretty bad. If Sand King's dead, I'm actually not that worried for PL. But let's just say he is more scared. His job is to maximize farm right now as the carry. I can get a lot of farm here, but I want to do the most aggressive thing possible. This lane is now pushing. Or sorry, actually all the creeps died, so actually it's not pushing. So technically he needs to deal with the creep wave. He doesn't have to deal with it till it gets closer. He's going to meet it here if he keeps going forward, and then he's going to have to run back, which maybe is okay depending where the heroes are. It's scary, so I don't want to do that. And he doesn't. He actually falls back here, jungles this, then comes and does this. And once he does this, his job is done top. I am pushing in top. He killed the creep wave. We have a creep wave going in. This creep wave and this creep wave are supposed to meet here, but they're not because we just killed that, and so it's pushing in. He has done his job top. Now he can maximize farm until he's needed top again. But this is where you look at the map and decide, do I want to join a fight, or do I have to control another lane for my team while they do stuff? That could help determine his farming pattern. But for now, if we're ignoring that stuff, his job is done top, and now he maximizes farm. Now he AFKs, but he's done the active part. So as you see more heroes here, before I said we didn't have to push further. A lot of that was due to fear. If you have the confidence to push this tower and take it or damage it, or push and then farm this stuff, you can do that as long as you feel safe to do that. But with so many heroes showing, or with so many heroes not showing, I'm scared to do that. Then if they are showing, you do have to weigh how important is my timing now versus later. So farming here will be more money than pushing aggressively and farming here. So if all that matters is PL's ultimate item timing, let's say 3 items and we win as long as I get it before 25 minutes. This, I don't care that they're getting money. I don't care that I'm not taking the tower. I'm going to finish the job at 25 minutes with my 3 items. It does not matter what they have. I just need to hit that item timing at that time. Then you would default to this, push the lane when it gets here. If it is a big deal to make a gold difference, then you would want to push more aggressively and steal stuff if possible. PL is a hero, and most illusion heroes are the type where it's like you hit your own timing and you just send illusions to keep pushing in the waves and steal stuff, and otherwise you focus on your own farm. Because usually these illusion type heroes, Medusa type heroes, it's like whatever that critical mass is, give me the Aegis and then we end the game. Or completely take over the game anyways. Like PL could have defended this creep wave. He didn't deal, okay. He ignored the catapult wave too long, and now SF took his tower. If we go back, and why the catapults matter so much, guys. This was a full health tower, just about. Barely any damage to it. PL did not deal with the creep wave. He had done it earlier, but this time he did not. Here's an SF. Hitting the tower. 4 creeps, catapult. Next creep wave comes in, kills it. So this was PL's job, to defend this tower. He lost the whole tower for 30 seconds lapse of missing a creep wave. So this is a big miss on his part. Now he's killing his own tower. Wouldn't you be scared to push the lane if you don't see many heroes on the map? Yes, pushing the lane meets here by default though. If you kill a single, if you auto attack once and back away, that lane will push actually, because the creeps are supposed to kill each other. Any amount of difference from you contributing a little bit will push the wave. So when you deal with the creep wave here and you push a single creep forward, job's done. The lane is pushing forward. It'll be slow depending on how much damage you actually do, but it will push until the enemy deals with it. So if all you have to do is wait here, the philosophy is your teammates will have teleports to come protect you if you're really in danger. And that it will be safe because the enemies won't all be missing because your team is doing something else, and that's causing rotations. And we've seen that. By Pugna blasting this tower, we keep seeing a couple heroes. How does PL die to any of these heroes, actually? It's only if he gets surprised by Burrow Strike, and then they kill him in the stun. Otherwise, if he has any amount of illusions, what are the odds he does not dodge cask with his W, or the cask bounces to a bunch of illusions? Outside of that, nobody has a stun. He has Requiem, you can dodge Requiem easily. If he fakes it, you just run away after you doppelganger. And everyone else, you just teleport in front of them. You create illusions and then you teleport away. They won't kill you unless they have multiple heroes. But as long as you see a couple heroes somewhere else because the lanes are being pushed, you know if it's safe or not. And some heroes are more safe or not than others. PL happens to be a good one. And as part, you mentioned like the build isn't really diffusal anymore. You go Manta. So he could have the Manta. Oh shit, I'm scared. Just send the Manta. Like I said, one auto attack will push a wave. So Manta doing a little bit of auto attacks, that'll push the wave too. No risk to me. The illusions die, who even cares? They're worth very little gold. At least right now. Let's do like one more actually. Let's pop this up. Submit some games, guys. We'll grab one more and then I will, maybe we'll end. But I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna refill our water one more time and then figure out with my fiance our dinner plans. had one game that is so horrible, I'm too ashamed to post it. Hey, there's no flame here. You're free to do it, but you're also free to hang on and, you know, get a game you like more, you think is more useful. How specific do the questions have to be for the replays? I'm not really that like strict on it, but I think it does help all parties involved. I think when you formulate a specific question, it helps you more consciously incorporate the advice into like learning the game, as opposed to just being told things out of the blue. And it also helps me in the sense I know what to look for. For example, this one, we actually talked about this earlier. We're going to wrap back around one more time and see if we see the exact same problem once again. This is a very common problem. I think the other examples, we weren't looking at the carry's perspective, though. So I kind of want to... That's why we're looking at this one. I should say that but after I do the timestamp. Hold on. All right. This one, we're wrapping back around to the earlier... What games was it, guys? What game were we looking at when we talked through all this? The Largo offlane and the Invoker 2. So if you're jumping around and you like need different timestamps to see more of this, I think it came up in those two games. The issue being, can't go high ground, throw game, sad. What do I do? And the answer is typically not to go high ground. In those games, they had less of a gold lead. This time, when you submitted the question, you said you had like 30K and still didn't feel like you could go high ground, which, depending at what point the gold lead is, 30K may not mean much. So for example, 30K at 30 minutes, amazing. 30K looks like at 60 minutes, it actually doesn't mean very much. At 60 minutes, like let's look at people's items at 60 minutes. Hold on, who's a good example? Who is the poor hero? Invoker is the poor hero on their team, let's say. At 50 minutes, what does Invoker have? Right? Are you telling me you're not scared of Refresher Cataclysm because you're 30K up? No, I'm very scared, right? So at this point, heroes have so much gold. They may be poorer than you, but they probably still have a way to kill you, especially if you are by yourself, if they are grouped together, right? Lion probably has like Blink and something, you know, Mars, Hex, right? We may be ahead, but we can easily die. So 30K at an hour means a lot less than like 10K at 20 minutes. They actually just cannot kill you, depending on certain matchups. So how much of a gold lead you have at different points in the game makes a big difference. So the fact that you threw a 30K gold lead at an hour in the current meta is like, that sucks. But also, I kind of get it, you know? Oops, I just closed a lot of my streaming stuff. Fortunately not, I just closed all the chats. That's fine, I'm ignoring you guys anyways. I'll open them up again. So that's what we're gonna look for real quick. Let's jump to like this stage right here and see how you go high ground. And if I had to guess, in fact, I can tell right now, you guys get Roche and you probably tried to force high ground instantly. It means we didn't use the Aegis time at all. We instantly threw with it. And we didn't look for a pick off. We didn't do anything like that. Oh my gosh, nuked my ears. All the sounds came in at once. Where was that? That was like 50-ish minutes, right? We're looking at PA here, if I had never said that. Yeah, here's Roche. All right. What's the lesson from earlier, guys? We have to find a pickoff. We have 5 minutes. We got to use about 4 of those to play the map. set up some deep wards, look for a kill. The kill can happen in our own fountain, and we will have enough death time to make our way to the enemy's base. It looks pretty primed. It looks like one good fight will get buybacks, and then the second fight will end the game, or they won't have buybacks, and one good fight will end the game. One single pickoff. 5 minutes of Aegis time to look for that. 5 minutes of Aegis time. We're gonna use 4 of it at their base. We are already in front, and I know on my team, because you don't know. Okay, we just jumped here. Maybe you do know buyback statuses. Though, she has not used it, so you don't know buyback statuses, but it turns out she doesn't. You know you are not together. You have 3 heroes here, 1 here, 1 here. What they know is that you have 1 hero here, 3 heroes here, and they don't know where Zeus is unless they have a ward somewhere on the map, and you don't know if they do or not. You don't know their buyback statuses. They could jump and kill you guys here. If they saw you, if you got hexed, stunned, speared backwards, Drow's attacking you, there's a chance these guys buy back. Frankly, even without buybacks, if they know where Zeus is, 3 heroes can fight 3 heroes in the mid lane. This is a huge risk from you guys, showing multiple lanes and in a very dangerous spot at a time we don't need to. We have 4.5 minutes on Aegis. There's no need to take any form of risk right now. Also, by the way, people usually swap BKB out for Aegis rather than like your Deso. So right now I see you going for high ground, and this is why I wanted to look at it from a carry's perspective. You actually have a lot of control because you are usually the highest damage at this point, and especially PA is like a pick-off assassin type hero. So you forcing high ground is not at all what your hero wants to do, which is why I think you're feeling like, oh, this feels really hard. It's really hard for your hero, so you don't want to do this kind of stuff. You want to just wait. If your team does not place observer wards, do it yourself. You know, you need a weird observer ward that they do not expect, and you will go blink, abyssal, delete someone on your own if it looks good. And if it doesn't look good, you just keep waiting. You're the carry. You have the most power to do this and say, this is a very dangerous high ground push because they could buy back. It's really bad if they don't have buyback because it's 55 minutes into the game. So it turns out one of them does not, but like, do you want to take that risk? You shouldn't really. Quap wanted to fight. You were teamed up with Zeus and we wanted to wait. You guys wait. Let Quap die. Let Quap die. I will say, if you're teamed up with Zeus, oh my god. Okay, we have a couple new things to talk about. Hilarious build. Hilarious build. I am understanding why you are struggling to go high ground, though. This is a very meme build. So it does not provide you any utility to help end the game. And I was about to say, it is fine for Zeus to be a little far back and contribute by like farming and doing global damage, but he should push lanes. I now understand why he's too scared to push lanes, because he has triple divine. This build is a meme. What it is good at is killing people with refresher orb. So currently, when you said, oh, we threw a 30k lead, you threw a negative 10k lead. Zeus is not a hero right now. He does not have his global abilities. He does not have refresher. Zeus's entire build is absolutely useless right now with where he is standing, and you guys are pushing high ground. What you are doing is pushing into a team that is stronger than you, and you lose the fight, and you're like, man, we can't end the high ground. You don't have a gold lead right now. This guy does not have anything he built for. There is no contribution from him. This is absolutely not the time to do it. Unfortunately, your hand was forced because Aegis was about to expire. Oh my god, there's 4 minutes on Aegis left. So why did we do this? Oh, Queen of Pain pressure to me. Ignore her. She does not have control. She's not a real succubus. She isn't controlling you. You have the mouse. You have the keyboard. Get out of here. Let her die on her own. Wait for your Zeus's meme build to be back up. You need this shit. And what you will do with this, you will sit in the fountain together for 1 minute, and then he will double ult, kill 3 heroes, and then you will push on your own, whether Queen of Pain is alive or not. So this is a horrible push. now that I've seen this. We could back out. If you backed out right now, this is also good. Just ditch her. Let her go. A drow buyback is exceptional. Exceptional value. And this is the thing. I think a lot of people don't know when they're getting good value and they like feel they need to do more. What you have is such a huge window now. Until her buyback is up, 8 minutes, she has to be scared. You have a huge window. What will happen in 8 minutes? Aegis will expire and a new one will likely spawn and she still won't have buyback. You have the potential to grow a 30k extra gold lead while she is still being careful. If you kill her in the next 8 minutes, you end the game. That is what you have just gotten. So there's no pressure to push for more right now. They are pressured to get something out of her buyback. So everyone should run, but I see you guys running back and forth in front of their base, a very dangerous place, which again, I'd like to remind you, with no refresher, you guys are currently down. I mean, looking at the net worth, you guys are currently down 10k, and you're like pacing in front of their base. If you take Silencer out of the picture, you're actually down like 20 to 30k, because he doesn't have global either. He used his refresher combo. You guys are down 30k, and you're like, should we push right now? Ooh, right? Where's your BKB? On cooldown? Okay, he does have Echo, Refresher, Quap, no BKB. You guys are so weak right now. And you have a very good prize for having used everything, but you guys still feel like you need more. And that's what's going to lead to a throw. What is this? Did Queen of Pain grab your controller? I don't think so. Well, I don't think so. Don't let her pressure you. Back out. Go farm. Run away. They are all dead. You can push this now. It's kind of scary if they have buyback, which they do. The one hero we could confirm had no buyback is alive. So it's kind of scary. And the thing to know is that at this point in the game, every decision, okay, as soon as the game gets pretty late, like 40 plus minutes, and carries reach the point that they can just like go straight throne, you know, like if they were trying to end the game, take this building, go straight throne. How long do they need? Part of playing Dota is getting a rough feel for how long they need. The thing is, most of the time it is less than a minute. And if death timers are 100 seconds and you throw in the fountain, the farthest place you could possibly throw, with blinks, teleports, movement speed items, from here to here is usually about 30 to 40 seconds. So then for the remaining time, can they end the game? All of our moves have to be weighed. If I die, I will lose the game. So is this worth it? Because you could lose the game. If I die here, will I lose the game? Yes. Drow will make it to my base and end the game if I can't buy back and win that fight. So do I need to do this? No. Fortunately, you have buyback. But now you're now on even footing with Drow. We could have just waited. We could have waited for everyone to be up, not use any buybacks. Drow would still be on buyback cooldown. You just wait for Roche. Which actually, because we did this so early, we do have to wait a while for Roche, which is why we usually wait longer. But you play the map. You did get mid barracks, so you just wait. You set up deep wards. Notice, you guys are winning. Absolutely no vision down. So it's really hard to find pickoffs because we don't see anything. But mid will push. These lanes are pushed, right? Your position is better. You just need to take time. You just need to push in lanes, find a pickoff. They will get antsy. In the same way you guys are making mistakes, I promise you, they are scattered. What the hell is this? Drow and Lion are going for a kill while Venge is over here. Really bad. But it's working in a pub game because our team is also making mistakes. But this is really bad. And if you have vision on the map, you would see them scattered and you would just kill one of them and you would end the game. Let's see. As they respawn, let's look. This guy immediately running out. Look at that. 4 or 5 different locations. 3 mid, 2 support scattered. Okay, now they're grouped up. 4 together. 1 guy just randomly on his own. They do find the Queen of Pain. How? Why? After that, scattered. What are you guys doing? Also scattering, right? This is how late game Dota goes. Like, whichever team happens to clump up first often wins. If you guys have a ward center and you see Invoker looking bottom, and you see these guys pushing mid, you see Lion up top from an early deep ward, boom, boom, boom. Anywhere you want to go. Invoker, right play. Mid, right play. Top, right play. No wrong answers, except to scatter and do different things. All you need is vision and team coordination. I recognize that. I recognize that's the hard part. Team coordination to get stuff done. But as we say, you got to set up like 10 right plays and hope one works out. I think that kind of answered that question. I expected this one to be fast, and it kind of was. It's the same lesson as earlier. If you want more details on this, the late game flow chart and the gold movie will help you. Look, the amount of time this game took, you can, if you play the gold movie at like 1.5 times speed, you know, it's worth it. At this point, I'm pretty sure if Zeus... Can Zeus insta-kill Drow? I missed if it's possible. If he can insta-kill Drow with this combo, the game's done. Like, now that you guys are up, you just kill her and then you go. Or, with your scattered vision, you get like 1 stun, then you kill her. You know? Then the game is over. Should save buyback, guys. Should save buyback. After the game goes past like 30 minutes, should be saving buyback. That is good practice. Oops. I feel invested now. We've kind of answered the question, but let's see. There's only like a little bit left. There's some big fight that's about to break out. Actually, I don't want to be on that screen. This is where all the information is for these kind of plays anyways. All right, backline hero showing himself in the low ground. Let me do it again just in case they didn't see me. Let me try again. All defensive ward. Despite having complete map control earlier, right? All defensive wards. Nothing out here. All taking turns showing mid so that they know you're all here. Is this 3 heroes or is it 5 heroes? If any wards are down and you know it's not 5 heroes, how does that hero rejoin mid? There's no towers here. This is a long teleport. Teleport, you're a hero that will kill in 2 seconds. This is too far. If these heroes, if anyone shows top or bottom, instantly jump mid. If I knew from a ward, I could just go. Instead, I have to wait for side lanes to show. Uh-oh, Mars found my Zeus. Time to die, Dad. What is it, patricide? He got him. Mars. How do I hold all these divines? Let me show this fight from their perspective. Silencer's mid. Can we jump him? I don't know. He might be with his team. Oh, Queen of Pain's here too. Oh, Earthshaker's here too. Oh, Queen of Pain jumped in blindly without anyone knowing where anybody is. PA is here too. Cataclysm. There's the Zeus. Mars. Gamer. I shall destroy my father. The late game is all about finding a couple good fights and pickoffs. It's being very smart about what information you are showing and about what information you are receiving. Most complicated late games, like this game feels really hard, I don't know what to do here. Almost everything can be solved with get better vision and find an easier fight, right? Rather than try like, yeah, it is hard. This high ground is tough. Having to find this save and this BKB piercer and this guy and this guy and this guy, that is hard. Most pub games, they will scatter across the winds. Your team and their team. And whoever finds the other person first will end up winning a game they should or should not. So you want to try to create that situation as much as possible. Either the vision, pushing in lanes. Well, really, those are the two biggest ones. Pushing in lanes and having good vision will give you the most opportunities and restrict the enemy's information the most. The more you can do that safely, the better. And there's nothing complicated about 5 of us hit this one guy, right? You can simplify a lot of complex late game stuff. TY, happy to help. We got a little sassy in there. Nothing, there's no actual flame, nothing harsh. We're just having some fun. And forces their guys to split to fix the lanes. Exactly. They will scatter instead. Unless you get an opportunity from enemies being dead to deep ward, any advice on getting that vision without throwing when it's such a late game? There will be an opportunity at some point. I can't promise when. I'm going to come back into this game just to show you. Part of the reason, sometimes you're winning and you're like, we just need like a little bit more, like let me drop the observer here. Let me drop it here. They all get killed because of one throw and suddenly there's no vision. It's why even when you're winning, it can still be good to like, do my sneaky ward, back here, whatever. I won't do this one here. I won't throw this observer away because in case we throw, I need the backup plan. And the vision being alive is the backup plan. So I wouldn't commit every single observer for these kind of like death push ends unless you think like this is literally it. This is the death push. So earlier, the reason they had no vision is because they kept pushing and they were here a lot, but they didn't put any of the wards down. Otherwise, you just kind of have to look at what the enemy is showing you or not. Let's just go from like here. So they're pushing bottom. Let's say I'm silencer support. I see 3 heroes are. I don't know where the other 2 heroes are. So yes, there is some element of silencer just running in would be dangerous. But the question to ask ourselves, if we are trying to like meta game this a little bit, isn't it stupid to push with 3 heroes at this stage of the game? The other 2 heroes are almost for sure down here, right? Based on what I know of Dota, like if they're being smart at all, this should not, like the other heroes should be here. Now this is why pubs are weird, because like sometimes people are not doing this stuff, and that's the messiness in pubs, and why some stuff that should work does not work, stuff that shouldn't work does work. But if we were gambling, man, the odds that these 3 heroes are pushing while the other 2 are jungling, very low. So as silencer, is it that dangerous to push out top further? Is it that dangerous for him to go to other deeper areas to put that ward down? Yes, but of all the times to do it, I'm kind of guessing that those other heroes are here. Line's a little far, but otherwise Mars is in position. They're all here, right? So in fact, this is all empty. This is a lot of like high-level late-game Dota, is what you do or don't see, you just have to infer and guess. And it's a calculated risk. But the odds are pretty high for Silencer to push further, and then he does not have a teleport, in which case he should not have backed like that. He should not be up here. He should be here already. I thought he had a teleport ready for this, in which case he should have kept pushing because at any moment he can TP back. So the enemy team seeing Silencer out here does not mean like, oh, we can just dive willy-nilly. Oh, he can global and then just TP back and be here really quickly. Now, of course, if you can push without showing, then they may not notice. They may not notice there's a hero pushing waves because Silencer is not showing. He's just using Q from out of sight. And then they don't know to go get Silencer up there. At some point, there will be throws. There will be winning fights. So here's a winning fight. Let's see how many deep wards go down. The supports in this situation on Radiant, Push lanes. Okay, order of operations. Is Roshan available? Get Roshan. Push lanes as a default as you go to Roshan or as you go to your other next steps. Aggressive vision that you can now place because they're all dead, or at least enough heroes are dead. Right now, Mars is alive, but he's low, so we're not that scared of him, especially if we go as a team, or even with like a buddy system. D-ward only key areas on our half that we have to, like, I want to do Roshan, so I need to D-ward as I go over. Otherwise, do the D-warding on your way back. So, like, push, then come back and D-ward and farm this stuff. If you farm and D-ward now, by the time you push, they're respawning. They'll kill you. We have to go out first and then come back. So let's see. This guy's over here. These two are pushing. Could be pushing two different lanes. Silencer's jungling. He's getting the Wisdom Shrine, which would be here. Like, what are the odds Marsh lost his fight? And he's like, holy shit, to save the game, I better go steal the Wisdom Shrine. It's gonna be up. You can push out Silencer, because he sees all this. Silencer can push out mid, retreat this way when he gets scared. Get the Wisdom Shrine later. It's still there. It's still worth the same amount of money. Okay, what else? All right, Zeus has backed out early in his own jungle. Not pushing mid for the team, just jungling. PA is now respawning, like, no one push mid, so I can't just TP to this outpost and immediately push while they're still dead. I have to push the lane, and I also still can't TP. We've doubled up. Like, these guys doubled up. The one guy on his own is the one who can be killed by the Mars. The stronger heroes should have been out here on their own. I think Zeus had Nimbus to cancel that, maybe. Maybe it got used. Oh, it got thrown a little early. Okay. I was playing too fast to pay attention. Now they're up. Now we gotta get out. What deep wards have been placed? What de-warding has taken place? None. In other words, for a team wipe, we got nothing. There was no value to killing those 4 heroes besides the raw value they were worth, which is not a lot. They did not allow me to end the game. Ending the game is like a multi-step plan. Killing heroes is like precursor step. The follow-through is necessary, and we did not follow through anywhere. We pushed in some lanes. That was about it. But there was no vision, there was no de-warding, there was no coordinated play to like find anything. I wish Valve would force people to watch your videos instead of playing Dota for 100 hours. I mean, I would financially benefit from that, but I understand why they do not. Any hero you're looking forward to being nerfed and buffed whenever new patch comes out? A lot of strong 5s that it's keeping it kind of boring. Treant, Warlock, Jakiro, if they got nerfed, that'd be cool. I would like to play a little bit more Venge. I want her to be stronger. I want to play more Enchantress and make a guide for her, a basic guide. If she got buffed, that'd be cool. Who's someone fun I want to play? I want to play more Venomancer. Isn't that always the case? But he's not that great right now. His pub win rate's fine. His like higher tier pro win rate's like pretty meh. Wyvern needs some love. That is true, but I also don't play Wyvern, so I don't feel it, you know? It doesn't move me very much. What else? Let me see the heroes. I always forget. Ricky support's a lot of fun to me. That one's not very good right now. I'd be down to do that. I know that's not so popular. Sorry, let's go to this. Who do I want to play? Okay. I would love a new core hero to become a support. There's a lot of core heroes I never get to play because I'm mostly a support player, but I, over time, have accumulated cool sets for. I would like to use them. Anti-mage support would be sick. Faceless was pretty fun. Guys, I thought Time Zone was cool. It was becoming a thing. I don't know why they killed it. Faceless as an offlaner, as a support, was cool. They killed it. Kez support, I would do that. I'm interested to see what the facets will be. The heroes that have no facets, I'd like that. I feel like all the supports I want to play, I've already played. And there are supports I feel I need to learn, but if I haven't learned them already, it's like, did I really ever want to play them, you know? So I don't care if like other supports I don't play get buffed because I never wanted to play them to begin with. They weren't really my thing. For example, if Witch Doctor became top tier, I'm not really a Witch Doctor player, so it doesn't really matter much to me. I want some freaky shit. I'll tell you what, for the amount of people that want Darkseer and Underlord support to be a thing, if they want to like give them some facets that let them be supports, I'd be up for that. Then they could actually be supports. Lena support. Oh, I do like playing Lena. Yeah. That's a good one. Oh, Queen of Pain's another. I never get to play Queen of Pain. Who are the other mid... Sniper? I would be a Sniper support player again. That's a good time. If they introduce some kind of support meepo, I would definitely give it a go. Would I be good? No. But I would do it. I feel like that's a lot of the ones I'm interested in, actually. Oh, I want Huskar support. I want to mess some people up, guys. These core players, they got to be put in their place, you know? I want to play Huskar and just ruin people's lives. Time to return the misery. Oh, I want to play Huskar support. I guess that's kind of... Primal Beast, when he first came out, you could do some Primal support. It hasn't been a thing since then. I think that was kind of cool. OD support had like a very brief window. That was kind of nifty. I guess that's where I'm at. Centaur support. Oh, yeah. I forget. It was when the stomp first, you could move while using the stomp. And I think his base stats were really strong as well. And I think support Centaur was a thing for a little bit right then. I don't even remember what got nerfed that it dropped off. What would support anti-mage even be good at? The reflect shield thingy? The lane... Okay. An aggressive anti-mage in the lane, super annoying. Because you just lose all your mana. You can never kill him. He just blinks away. That part's really annoying. Then he does nothing. I admit that. So, he would need either his ultimate or his spell shield would need to somehow have more utility or benefit a teammate, and then he could maybe be a support who is a strong laner by virtue of being annoying and burning everyone's mana, gets active early because you can just like blink in on people and make stuff happen. Then the issue right now is that like, yeah, you have to scale like a core, so you just end up being a core anti-mage, and that's no fun. So if there was some way to be like, no, I'll just buff you, then like we're talking. It's the same with Faceless Void, right? Like the laning stage is super annoying, and then Time Zone when it was a leash and everything, it gave him the utility. If he could get something like that, or her, if you have the persona, then I could see it. I could see it being a thing. Yeah, Terrorblade support was fun. Clink support. Ooh, I would bring... If Clink support could come back, I would enjoy that. I like Broodmother. If Broodmother support could be a thing, also would do that. Couple more Crusader games for you. Ooh, thank you. Let me add those. I don't think we're going to do any more replays today. We're just kind of like chilling and chatting. If any Crusader players have match IDs, though, that did not submit them to me earlier, if you want to drop them in, I am going to be downloading a lot of them later for our How to Get Out a Crusader video. I don't know when that will happen, and I might just be baiting you guys, but at least if I have a sample of Crusader games to pull through, it can happen at some point, even if it's just building ideas now and then having to get samples again later. Is Medusa support? She was for a bit. When Mana Shield... it was either when Mana Shield became its own thing or when she got Gorgon's Grasp. I forget which one. Maybe it was both instances. But she was so annoying in the lane through being super tanky via Mana Shield that she was legitimately a support. A lane winner who then had some crowd control. And, like, you couldn't team fight her early because of Stone Gaze. Like, this is actually a pretty good utility spell, and you didn't need damage. It was actually a thing. I think the scaling got nerfed, so she wasn't winning lanes hard enough to be warranted as a support or an off lane. Leshrac support is sort of still doable. The Misanthropy nerf is what kind of killed it. That, and they keep, I don't know why, they keep nerfing the Shard. They're like, oh, it'd be really cool if the Shard expanded and repeated. And then it did that, and they were like, we still wanted to do that, but what if it just also didn't? What if we took away the amount of times it activated, and also we keep shrinking it? I really liked that Shard. I don't know why. They really removed that. That and Misanthropy has kind of killed Leshrac support. Shard is so good. I know, I really like that one conceptually. I wish they would buff it back up. Ags for Dusa no longer applied stone form. Is that what it was? I totally forgot. Oh, right. It became like the on-hit thing and she lost the... Is it a talent that can still do it? Or is it just gone completely? You would think we would see this more. Maybe the numbers are just bad. I guess it's just gone. I forgot about that Ags being a crowd control item. Yeah, that was good. I watched your Smurf video and became better hard support. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad. Glad to hear it. Yeah, there's multiple ways you can use it, whether you're a core player or a support. It's good to learn about all the different roles. Happy to hear it. Thank you for watching. All right, let's see. Who else is streaming? Maybe we can do a raid here at the end. We're going to play games tomorrow, I think. Let's play some Dota tomorrow. Oh, wait, I got to check. I don't have... Oh, it's Wednesday. Okay. The cats have a vet appointment on Wednesday. We're still going to stream on Wednesday because it's in the morning, but I just have to make sure. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to play some games. I don't know what heroes we will play. I was kind of hoping there'd be a patch after Wallachia into Birmingham, and I was hoping we would get to do some patch stuff, but I don't know. Where's the tea waiting room? Seems like it's unlikely. Do you know how to enable item effects which you get through the events, like blink effect? I get them, but do not know where to set them up. I think they should just happen automatically, actually. Like this stuff? I think it should just be there. Is there anywhere here where it would show? Clearly, I also do not know. I think it should just be happening. If it's not, it might be bugged for you. I don't think you actually have to activate it anywhere. Oh, yeah, Kunkka support. I did like Kunkka support. They nerfed X so much. That's what killed it. If they brought back... I mean, he's kind of a different hero nowadays. What would they need to do? X Mark having more cast range at level 1 would help a lot. What else could they do? I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they happen automatically. Return water park eggs. Oh, I did like water park eggs. Yeah. That one was good. It's just like, what do you do as Kunkka in the lane? It's so weird now that X Mark sucks level 1. So it's like really hard. Plus, you then need 2 abilities to just use 1 ability because the X Mark actually does very little on its own. It just sets up the other ability. So the lane is just so bad. And the payoff used to be kind of worth it, but now it's really not. Maybe if Meteor Hammer became good again, you could do like a Kunkka build around that where the lane sucks, but like the chain stun between Meteor and the other stuff is worth it. It's a right now, your lanes have to be good at the pro level. And pubs, obviously, there's a lot of wiggle room. But like, if your lanes suck, you're not very much in consideration if you're a position 5. If you're a position 4, you can creep drag as long as it's worth it later. But yeah, that's the thing with Kunkka. Like, your lane's just so iffy. It's not worth it. Is coaching still up? We're probably stopping for today. We do this most Mondays and Wednesdays. So, for example, this next Wednesday we'll do it. Might start a little late if the vet appointment runs long, but it should be fine. Yeah, most Mondays and Wednesdays we do this replay coaching. And if you're not able to make it to the streams, feel free to leave a comment in the VODs for like YouTube or message on Discord. What's up? Jupiter, come over here. I think you guys can probably hear meowing in the background. Feel free to leave a comment there. I usually start streams with one of the VOD comments. I didn't actually do it today. Today we just picked the first person who left the comment. But usually that's how we do it for any VOD viewers watching or people who show up occasionally but can't always make it. I realize there are like time constraints and stuff. You can try that way. Just lowering the cooldown of X would also help. That could be not too bad. Where is Kunkka? I do like Kunkka. I would like him to be a bit more viable again. Tidal Wave, like, he has such good utility. The lane is just so ass as a support. If they just buffed his stats, you could also pull it off. But then, like, why wouldn't you just play core Kunkka with good stats? So it's kind of iffy. All right. Tomorrow we're gonna play some games. I guess Enchantress. I'm just gonna start working on an Enchantress guide, and if the patch happens, I doubt she'll be nerfed. I don't think she's that strong. I don't really want to work on a guide for any of the like meta heroes because I feel the patch should happen at some point, and I don't really feel I also think they've been done. Like all these heroes that are meta, if you look at my guides, there's guides within the last year of like almost every top tier support because they just keep cycling through, and only a little changes, and I don't find it very interesting to redo guides with like, oh, the W's a little less damage now. We could have maybe done Treant because he's kind of different, but Warlock and all that stuff is like so much the same. I want new heroes to come through, so I want to do an Enchantress guide because at least we haven't done that before. Am I? I don't know if I'm helping with new player retention. That'd be awesome. If I had a stat to show that, that'd be great. I would love to be helping with that. It is always nice to see someone say like, hey, I'm a new player that's helped out. I don't know how much I'm actually doing to help maintain new players in the grand scheme, but that'd be really cool. Thanks for dropping by with the kind words. I appreciate that. Kind of hard to know if things make old guides outdated or not. That is true. That's like the thing. That's the weird thing as a YouTuber. Is like, how much do I keep repeating the same videos? It feels weird when it's like I'm redoing 10% of the video and the other 90% is the same. But I know that because I do a lot of Dota. People watching don't, so like I get it. A new guide that is like you can trust is better. It just feels weird, like the amount of work versus payoff versus whatever. I guess that's the play for the big channels and why they always repeat stuff. But since I just do it myself, it's kind of like, do I venture into new grounds? Do I repeat old stuff? What do we do? When to build Ags on Enchantress. I'm actually not 100% sure on that one. I don't really love the item, but I haven't explored it a ton. With that said, I'm always forced into the more utility stuff for Enchantress, because, like, that's how pubs go, you know? Like, everyone else is building damage. I rarely get to explore the more carry-oriented side of Enchantress, and that includes the Ags. I would like to try it more, because I did see some pros do it, and I feel like I don't have a good understanding of it. I'd like to try it a bit more. Helm Dom enchant might be nearly viable. I don't know about that one. I will consider it. I'm not sure I believe in that one. I feel like just enchant is enough. I don't know the Helm of the Dominator adds much value to like the rest of what she wants. Ags offers more control. I thought you would just do it when they had summons, but I've been seeing some people do it when they have not summons, and it's like, it's just what the item is in a regular setting. That just didn't seem worth it to me, but I mean, pros are trying it, so like, yeah, I'll have to give it a go and get a better feel for it. Okay, guys, thanks for hanging out. Had a good time. I think we had some good topics today, or at least good examples. Like some of the topics we'd seen before, but they're at least good repeat examples. Maybe we can cut something out of it. I will see you guys later. My knowledge has grown. Good to hear, good to hear. I'll see you guys later. Tomorrow we'll play some games. I don't know what. Probably Enchantress. We'll see. And then Wednesday we'll be back with the reviews. Yeah, I gotta go see what Jupiter's meowing about.